Summary.
Prince Conry and Ellery travel together towards Cadwyn Manor after the events at the Havens estate. While Conry is convinced of his love for her, Ellery tries to fight her attachment to the prince, believing she is unworthy of him. She still has feelings for Cerwyn and wishes for more time deciding where her heart truly lies. Cerwyn tries to keep his group of the Havens together with Amelia Farrow's help. As they journey towards Cadwyn Manor, Cerwyn can only hope Ellery and the prince will be there to meet them. His heart longs for Ellery, but he believes her fate might destine her for another. As he tries to come to terms with the idea that he may lose Ellery to the prince, he feels his connection with Amelia grow. Above all, he must rejoin Prince Conry and Ellery to save the land of Elathia from the hands of Lord Felon. Lord Felon seems to have one desire, and that is to have Ellery as his queen. The fight to save the land is just beginning, but they all realize they will have to sacrifice much to save Elathia.
Chapter 1. Something tickled his nose as he slept. He tried to fight the urge to wake up, but it happened again and then again. He finally opened his eyes to see what had bothered him enough to wake him from a wonderful dream. Conry looked down to realize the soft hair of the very person he had been dreaming about was the culprit of the assault on his nose. Ellery lay in his arms with her head resting on his chest. His arms were wrapped around her, holding her close to him. He moved one hand and smoothed down her hair, placing his arm back around her. Judging by the dim light around them, he knew they had only a little time before they needed to awaken and leave. He closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep when he felt her stir against him. He rubbed her back gently, hoping she would continue to slumber, but she yawned and looked up at him. "Conry, you should rest a while longer, Ellery. We do not need to leave just yet. The sooner we arise and get on our way, the sooner we can find a place better than this simple shelter and hard ground to rest." She pushed away from him and stretched. He sat up and watched her for a moment. "This shelter isn't so bad. The company almost makes the hard ground worth it." She gave him a small smile as she rubbed her lower back. "I hope you don't think too ill of me for the position in which we slept. It was dreadfully cold last night, even with our small fire. I was trying to keep us from dying of exposure." He reached out and swept a dark red curl off her cheek, letting his hand graze her soft skin. "You do not need to justify yourself to me. I hope you know that by now." She tucked the curl behind her ear and looked down. "I don't wish to hurt you, Conry. I don't want to lead you somewhere I am not ready to go." He let his hand fall and nodded. "And I do not mean to pressure you in any way." He pulled his cloak tight around him, noticing how cold the air was in their shelter. "I just don't want you being so careful around me. I am not judging every move you make or word you say. You may not be, but I am." She looked at the burned logs in front of her before reaching to the side and throwing some fresh sticks on the pile. She closed her eyes and reached out her hand. A small fire went from her fingertips to light the fire before her. Leaning back, she looked at Conry. "You are important to me, and there is nothing I would not do to keep from hurting you." Conry looked down and picked up a small twig next to him. He threw it on the fire and watched it catch quickly. He had heard enough of her explanations and excuses. He knew he was probably in love with her. He also knew she was not indifferent to him. The past week and a half of travel had shown him that well. Whenever they touched, whether it was him holding her hand on rough terrain or at night when she would rest close to him, he could feel the connection between them. He could tell by the look in her eyes that she could as well. Several times, he was close to kissing her, and he didn't think she would resist. Still, he did not want to press her. He knew she had feelings for another, deep feelings. He could not believe he did not notice her and Cerwyn's connection before that morning they had to flee the Havens estate. Surely there had been signs on their journey to the Northern Temple. He should have noticed looks or conversations, and looking back, he could see things he missed. He was nervous about their final destination and a little dazzled by Ellery. Now that he knew, he did not find himself angry. He felt jealousy as he thought of Cerwyn loving her, but he did not blame either one. They had known each other for years. They had formed their bond long before either of them met Conry. He could not find fault at what had happened between them. He knew very little about it as Ellery had not spoken much of it, and he had not asked. He had the sense that when she was ready, she would talk about it. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to hear it, but perhaps knowing the truth would be better than what he had imagined in his head. "How far do you think we will make it today?" he asked as he sat back. I am hoping to make it to a small village I believe lays in the middle of this side of the forest in 2 days. It is still a long way from Niamhen and the Silver Palace. You should not be recognized, and I doubt anyone would remember me the few times I have been there. Will there be a place to stay? There is probably a small inn, though I don't know how nice it will be. I think it might be mostly a brothel, honestly. She smiled a little. You might like that, but I am not sure we can waste what little coin we have on any entertainment. He smiled a little. I am in no need of entertainment, Ellery, though I might find it interesting to see a real brothel. I've never even been close to one. I'm not sure I want you even within half a village of a brothel. Someone who looks like you and talks as you do, the ladies would be on you in a second. They will know you are highborn and think you have money. 1 or 2 may even take you in as a charity if it is a slow night. I doubt they see a man as handsome as you very often. His smile widened, and she rolled her eyes. It is no secret you are handsome, Conry, or that I find you so. You will have to make sure you stay by my side when we get to this village. If there is a chance we can sleep on something softer than the ground, I think we should take it. Even if you do have to keep numerous women from stealing me away. Perhaps I will let one have you after all, she laughed. I could use a peaceful night alone. Conry laughed with her. If you think you can actually stand it, then see what happens, he said teasingly. Perhaps if I do this right, your jealousy will win out, and your night will not be as peaceful as you thought. She stopped laughing and rolled her eyes as she smacked his arm. I guess I should be glad you haven't lost your sense of humor, but perhaps you went a bit too far with that one. Maybe I did, but you will have to excuse me. What else can I do but try to make some light of our situation? It seems almost impossible to do what we must. It is not impossible. It will only take time to get to my father's house. After that, we will have many resources to get you on the throne. Your way to your rightful place is not impossible, my prince. He sat back a little, almost letting her know he was not speaking of his crown or the land when he talked of something being impossible. He did want to take the place meant for him and save Elathia, but just as much, he wanted Ellery. Knowing her connection to Kerwin and her crazy notion that she was not good enough to be his eventual queen, he thought his cause to win her heart might be hopeless. They ate a meager breakfast of some apples and leftover wild game that Ellery had killed the day before. As she put out their fire and disassembled their shelter, Conry packed up their meager possessions in a small pack they had found on the way. You know, if we shifted, we could make up more ground, said Conry as they walked through the forest. I could go first, and you could pack our clothes away in this bag and place it on me. I promise not to look too much as you undress. I am not sure shifting would be wise for us at the moment. I'm afraid certain instincts would become stronger, and we might not get much traveling done as we would like. Perhaps in the days to come, we might try it if we need to. But, for now, let us walk as we are. They moved through the trees, staying off the path that lay not too far from them. They wished to meet no one they didn't have to, as they didn't want anyone to journey with them or ask them questions. As they walked, Conry asked Ellery about her life growing up in Cadwin Manor. She spoke at first about her mother. I remember her as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, said Ellery as she kicked a small pine cone at her feet. It is probably just because I loved her so much, but I do know she was beautiful. You can see a portrait of her when we reach Cadwin Manor. Do you look like her? My father says I do, but I do not think I am quite as lovely. I have his sharper chin, and I am not sure where my green eyes came from. My father's are green, but they are not like mine. My mother's were a lovely clear blue. I like your eyes, said Conry. They were one of the first things I noticed about you. One of the first? She asked with a mischievous grin. Well, the light was bright when you walked into the room, and I could not get a good look at your face. I may have noticed some of your other lovely attributes first. Would you like to describe these attributes to me? She asked with a laugh. I wouldn't mind it at all, but I am sure you can probably guess. I don't believe you are one of those women who do not know how lovely they are. I am sure many men have told you. I almost forgot who I was speaking with. Of course, you wouldn't mind saying things to shock me. I know that men find me attractive, but I usually drive them away easily when they hear how much I like to speak my mind. I come off abrasive at times. Not abrasive, said Conry. You come off as commanding and confident when you are speaking about something you are passionate about. I imagine weak men find you intimidating. Some strong men might find you so as well. Do you find me intimidating, Your Highness? There were times when I first met you that I could see you that way, but I have never been shy. Instead of letting it guide me and being careful with you, I was bold and stupid. You must have thought me very foolish when we first met. I never thought you were foolish. When I first met you, I found you handsome, charming and infuriating. You were trying to intimidate me and play some game. I would not have it and wished to beat you before we even really starting playing. I believe I got more than I bargained for, but probably what I deserved. I knew quickly that I should not have tried to toy with you. I actually felt a bit ashamed for every woman I dallied with in some way. Most didn't care about me finding some little pleasure in them and pushing them aside, but a few were hurt, I think. No matter what she might have caused by being fooled by Bren Farrow, I still feel a little guilty about Ayla. I should never have started anything with her. Ayla made her own decisions. She knew who you were and let her passion get the better of her. Well, hopefully, she will make better decisions in the future. I do hope she and the Havens are well, Kerwin and Lady Farrow too. I worry for them, but Kerwin is smart and strong. Lady Farrow is clever and I believe, a good fighter. They will take care of the Havens and keep them safe. They were quiet for a few moments before Conry looked at Ellery. You never talk about him unless I bring him up, and then you barely say 3 words about him. What good would it do to speak of him to you? You can't want to hear any of it. Conry shrugged. I care about you. I want to know everything about you. I believe he is a big part of your story and I would like to hear it. She let out a deep breath. Maybe someday, but not today. I feel better than I have since we left the Havens estate. My side does not ache for once, and it is an unusually warm and beautiful fall day. I wish to walk with you and enjoy your company. She took his hand. He pulled her close to him as they walked. I will never force you to speak about anything, but I want you to know you do not have to hide your feelings for Kerwin from me. I know he is important to you. If you need to talk about him, I am here. Thank you, Your Highness. I will keep it in mind. Chapter 2. The journey to Cadwin Manor was long and slow. If he had been alone, he could have been almost a third of the way there by now. He could have shifted or found a horse in some village, but he had to be cautious with so large a group with him. Kerwin sat on a log at the edge of a little used path in the red forest. The sun was going down quickly, and the chill of the evening was setting in. He looked back towards where he had left the others, hoping they were keeping the fire going. He knew Amelia would know what to do, and both Lord and Lady Havens seemed like sensible people. Ayla was too distraught and angry with herself to be much help, but she kept mostly quiet, which suited Kerwin. He knew the woman didn't mean to cause trouble, but Ellery had almost been taken because of her. Now Ellery was away from him with the prince. Kerwin hoped she had been successful and brought her and the prince safely to Cadwin Manor by now. He had a feeling she had not, because if she were safe in the estate, she surely would have sent a soldier out to look for them. Kerwin turned as he heard a slight noise from the forest to his left. He tensed for a moment with his hand on the sword at his side, but he quickly relaxed when he caught sight of a crimson shirt in the distance. It was Aaron, checking the area around them. The man and his 2 fellow guards had been very useful on their journey, keeping them on little used paths and away from any eyes they didn't want to see them. Kerwin, are you going to rest out here tonight? Asked Amelia as she walked towards him. Kerwin turned to look at her. I plan to come back to the group in a while. I set some traps nearby to see if we could catch some hares or other small game overnight. I know our food supply is getting low. It can last a few more days if need be, said Amelia as she sat by him on the log. 1 or 2 of us might need to venture into a small village tomorrow or the next day. I believe there are 2 on this path within a day or 2 days' walk between here and Cadwin Manor. They are small, out-of-the-way villages, and I doubt Aaron or I would cause much attention if we are careful. We need more than food, Amelia, said Kerwin as he looked away. The Havens are not young, and I do not like the sound of Lady Havens's cough today. We need a place to stay for a night or 2. Somewhere we can refill our supplies and get some medicine for Lady Havens. Maybe we could send a message to Lord Cadwin, though I am hesitant to do it. If it is intercepted, it might give some idea of where we are. But would that matter? Asked Amelia. We are not who Lord Felin is looking for. He might wish to get his hands on you, but I am sure he has his forces looking for the prince and Lady Ellery over everything else. Kerwin closed his eyes and nodded. He did not like to think of how much danger Prince Conry and Ellery were in. The prince was his responsibility, and he had failed him. He had left his side during the battle at the Havens estate. Now the prince was probably at best, somewhere in the land, vulnerable if he had not been taken. I hope they are looking for them and that they aren't already in Lord Felon's hands, said Kerwin. We would have heard something by now, said Amelia quietly. At that first village, when I heard talk of my husband, I would have heard something about Lord Felon capturing the prince and having Lady Ellery by his side. Kerwin turned his head to look at Amelia. You heard news of Lord Farrow? She had not mentioned this. On the third day of travel, she snuck into a village with some of the money they had with them and replenished their supplies. She had said nothing about her time there, only showing them that she had been successful. Amelia nodded. I heard he passed sometime just before we left the Havens estate. She hung her head and wiped at one eye. They said it was due to some accident, a nasty fall on the stairs, or some nonsense. I know it was no accident. I am sure Bren had something to do with it. He arranged it somehow. Kerwin covered her hand with his. I am sorry, Amelia. I know you did care about him. I did. He was so good to me. He took me in when I had nowhere to go. He let me have his name and his protection, and he never asked anything else of me. I would have gladly given him anything for all he did for me, but all he wanted was some occasional companionship. She shook her head as more tears fell out of her eyes. I should have stayed at home more. I should have looked after him and stopped this from happening. Bren probably would have had you killed as well, and I know you weren't just out in the land on pleasure. You had tasks to complete, didn't you? She looked up at him. How did you know? I have known you all your life. I know how responsible you are. You would not have left Lord Pharaoh without a good reason. He sent me with some notes to some families on this side of the land. He wished to help the prince take his throne in some way but knew his limitations. He hoped I would be able to represent him as he had little hope for his son. I think he might have had suspicions about Bren. What will you do now? Asked Kerwin. I mean after we arrive at the Cadwin estate. I am not sure, said Amelia as she wiped her eyes one more time before sitting up straight. I will try to find some way to help you all as you work to save Elathia. I am rather good at taking care of myself, so I am sure I can find some way to survive. You don't have to be alone, Amelia, said Kerwin as he looked at her. Lord Cadwin is a kind man, and he will not turn you out with nothing. If you wish to help us get Prince Conry to the throne, I know we will all gladly accept your assistance. We will see what happens when we all meet together soon at Cadwin Manor, and we will reunite with them both, Kerwin. You know Lady Ellery is powerful and intelligent. I have no doubt she got the prince and herself safely away from the Havens estate. Wherever they are, she is taking good care of the prince. I do not doubt her ability, said Kerwin quietly as he looked away again. He felt guilty about the thoughts that came into his mind. More than anything, he wanted Ellery and Prince Conry to be safe, but a part of him hated they were alone together. He knew how drawn they both were to each other, and he wondered what would happen between them if they spent much time alone traveling and depending on each other. Kerwin was a fool, and he knew it. He could have been trusted in his love of Ellery a long time ago. If he had just admitted he loved her years ago and claimed her as his own, he would know his future with her was secure. Instead, he let the idea of being the bright one come before everything, even her. He let his father's ideas push him away from Ellery. She begged him to trust in her and their love, and he threw everything she offered him aside. Now that he knew for sure he loved her above everything else in the land, it was probably too late. She had all but given up on him and started to feel the power of prophecy that said she would be queen. He was afraid soon she would give in to her feelings for Prince Conry and let him mark her before she marked him as well. Once they were bonded so, Kerwin would have no choice but to sit back and do his duty as the bright one, watching over the prince as he became king and married Ellery to make her his queen. She has not chosen anyone yet, Kerwin, said Amelia as though she was reading his mind. I know she has strong feelings for you. One can only wait so long. I pushed her away so many times that I cannot be surprised that she finally listened. It may be better this way. She can be who she was meant to be, and I can follow the old ways as my father wishes. The court of Gildens will stay intact as it always has been. So you will be miserable your whole life, watching the prince with the woman you love. I have never thought you a quitter, Kerwin. Giving up now is nothing but cowardice. You wouldn't be the first to call me a coward, Amelia. I know now just what a coward I have been. I thought I was doing the noble thing in pushing Ellery away. I believed she would follow the prophecy, and I would serve as I was meant. I see now that I took the easy way out. If I were brave, I would have said to hell with what has always been and listened to what my heart was telling me. As I said before, it is not too late. Do not despair yet. Let us see what happens when you meet again. You are all young. Whatever happens, you must not give up if you truly love her. Amelia paused. You cannot hold certain things against her. Kerwin took her meaning. I promise you, I would not, and I will not. I have made too many mistakes to hold anything against her. If, in the end, she wants me, I can forget anything that has happened. Amelia looked and smiled as Aaron came towards them. Have you seen anything suspicious? Aaron shook his head. I don't believe anybody is anywhere close to us, shifter or ordinary. I don't think this path is used much these days. How far is Daguerrean from here? Asked Kerwin as he stood. Daguerrean, said Aaron in confusion. It is probably a day and a half walk at the rate we are going, but it is not on this path. We would have to go to the west and a little out of the way towards Cadwin Manor. There are at least 2 other villages closer. And on this path. I know that, but I think we should go to Daguerrean. There is someone close to there I know will keep us safe if he is at home. With all going on in the land, I am willing to wager he is holed up for a bit. We can also find information from him about what is going on in the land. We need a safe place to rest for a few days if we are all to make it. You must have noticed that Lady Havens is not well. Aaron nodded. If you feel it is best, we will go to Daguerrean. You are the bright one, after all. An edge to his voice made Kerwin believe the man did not wish to go so far off the path. I know you are anxious to get to Cadwin Manor, Aaron. I am as well, but we will never make it the way we are going. With a few days of rest and attention for Lady Havens, we will make better time in the long run. We will not help Ellery by being trapped in this woods. Aaron's shoulders sagged. I suppose there is nothing I can do for her if we never make it to the manor. Who knows, perhaps she is there safe now. I would just like to know for sure. As would I, said Kerwin as he held his hand out to Amelia. She took it, and he helped her up. Let us go back to the others and tell them our plans. We can have everyone go to sleep early and get an early start in the morning. The sooner we leave, the sooner we will arrive at our destination and know what our next steps will be. Chapter 3. The day was miserable. They woke up to clouds, a cold wind, and a fine mist. Ellery pulled her hood up on her cloak, holding it close to her body as they walked. She was tired and sore from sleeping on the ground. Her side had been feeling better, but the cold and wet weather made it ache anew. If she was going to make it another day on the road, she needed a bed and a way to get some clean clothes. She looked over at Conry, who appeared much stronger than she felt. She didn't know how he still looked so handsome, covered in dirt from the road with his light brown hair damp from the mist that surrounded him. He must have sensed her eyes on him because he turned and gave her a smile that sent a bolt of longing through her body. She should have been used to how he affected her, but the pull she felt towards him every day surprised her. As she slept next to him at night, she wanted very much to caress him and more. The urge to give herself to him was strong, and she believed he would take her up on any offer in an instant. Sometimes he gave her a look that held so much intensity and desire that it was hard not to throw herself into his arms. She had to turn away and remind herself that she did not deserve him. He needed someone better than her to be his queen and wife. Besides, her heart was divided as ever, and as much as she wanted Corey, she also missed Kerwin. How much longer to the village? Asked Conry as he turned to look at Ellery. Ellery stumbled a bit as she tried to look at him. She grabbed for her side as pain ran up it from stopping herself from falling. I don't think it is much further. I hope it is not. I think we will lose all light soon, and I would like to arrive before the few shops that are there close. Conry moved closer to her. Are you all right? I am fine, she said as she let go of her side. The cold and damp have made my side ache, but it is nothing I cannot handle. I will feel better tomorrow if I can have one night of good rest off of the ground. She tried to keep her teeth from chattering as she spoke to him. He put one of his arms around her and pulled her close as they walked. You are freezing and still hurt. I do not need you to fall ill. How will I know where I am going without my guide and protector? She looked up and grinned at him. I am not your protector, my prince. I am only your advisor. If you are expecting me to keep you as safe as the bright one, you will be disappointed. I don't think so, said Conry as they walked on. It was you who saved me from the Havens estate and brought you out to the edge of the land, said Ellery. My skills as a sorceress could not even get us close to Cadwin Manor. You were injured just before we traveled. I blame myself for not being able to protect you better. I know it is uncomfortable, but I cannot be too angry getting to spend time with you as we travel on foot. I believe I enjoy your company above everyone else. She shook her head. I am not sure you have met enough people in the land to make that statement. Perhaps as we meet more people on this trip, you will see just how inadequate of any sort of partner I am. You could find many who would be a better guide, traveler, and even advisor, not to mention queen. Conry slowed down and pulled a little away from her. Why do you think so little of yourself? She took a deep breath. It was not that she thought little of herself. She felt proud of many of her accomplishments and skills. She just wished to put some distance between them. I am only trying to get you to see that any future you think we might have beyond me being your first advisor cannot be. I don't care what the prophecy says, you must find another as your queen. They walked on a moment more in silence. It is because you love another, isn't it? Kerwin has already claimed your heart, and you have decided there is no room for me. That isn't it at all, said Ellery as she stopped for a moment. I don't think Kerwin and I could ever be either. He made his choice long ago, no matter what he tries to say now. If I could disappear from this land and leave you both to better futures, I would, but I have a duty to you and the land. I will see that duty through. As your first advisor, let me give you this advice. Do not look at me as a viable option as your future queen. I will do nothing but disappoint you. She started walking again, and Conry hurried to catch up to her. Will you elaborate on your counsel, first advisor? Will you tell me why you would not make a good queen? Because from what I know of you, I think you would be an excellent leader of the land. His voice sounded sharp with a touch of anger. She huffed, feeling her irritation rise. You know a little of it already. How could you ever trust me when I kept my feelings for Kerwin from you? I flirted with you. I said you and found ways for us to be alone. I even let you show me a moment of pleasure. I think I would have given you everything that night if we hadn't been interrupted. Conry laughed a little. I truly pleased you that night. She rolled her eyes, frustrated that he wasn't getting the point. That is not important, my prince. Do you not see what kind of woman I am? On that trip, I let Kerwin have his way with me even after he had told me over and over we could not be together. I knew I had no future with the man, and I still let him love me. How do you know you don't have a future with him? I believe he thinks differently. Ellery waved her hand. He talks as if he has changed his mind, but I know who he is. Once he speaks with his father and we get closer to placing you on the throne, he will return to who he will always be. The bright one was not meant to have a wife or father children. His complete devotion must be to you. Conry shook his head. You should be honest with me, Ellery, or at least be honest with yourself. You are holding back from me because you still have some small hope to have a future with him. He walked faster and she let herself fall behind. She wanted to argue with him, but a small part of her thought he might have a point. They were silent again for a longer time. Ellery walked as quickly as she could, longing for a warm place to rest. She did not like being at odds with Conry, but he needed to hear the truth. She was confused about Kerwin, and she wasn't ready to dig deep and look at her intentions with the man. She was very sure about the prince, though. She cared for him too much to hurt him. There was too much of a chance she would disappoint him in many ways, and she could never face it. She kept her head down and focused on placing one foot in front of the other as the wind picked up around them. Her eyes began to feel heavy and her side ached worse. She wasn't sure how much further she could go. Just when she thought she might pass out, she heard Conry say her name. Ellery, look ahead. Is that the village? Ellery looked up and saw a few buildings through the trees. Many had smoke coming from their chimneys. She felt instant relief and almost collapsed from it. Conry must have seen her stumble because he moved to her and took her arm gently. I am fine, Your Highness. That is the village ahead. We need to hurry so we can purchase some warmer, clean clothing. Conry pulled her close to him as they walked on. Ellery, whatever mistakes you believe you have made, you should know that I have made plenty as well. I will not give up on the idea of us just because you have some crazy notion that I deserve better. If you can honestly tell me you have no feelings for me, I will let you be. Ellery looked up at him. It should have been easy to lie and say she did not want him in the way a woman wanted her husband, but she could not do it. She did feel attracted to him, and she cared for him. What she felt for him was very close to love if it wasn't already. You cannot do it, he said with a large smile. I know you feel the same pull towards me that I feel towards you. I cannot tell the future, so I don't know where it will lead, but I am unwilling to ignore it. Can we not see where it goes and just let it happen? Do not push me away because you are scared of the future or who you are meant to be. I cannot make you any promises, Conry, but I am not going anywhere. I could not leave you if I tried. Let us focus on getting you to safety, and then we will go from there. Conry said nothing more, so she took that as his agreement. They continued to the village. Ellery had been there a few times before, but she hardly remembered much about it. It was small and simple. There were a few tiny homes on the edge of the town, with 2 or 3 large cottages scattered amongst them. It didn't take long for them to enter the center of the village where they found 3 shops, and the inn Ellery remembered her father had left her outside of to wait when he went in for a few moments. They pulled their cloaks tight around themselves, trying to hide their dirty, and in Ellery's case, torn clothing. Ellery pulled out her small money pouch that had luckily been in her cloak pocket when she had gone out to walk the morning they had to flee from the Havens estate. Conry took out what money he had found in the abandoned village. They went into the first shop they saw where they were able to buy some simple clothes and new cloaks. Erie found a heavy, dark red dress that would be good for traveling, while Conry chose some brown pants and a dark tunic. "Do you happen to have a place we could change?" asked Ellery to the older woman behind the counter. "I know it is an odd request, but we have been traveling for a few days with not much on us." The old woman nodded. "We have gotten more travelers than I would like that have had to run from their homes with not much on them." "What village have they gotten now?" Conry glanced at Ellery. "We have been traveling for some time." "Yes," agreed Ellery. "We both grew up in villages close to the river. We found each other as we were searching for a new place to settle for a while now. We haven't had any luck." "I'm afraid life on the river is not safe anywhere," said the older woman. "You would do better settling somewhere like here, deep into the forest." She looked closely at Ellery. "You are a pretty young thing, very pretty. You could make a good living here if you are willing. I know the mistress of the inn. She would set you up nicely." Ellery shook her head. "I thank you, but no. I do not look down on women who earn their bread in that way, but it is not for me." "You are so sure?" asked the older woman. "With how you look, you could make a nice amount of coin. One of the men might even snap you up for his own after a time. We've had a few young ladies taken in by lords and wealthy merchants who pass through, some as wives and some as mistresses. Either don't have terrible lives." "She is not interested," said Conry with distaste. The older woman smiled, showing many missing teeth. "It's like that between you, is it? I suppose you could try to get on with one of the nearby farmers. It would be a hard life, but eventually you might be able to take a wife." "We will not be staying in the village long," said Ellery. "Do you have somewhere we could change?" "I do," said the woman. "I can give you a little water to clean up with as well. Perhaps you should get a bite to eat in the inn. Maybe you will change your mind about work there once you see how clean it is. If your young man could stand it, you could make enough to support you both." Ellery gave the older woman a small smile as Conry huffed. "We do plan to eat a meal at the inn. I doubt I will change my decision, but I promise to keep an open mind if you let us change quickly." The woman nodded as she indicated they should follow her. She took them to the back of her shop, where there was a living space set up. After she showed Conry to a very small bedroom, she took Allaire to a large room that Ellery thought must have been the woman's own bedroom. "You can change in here. There is some clean water in that bowl. I will see that your young man has some as well." "You are very kind," said Ellery. "I know what it is like to have nothing and depend on others. It is why I do not wish for you to dismiss a life some of the young women have chosen here." "I was taken in by the woman who runs the inn. At first, I, like you, thought myself too good for a life as someone who entertained men, but I soon found many good things about it. Eventually, it gave me enough money to buy my store. I have all of this because of those few years I spent in the inn. I also have many interesting stories. I do not think myself too good for that life, I assure you. It is just not for me. I have other things in mind for how I will spend my time in this land." "I hope it is not the young man holding you back," said the older woman. "He is handsome, but you do not need to build your whole life around him. Women too often think they need some man to take care of them and make them whole. You strike me as a very resourceful person. Do what you must to find your happiness, even if you must leave the young man to find his own way." "I thank you for your advice, good woman," said Ellery. "But I am afraid it is not valid here. I am bound to that man more than you can know or I can explain." "Then I hope he proves worthy of your devotion," said the older woman as she turned to leave. Ellery stood still for a moment as the old woman closed the door, thinking that Conry proving worthy wasn't the problem. Chapter 4. They walked out of the shop, looking much different than they went in. Conry had never worn such simple clothes. His pants and tunic were not altogether uncomfortable, but they were made of rougher material than he was used to. He adjusted his shirt under his cloak before turning to Ellery. She looked as beautiful as always in her simple dark dress and cloak. Her hair was braided and laid over her left shoulder. As they approached the inn, he offered her his arm. "Are you sure we should go in there, Ellery?" he asked as she took his arm. "Perhaps we should have asked the older woman for a place to stay, or we could find a barn to rest in for the night. I would not burden the woman who showed us such hospitality. I believe she would like me to go to the inn, so I doubt she would give us shelter anyway. I do not like sleeping in hay as it makes me sneeze, and we should not dirty our new clothes with animal waste. We will be fine in the inn. I know how to take care of myself, but if you don't think you can handle the temptation of the ladies inside, let me know." I can see if we have enough coins to buy you some company if you wish. You know there is only one lady's company I want, said Conry as he shook his head. And you have paid dearly for plenty of it, said Ellery. Let me buy you a soft bed, your highness. Perhaps we will both be in better moods if we can get some real sleep. They entered the inn, and Conry was immediately met with warmth and the smell of hot food. He audibly sighed as Ellery gave a quick laugh. See, it is not so bad. Conry looked around the room to find it was bigger than he thought. There was a large fireplace on one wall with a nice fire blazing. The tables in front of him were full of men and a few women. All around, young women floated by, some with trays of ale and stew, others clothed in dresses that showed their attributes. A woman with long dark hair stopped near them and looked at them both. She was pretty with dark eyes and an ample chest on display. At first, she looked young to Conry, but the longer he examined her, the more he thought she might be almost twice his age. Are you looking for anything in particular? Asked the woman in a soft voice as she leaned towards Conry. Just a hot meal and a table at the moment. A room or two would be nice as well, said Ellery. You can sit wherever you like, and one of the maids will serve you. As far as a room, you will have to speak with Mrs. Roberts. She is just behind the counter there. Conry turned to see an elaborately dressed older woman. She had a light blue dress that was much too tight. He wondered how she could breathe at all with her breasts so high. Her graying dark hair was pulled up into a bun, but a few pieces had escaped, falling into her heavily powdered face. Sit there at that table by the fireplace and see if you can order us some food, said Ellery quietly as the woman in front of them moved on. I will speak with Mrs. Roberts. Should I not come with you? Asked Conry uncertainly. The tables are filling up fast, and I think I will have better luck with Mrs. Roberts alone, Ellery smirked. Are you scared of being alone in here? Don't think you can resist the charms of these women. I don't believe they will hurt you. I am not worried about me, Ellery. I do not like how some of these men are already staring at you, said Conry as he saw two men, one large with straight dark hair and the other young and slim, both looking at Ellery. The large man appeared to Conry as if he wished to snatch Ellery away at any moment. I am very capable of taking care of myself. Now go get that table while you can, said Ellery. Conry walked over and sat down at the table, trying to avoid any interactions with the women who flitted around the room. He sat down, ignoring the many eyes he knew were on him. He fidgeted a little as he tried to get comfortable in the small, wooden chair. Would you like something? Asked a harried-looking young woman holding a tray. Conry looked up at her to see she was probably very young. Her light hair was pulled up out of her face, and he could see she had a crooked tooth that hung down slightly over her lower lip. She looked like she had seen too much for one who couldn't have been over 16. Just a couple bowls of stew and 2 drinks. He smiled at her, trying to be friendly. I hope mead is all right, said the woman as she smiled back at Conry. I wouldn't trust the wine. Mead will be fine, said Conry. Thank you. The girl hurried away, and Conry looked around the room. It was becoming fuller by the second. He didn't think anyone of importance would be there, but he still kept slightly huddled over his table, trying not to draw notice. The last thing he or Ellery needed was for someone to recognize them and spread the word throughout the land where they were. Are you alone, sir? Asked a sweet voice to his left. Conry turned to see a beautiful woman with brown hair staring at him. He sat back a little as he examined her. She reminded him so much of Ayla that it took his breath away for a moment. I hope you don't mind if I join you, said the woman as she sat down next to him. I am sure you do not like being alone. I hate the feeling of being by myself. Conry swallowed as he continued to look at the young woman. I am not alone, he croaked out. Oh, who are you with then? Is there some other gentleman here that has joined you that are looking for company? Conry shook his head. I am here with a lady. She is over towards the entrance talking with Mrs. Roberts. Talking with Mrs. Roberts. Whatever for? Is she looking for a position? I am not sure how successful she will be unless she is extraordinary to look at. We are very full here at the moment. She is hoping to get us a room, said Conry, wishing he had something to drink. You don't want a room with some simple village girl, said the woman as she let her hand brush Conry's on the table. Someone who looks like you desires more. She leaned towards him, her voice light and flirtatious. I can tell you are passionate, sir. Not just any woman can handle such a man as you. Let me show you what you have been missing by betting simple women. Her breath tickled his ear as her hand went off the table and landed on his upper thigh. As she slowly moved her hand, he could not help but feel a bit of desire run through him. He took a deep breath and moved his leg, so her hand fell off of him. I do not desire your company, said Conry. You should go find another who will give you coin. You think I care about who can pay me the most? Asked the woman as she sat back with a laugh. I have already made enough this week to last me through the year. She ran a hand through her thick hair. Perhaps I am looking for something that will sate my own desire. I am tired of begging boring men for some small penance. When I saw you over here, I knew I had finally found someone who could truly bring me pleasure. She leaned towards him again. He rolled his eyes. You are very good at your trade, but it will not work on me. I insist you try with someone else. There are plenty of men here and more arriving every moment. I would like you to leave before my friend joins me. And where is your friend? I do not see anyone in this room I do not recognize, said the woman looking around. Conry looked towards the front but couldn't see Ellery. He stood up slightly and looked over the crowd. See, your friend has found a distraction of her own, I am sure, said the woman. Before Conry could say anything, the barmaid came to his table and starting sitting down 2 bowls of stew and 2 cups. Will there be anything else, sir? Oh, Sally, move alone before you discuss this poor man so much he runs in fright. You have done your job. There is no need to linger, said the woman sitting by him with a sneer. Conry looked at Sally, who had tears in her eyes. Do not mind her, my dear, he said as nicely as he could. Perhaps you can help me. Did you see the woman I came in with? Sally wiped her eyes and nodded. The very pretty one with the dark red hair. Yes, that is her exactly, said Conry encouragingly. Did you see where she went? Mrs. Roberts took her in the back to her sitting room. They had something to discuss, said Sally. Perhaps your friend is pretty enough for this place, after all, sir, said the woman seated next to him. If she had aroused interest in Mrs. Roberts enough to take her to her personal space, she must be something. Conry huffed and turned again to Sally. Do you think she will be long? I cannot say, sir. I could try to give her a message if you like, but Mrs. Roberts doesn't like being disturbed. I will wait a while longer before I send you on an errand, said Conry. He dug a few coins out of his pocket. Here is for the food and something for you as well. The girl took it and smiled. She gave an awkward curtsy before scurrying away. You were too kind to her, said the woman next to him. She is nothing but an ugly little barmaid who will die here one day, probably before she gets very old. You should leave now, ma'am, said Conry as he turned away and picked up his drink. I have no desire for any of your company. The woman laughed. I have offended you by speaking the truth. Conry gave her a look, and she sighed. Perhaps I was a bit harsh, but the land is not kind. That girl doesn't have much to recommend her, and she is weak. Either she will die here of overwork and disease, or some man will use her badly. And you do not pity her. She is an innocent, and you do not care that this place is so cruel to her. The woman shrugged. If I start caring about someone like her, it will send me down a road I cannot come back from. Elathia is a cruel place. I have seen too much not to know that. She leaned over the table. Do you think I wanted to end up here? I grew up very happily in my small village up the river. My father was the village leader, and I planned to grow up and marry one of the few boys I knew my whole life. Then the guards of the Silver Palace came and demanded we give them whatever they wanted. They took over our village. They stole homes and used whatever women they wanted with no regard to age or married state. They ate all the food we had stored for the winter. When my father tried to stand up to them, they killed him in front of my mother with no second thought. My mother ran for them, and they grabbed her and took her away, leaving me all alone. Before the day was over, my whole village was burnt to the ground with little survivors. Some man brought me this far and left me with Mrs. Roberts. I was only 12. She could tell I would grow up to be beautiful, so she took me in and taught me ways to seduce men and make money. This is all I know now. Conry sat back and looked at her. I am sorry. Why are you sorry? She laughed. Are you someone from the Silver Palace? Did you give the orders to take over my village? Conry felt a bolt of guilt run through him, though he didn't know why. It was not his fault. Lord Felon had killed his parents and taken over Elathia, but he felt some responsibility for the hopelessness in the land. Let us move on from this sorry conversation, said the woman. I need something to distract me from this night. Will you not come with me? I have a nice room at the very top. It is clean and warm. I will not demand much from you, just whatever you can give. I am sorry I upset you, said Conry, but I will not accompany you tonight. You should look elsewhere for your distraction. Very well, said the woman as she stood. If you change your mind, come find me in the room. Even if I am talking to some man, I will put them off for you. Conry watched her go for a moment before taking a bite of his stew. It was good with more meat in it than he expected. He didn't know what kind of meat it was, and he didn't think he wanted to ask. After a few more bites and drinking most of his mead, he started to get worried about Ellery. He was about to call Sally over to ask about her when he heard a loud commotion of laughter in the room that caught his attention. Conry stood up slightly and looked over to the upper left corner to see a table full of men. In the very corner close to the window was Ellery. She had taken off her cloak and was sitting by a young man who had his arm around her. Ellery leaned on him, laughing with a cup of wine in her hand. Conry stood up fully and audibly growled as he felt the wolf inside of him grow agitated. She was supposed to be his, it grumbled. Who was the man who dared touch her? Conry closed his eyes for one moment to steady himself. He pushed down his wolf to keep himself from shifting or waking over and doing something foolish. Once he was sure he could control himself, he opened his eyes and walked over to the table Ellery sat. The man she leaned on was holding her around her waist. He rubbed his hand against her side as he placed a caress on her neck. She laughed as Conry felt the wolf within him come to the surface. He shuddered, trying to keep it subdued. "What do you want?" asked the man who held Ellery. Ellery looked up at Conry and smiled widely. She put down her glass of wine and shoved the man who held her away from her. "There you are," she happily said as she stood up quickly. "I was looking for you before I got distracted by this gentleman." Her words were slightly slurred, and she swayed a little. "Are you in your cups?" asked Conry. "I don't know," she answered with a slight hiccup. "I'm not sure how as I have had less than 3 glasses." She started to walk towards Conry when the man next to her stood up and grabbed her hand. "You cannot go now, miss. We have had too much fun for you to leave me." She looked down at him and tried to shake her hand loose, but I would rather be with him. He is who I really want. "You don't know that," said the man as he pulled Ellery closer. "Let me show you what you want." "Release her now," said Conry furiously. "Why, are you going to make me?" asked the man as he stood up to his full height. Conry could see he was well built. The man probably made his living working long hours, lifting heavy things, or controlling strong farm horses, but Conry was not afraid. He moved closer to the man, his eyes narrowing. He felt his wolf struggling to get out as he started breathing heavily. "I don't think you want to know what I could do to you, sir, if you do not let her go. I am very close to ripping your throat out right here just for touching her. If you try to harm her or force her into anything, when I am done with you, they will find nothing but a bloodstain where you once stood." Conry wasn't sure if it was the words he said, the look in his eyes, or how he spoke, but the man turned ashen as the table around them grew quiet. The man released Ellery, and she stumbled towards Conry. He put his arm around her, and she leaned into him. "We should go," said Conry as he moved slowly with Ellery at his side. "But I got us a room," she said as she dug into her pocket and fished out a key. "My cloak and money are already in there." Conry sighed. He would rather leave the place altogether, but they needed their coins, and he wasn't sure how far Ellery could get in her condition. "Where is this room?" Ellery moved her hand up to Conry's chest. "It is on the 2nd floor at the end. I'm afraid it only has 1 bed, but for what I have planned, I think that will do well." She rubbed his chest and looked up at him suggestively. Conry closed his eyes for a moment as he took her hand off his chest. He led her to the stairs, spotting Sally close by. He nodded to her, and she walked over. "When you get a chance, can you bring a bowl of stew and some water to the room on the 2nd floor at the end? I think my companion needs some food." "And wine," said Ellery as she leaned heavily on Conry. "No wine," said Conry with conviction. Sally nodded. "I will bring what you ask as soon as I can." "Thank you," said Conry as he pulled Ellery towards the stairs. "Why can't I have any wine?" asked Ellery as Conry helped her climb up to the 2nd floor. "You have had too much, and I think it might be tainted in some way." "Who gave it to you?" "Mrs. Roberts," said Ellery as they reached the 2nd floor. "She insisted I drink with her if I wished for a room. I did like it. It makes me feel rather good." Conry couldn't help a small smile. "Be that as it may, I dread to think how you will feel tomorrow. Let's get inside and see if some food and water will help." They came to the room at the end, and Conry took the key from Ellery. He opened the door and grabbed her, bringing her into the room. It was a small room with a bed just big enough for 2 and a small fireplace with 2 chairs. Ellery closed the door behind them as Conry looked around. She came up to him and put her arms around him. "Finally, we are alone." She leaned up and kissed his neck as he looked down at her. He felt the longing he always held for Ellery grow inside of him. His wolf groaned in satisfaction as she pressed against him and her lips brushed his neck again. He leaned into her for a moment, enjoying the feeling of her body against his before he pushed her away gently. "What is it?" she asked as she moved towards him again. Do you not want me? You know I do, Ellery, but not like this, said Conry as she stood in front of him, her hand moving up his chest. Before he could push her away, she leaned up and kissed him. He knew he should resist her. She most likely had no idea what she was doing, but the moment her lips met his, he was lost. His arms went around her as he crushed her against him. She parted her lips, allowing him to deepen their kiss. She moaned as his hand moved up her side. She tasted like sweet wine, and Conry began to wonder if the drink on her tongue was strong enough to affect him. He certainly felt as though he were drunk, but he knew it wasn't on any spirits. He was fully submerged in the taste, feel, and smell of the woman he wanted more than anything else in the land. He almost didn't hear the loud knocks at the door, or perhaps he did, and he wished to ignore them. The noises were continuous, and he could not ignore them. With great effort, he pulled away from Ellery as she growled in protest. His inner wolf echoed her displeasure. She reached for him again, but Conry caught her hand. He led her over to one of the chairs by the fire and had her sit down. I must answer the door as that is your food and water. Stay here and I will be right back. Perhaps we can take up where we left off, she said with a sly smile. Conry took a deep breath as he walked away from her. He answered the door to find Sally with a tray of 2 bowls of stew and a pitcher of water. He took it from her. I saw that you didn't get to eat much of yours, sir, so I thought you might still be hungry. He smiled at her. I am, thank you. He walked over and put the tray down in front of Ellery. She had her arm propped up on the table with her head resting in her palm. She ran her hand over his arm as he passed. Fishing out a few coins from his pocket, he handed them to Sally. Thank you, sir. She turned to go out the open door but stalled. If I were you, I would be gone early. Mrs. Roberts is spitting angry that you dragged the lady up to this room. I think Mrs. Roberts drugged her so she would fall into the same life as many of the women here. I believe she has done this before. Thank you for your warning, said Conry. Aren't you afraid for yourself? Would it not be better if you run from here? No, sir, said Sally with a grin. I am too ugly to be an attraction to Mrs. Roberts or the men. When I was young, my mother told me that it is a curse to be beautiful, and I should be thankful for my odd looks. I don't think you look odd, said Conry. I believe you are lovely. I hope you will stay safe or try to find something better than this. She shook her head with a grin. There isn't much better than this for me, but do not pity me, sir. I have a warm bed and enough to eat. That is more than many who live in this land. Conry felt the same guilt as earlier wash over him. He bowed as he held onto the door. Good night. Thank you for your help. Good night, sir. Make sure the young woman drinks plenty of water. Her head will ache something awful tomorrow no matter what, but the water will help her from getting sick. Sally left, and Conry shut the door. He walked over to the small table where Ellery was clumsily eating some stew. I think this might taste better than anything I have ever eaten, she said with a laugh. Do not eat too fast, Ellery, and drink some water, said Conry as he poured 2 glasses. You will feel better in the morning if you drink plenty. She took the glass and drank most of it in one gulp. I am very thirsty. She went back to eating her stew, and Conry pulled his bowl closer to him. He watched Ellery as he ate. She had a broad smile, and her face looked more relaxed than he had ever seen it when she was awake. He hated that she had been drugged, but he had to admit the simple joy she showed only added to her beauty. He wished she always looked so happy and carefree. Ellery finished her bowl and stood up. She stretched and yawned as she looked over at the bed. Go on and rest if you are tired, Ellery. I can push something in front of the door and watch over it if you are worried, said Conry as he stood up. Ellery walked closer to him. I would rather you come to bed with me. I don't wish to lie alone in a strange bed in some inn I don't know. I'm not sure that is a good idea, said Conry as he caught her hands before they could go to his chest. We aren't going to go through this again, are we? Asked Ellery as she gave him a pout. I know you want me. As I said before, of course, I want you, but you do not know what you are saying or doing right now. Ellery stopped trying to put her hands on him and turned around. She walked to the bed and flopped down, looking angry. I bet you have bedded other women who had a little wine. I have never spent time with any woman who did not know what she was doing, said Conry, feeling a little hurt. And I know what I am doing, but you refuse to hear it, she snarled. She lay down with a humph and almost rolled off the bed. She caught herself, and Conry rolled his eyes. He finished his soup while she lay still. He could hear her sigh every now and then. I saw you were sitting with a woman earlier tonight, said Ellery quietly. Do you wish you were with her instead of me? She sounded pathetic as she put her arm across her eyes. Conry took a long drink of water. and walked over to sit on the bed next to Ellery. You know there is nowhere I would rather be than here with you. She was very pretty, though. I dare say she was beautiful. You must have been tempted. She affected me as much as any pretty woman would, but she is nothing to you, said Conry honestly. I hadn't given her much thought since I saw that man put his hands on you and caress your neck. I wanted to kill him instantly. It was hard to subdue my wolf. Ellery moved her arm and looked up at him. My wolf talked to me louder tonight than she has in a long time. She feels far away from me much of the time, but she did not like the attention that woman was showing you. Conry grinned a bit. And what about you? I think you know the answer to that. My wolf is a part of me, therefore I feel as she does. She only feels more strongly. He couldn't help himself from reaching up and pushing a bit of her hair out of her face. She moved her arm completely and sat up slightly. I don't wish to kill anyone, but if that man did try to do something to you when you are like this, I think I might have seen my threats through. I can't bear to think of another putting his hands on you. I don't even want to imagine you being hurt. Before he could stop himself, he leaned down and kissed her. One of her arms went around him, pulling him down on top of her. Even though he knew it wasn't how he wanted it to be and that he would have to stop soon, holding her and kissing her felt right. It was as if he had gone through his life with a part of him missing, and now he had found it in the woman he held. He finally pulled back and looked down at her. Her eyes looked like they could close at any moment as she smiled up at him. He kissed her gently before rolling off of her and pulling her into his arms. She sighed and rested her head against his chest. They were both quiet in the dim room lit only by the fire, a few dying candles. He thought she had drifted off until he felt her shift slightly. She said very sleepily, I wish I didn't have to give you up, Conry. I think I could easily love you. He kissed her forehead. You do not have to give me up, Ellery. We can take as much time as you need, but you cannot totally dismiss the idea of us being together. She shook her head. I know I am not good for you. Let me decide what is good for me, said Conry. You only have to decide for yourself. I know there is another who divides your attention. She yawned. I do care about him. I have for a long time. I believe I love him. She moved her whole body closer to Conry. She yawned again before speaking as one who was on the very verge of sleep. But he does not make me feel like you do. Conry looked quickly down at her to see her eyes closed. He put his arm firmly around her as he closed his eyes, knowing there was no doubt left in him that he loved her, and somehow he would convince her that she should choose him. Chapter 5. The night wind was awful, and the dampness in the air made it almost unbearable to be outside. Kerwin looked back over his group to see them all huddled in on themselves with the cloaks they wore held tight. Poor Lady Havens was supported by her husband and her niece. Her cough had gotten so bad that she couldn't go more than 5 or 6 steps without having to stop for a second to catch her breath. Amelia brewed up some tea with some mint she had acquired and a few late ripening elderberries she had found in the forest. The tea seemed to calm Lady Havens' cough for a while, but it would always come back. Amelia kept plenty of the tea brewed and mixed it with some wine. It helped, but Lady Havens was now not only short of breath, but a little drunk as well. How much further, Kerwin? Asked Aaron as he walked next to him. We are almost there. You should see the place come into view soon, even as dark as it is. Aaron looked up and tilted his head. Is that it, then? Kerwin lifted his head and nodded as he looked at the half-ruined tower in front of him. It wasn't much to look at, but it would provide shelter with ready beds. The tower had once been a part of a massive estate owned by the ancient Shifter family of Pyrie, but that family had betrayed the Gidlins hundreds of years ago. Their house had been mostly burned down after they were caught when their lands were taken. They were given to distant relatives of the family. It belonged to another branch of the Pyries, but nothing had ever been done on the estate again. Sometimes younger sons or outcasts of the family would reside in the tower. The most recent exile of the Preys currently lived in the tower, and he was a friend of Karun's. Selvin Pyrie may have looked shifty and unreliable, but Karun knew he was actually a good man just trying to make it in the land. He constantly provided information for Kerwin. Usually, Karun paid well for it, but he knew that was only for Selvin's survival. If it came down to it, Selvin would help him for free. Karun's group made it to the front door on the lowest level of the tower. Almost all windows in the building were dark except for 2 on the bottom floor and 1 near the top. Kerwin knocked loudly, hoping either Selvin or the old man who served him would answer. He waited a few minutes as Aaron and Amelia looked at him skeptically. Kerwin knocked again loudly, this time for almost a full minute. Finally, the door swung open. "What use are you, Larny, if you won't even answer the door?" yelled Selvin into the house. He turned, looking angry before his mouth fell open and his eyes grew wide. "Bright one, what in the name of the goddess are you doing here? It is a long story that I am sure you have already heard most of. Let us in, Selvin, and I will answer every question you have. I have some people with me that need to get warm and have a decent meal." Selvin looked behind Carun at the others with him. He looked back at Kerwin and nodded before stepping out of the way. Kerwin walked in with Aaron directly behind him. He entered into a small entry that was dark and dirty. A few swords hung on the wall before him with a torch above them. Kerwin could see many cobwebs between the swords. "Come into the main area. There is a fire there. I can call Larny to get you some kind of food. It may not be anything special, but it will be hot and edible." Selvin led them into a sizable half-circle-shaped room. It was cluttered with old sofas and chairs, dusty books piled high, and crumpled-up papers everywhere. Lord Havens brought his wife to a high-backed chair near the fire. She sat down with his assistants and started coughing. "Perhaps I should have Larny bring some elixir for the lady's cough," said Selvin. "Are there any injuries that need attending?" "I believe we are all well, just exhausted and hungry. All we ask is some substance and a place to stay for a night or two. Maybe some news as well. Give me a moment to arrange everything, and I will tell you what I have heard," Kerwin said. Selvin, "make yourselves comfortable, and move whatever is needed to find a place to sit." "Who is this man?" asked Aaron as he moved a stack of books over to sit on a half-broken sofa. His guards moved to 2 chairs by the far wall. "Selvin Pyrie," said Amelia as she sat in a chair close to Aaron. "You know Selvin?" asked Kerwin. "He often came to speak with my husband. Lord Pharaohs found him amusing and liked to hear all the news the man would tell him." "He is a Pyrie," asked Aaron. "You trust him then?" "I think hundreds of years is enough time to erase the sins of a family, Aaron," said Kerwin as he moved some crumpled paper to the floor to sit in a chair. "Selvin has been a good friend to me. He will not betray us, and I believe he will prove useful in getting word to Lord Cadwin. I take it you would like some word of the Prince and Lady Ellery." Aaron nodded. "If he can help us know the fate of Ellery, I will bear a night or two in a place such as this. It may be a little dirty and cluttered, but it is warm," said Lord Havens from over by the fire. "He says he has medicine for my aunt," said Ayla softly. "I would sleep anywhere to see her well." "I am not so bad, my dear," said Lady Havens with a slight wheeze. "I already feel better sitting down and getting warm. I think a few days of rest is all I need." "Then you shall have it," said Kerwin. He looked at the Havens and wondered if he should leave them there when he traveled on. Perhaps Amelia would stay behind and see to their safety. He would miss her as he traveled, but his main goal was to get to Lord Cadwin's as quickly as he could. After a few moments, Selvin came in, followed by his servant, Larny, holding a tray. Larny was an older man with a hunched-over back. His head was almost entirely bald, with only wispy white hairs on the side. He grunted as he walked forward, placing the large tray on the only clear table in the room. "I will go get some wine and the elixir you wanted, Selvin," said Larny as he turned. He shuffled back out as Selvin started to separate the pile of bowls on the tray. "Come get some stew while we wait for the wine. It is a little thin as Larny had to add some water to make it stretch. He had only cooked enough for him and me. There is enough bread for all. He always makes too much of it." Ayla came up with Aaron and helped distribute the food. Kerwin took his bowl, finding the soup was thin but not unpalatable. The bread was warm and dense. It was the best meal he had eaten since they fled the Havens estate. Lady Havens ate and was given her elixir. Before long, she slumbered in her chair, finally seeming at peace after coughing through many nights. "I would ask what has brought you here, but I believe I know the answer already," said Selvin as he sat back in a chair next to Kerwin with a glass of wine in his hand. "What have you heard?" "There was some sort of skirmish at Lord Havens' estate. It is said he was mistreating his servants and tenants, especially shifters." "I have mistreated no one," said Lord Havens as he got up and walked closer to them so he would not disturb his wife. "I know, my lord, and so do many others, but they had to have some excuse to invade your estate. They could not come out and say they wished to kill the prince." "I don't believe that is why they came," said Amelia. "Oh," said Selvin as he sat forward. "Will you enlighten me then?" Kerwin closed his eyes and tried to steady his breath. His wolf inside of him growled Ellery's name. "He wants Ellery," said Kerwin quietly as he opened his eyes. "He wants to claim her and make her his wife." Selvin's eyes widened slightly. "He thinks he can fulfill the prophecy if he marries her. That doesn't really fit, does it?" Kerwin raised his hands. Who's to say how the man thinks, but what matters is he is desperate to take her. I don't know how he thinks he will force her to marry him. I don't believe I want even to begin to imagine it. Selvin reached over and poured some dark wine into a glass next to him. He handed it to Kerwin. I am sorry, my friend. I know this cannot be easy for you. Have you heard anything about her or the prince, Selvin? Asked Kerwin before he took a drink. Have they made it to Cadwin Manor? I have heard nothing about the prince or Lady Ellery, answered Selvin. I don't believe either is Bane held by Lord Felon, or I would have heard. Emilia nodded. I think Lord Felon would have let everyone know if he had Lady Ellery or the prince. So you have no idea where they are. Are they together? I believe they are together, said Kerwin. We were separated during the fight at the Havens estate, and Ellery said she would get the prince to safety. She was trying to travel to Cadwin Manor, but I have no idea if they made it. And you are afraid to send a message to Lord Cadwin? Asked Selvin. That is probably wise. I know plenty of messages that have been intercepted whether they traveled by bird or man. I am sure Lord Cadwin knows at least some of what happened, said Aaron. If Ellery is not home by now, I bet he has sent out riders to look for his daughter. Kerwin had thought of that as well. He nodded at Aaron. He probably believes she is with you, though, and some of your guards. I should never have left her side, said Aaron. Nothing you can do about it now, said Selvin as he took a long drink. She is a strong one, I believe. I have only laid eyes on her twice, but she struck me as knowing what she was about. Kerwin finished his wine as Aaron and Selvin kept talking. He didn't listen to their conversation as he thought about Ellery and Prince Conry. He knew Ellery was very capable of taking care of herself, and that Prince Conry was not helpless. Still, he would not rest easy until he saw them both with his own eyes. He leaned over and poured some more wine into his glass as he thought of Ellery. Though he knew his first priority and worry should be for Prince Conry, his thoughts were mostly filled with her. He missed her more than he ever had. All those months he had stayed away from her had been agony, but now, knowing they were separated not just by distance but also much more, was almost beyond what he could stand. Every time he tried to tell her to move on as he pushed her away, he knew somewhere in him, he still had some small hope for them. She always said she would not give up on them. Though Kerwin tried and tried to stay away from her, he never could for long. He longed for her always. His wolf demanded her constantly. Now, he had to face the fact that he may have lost her forever. He told her to move on, and it seemed she may have finally listened. Kerwin thought the prince probably helped in the matter. He knew she was drawn to Conry. What do you think, Kerwin? Asked Aaron, causing Kerwin to shake his head. I'm sorry, I was not attending to the conversation, said Kerwin. Selvin says he can get us a couple of horses. 2 of us could ride ahead to Cadwin Manor and bring back some help for the group. Kerwin looked around the group. You could go with one of your guards, or perhaps Emilia would like to ride ahead. I will do as you wish, Kerwin, but I would like to stay with the group, said Emilia. Lady Havens might do better after a rest, but she will probably still need some attention. I would feel better staying with the ladies. I would like to ride to my lord and let him know all that has happened. If you let me know the path you will take and stay upon it, then I could probably ride back within 4 days to retrieve you. I hate to leave you if you think you need my help, though, said Aaron. I think I can manage if you leave one of your guards. Emilia is a good fighter if it comes to it, but I doubt we see much trouble, said Kerwin as he took another sip of wine. If you think it is a good idea, I will leave early tomorrow. Perhaps you could stay here until I make it back, suggested Aaron. Kerwin glanced at Selvin and shook his head. I don't want to stay in one place too long, and I don't like putting Selvin in danger for any longer than necessary. You know you are welcome to stay, my friend, said Selvin. I do not live in fear of Lord Felon. It will be better if we move on in a couple of days, said Emilia. We may not be Lord Felon's main interest, but he might think he could use some of our group to entrap Lady Ellery and our prince. I would hate for him to get his hands on the Havens. We will stay 2 nights to give us all time to rest, but then we will move on. If Selvin has a map, I will show you what paths we will take, Aaron. I have one in the room I use as library and study. I can show you whenever you wish, said Selvin. Let us go now, said Kerwin as he finished his second glass of wine. Aaron will need his rest for his journey tomorrow. Kerwin walked from the room with Aaron by his side. Perhaps I will find Ellery and the prince safe and warm at Cadwin Manor, said Aaron. Kerwin nodded, hoping that would be the case but fearing it would not. After choosing a path on the map, the group dispersed to rooms shown to them by Larny. Kerwin let everyone find their place while he walked back into the main room with Selvin. They sat down, and both poured another glass of wine. I would say you should go get some sleep, Kerwin, but I doubt you are doing much of it these days, said Selvin. How can I rest knowing how I have failed? I can't imagine how my father will react when he knows my shame. I doubt you should feel any shame. You are always too hard on yourself. I am sure you did all you could to keep your prince safe. Sending him with Lady Ellery must have been the only way to save him. Selvin took a drink and looked at Kerwin. Probably saved her life as well. Kerwin nodded. I'm thankful she didn't have a way to get Prince Conry to me and sacrifice herself. I have no doubt she would have done it. Sounds like an extraordinary woman, said Selvin carefully as he eyed Kerwin. Kerwin nodded as he drank his wine. She was extraordinary. She was brave, beautiful, challenging, and more talented than she would admit. He again felt like the most foolish man in Elathia for rejecting her love over and over. If you aren't in the mood for talking, I'm going to check to make sure the others are settled in. Kerwin watched as Sylvan drained his glass and stood. I am sorry, my friend. I am beyond thankful for your help and shelter, but it has been a trying time. Conversation at this moment is almost impossible for me. There is no need for apologies. I can't imagine how hard this is for you. After feeling the bond with the prince, being away from him must be agony. Kerwin nodded, knowing part of his bad feelings was a loss of his duty. He should be by his ruler in this time of danger, but he had been so focused on worrying over Ellery that he had not had time to analyze his worries for Prince Conry. Selvin hesitated before leaving the room. He said quietly, I know you must be worried about Lady Ellery as well. You have told me some of your history with the young woman during our past late-night talks, and while I don't know where you stand with her now, feelings, as you described, do not go away easily. Kerwin refilled his glass. His tongue was always looser around Selvin, probably because they were usually drinking together. I am not sure where I stand with her now either, but my feelings for her have only changed in that they have grown. And now she is alone with a man she is said to be connected with by fate, said Selvin, shaking his head. What a complicated mess. Kerwin shrugged before taking another drink. I knew the moment I first said that woman it would complicate things beyond reason, but although I have tried to deny it, I believe she is worth any amount of complications. That is a change of heart for you, said Selvin. I don't know what to wish you, Kerwin, except that I hope you find a way to be happy and at peace. I'm not sure there is a way, but I appreciate the sentiment, said Kerwin. Go on and check on the others. I wish to be alone for a while. I know my way to my room. Selvin waited a moment more in silence before he finally turned as he shook his head and left the room. Kerwin spent much too long by himself, drinking more wine than he had in a while. His head was full of visions of Ellery. He thought of the many times he had loved her. No one's skin had ever felt as soft. He had never said sweeter lips. No matter how many women he became entangled with, none had ever driven him to the depths of passion that she did. Every sigh she gave sent shudders down his spine. The memory of taking her almost caused him to forget where he was. He needed release, but he could not do it there. Finishing his glass, he hurried from the room, going to the spiral staircase in the heart of the tower. He climbed it clumsily, feeling the effects of the wine and the desire that coursed through his body from his thoughts of Ellery. He made it to the usual floor he slept on and walked down the hall. There were 5 rooms, and he always stayed in the third one from the staircase. In his drunken and passion-filled state, he must have miscounted because when he opened the door, he was not met with his usual simple, empty room, but the sight of a half-dressed Amelia standing in front of a small fireplace. She was in her thin undershift with an old shawl draped around her shoulders. The light from the fireplace illuminated her figure through the material, showing her desirable curves. Kerwin automatically moved towards her. She was not who he wanted, but she was lovely. He had memories of loving her from long ago. She was the first woman he ever felt any inclination for, and in those throes of first young love, he found much pleasure from Amelia. She stepped forward towards him, a worried look on her face. Before she could speak, Kerwin grabbed her and kissed her forcefully. She struggled for one moment, and he felt a pang of guilt and shame. Before he could pull away, she settled into their kiss, her arms going around his neck. He pressed her further against him as one of his hands moved from her waist up to her small but firm breast. He moved down to kiss her neck, knowing he would soon be too far gone to turn back. Picking her up and taking her to her bed would be so easy. It would help sate the desire that ran through him. He could not have the one he loved and wanted, but Amelia would be a good distraction. She said his name quietly, her sweet voice tickling his ear with her breath. A wonderful distraction indeed, but just that. He forced himself to pull back, taking his hands off of her and turning around. She deserved better than what he had to offer. She was a beautiful, good woman who had been through too much already. To use her in such a way as to give him a few moments of half-pleasure was wrong. "Kerwin," she said uncertainly. "I'm sorry, Amelia. I didn't mean. I came in here by mistake, and I." She moved towards him with her hand out. "You don't need to say anything further. I know I am not who you really desire, but that has never bothered me. If you need me, I am here. I am not unwilling. I cannot do this to you." Kerwin could not look at her. He knew the soft look in her eyes would undo him. "I am afraid my head and heart are full of another, and all I would see is her as I loved you." They were both quiet for a moment, and he heard her shuffle a bit as if adjusting her shift and shawl. "You must do what you believe is right," she finally said. "But do not think you have to protect me. I am wiser to most ways of this land than you may ever be, and I know how things are." She moved closer to him, putting her hand on his arm. "I care about you very much. I always have. You know it because I have never been shy in telling you. I am here for you however you need me. I am used to taking what I can get, and I will be satisfied with whatever you give me, even if it is loving me with another woman in mind. I may sound pathetic, but at this point in my life, I don't care." He finally turned and looked at her. "You are worth so much more than this, Amelia. I wish I could make you see it, but at the very least, I don't want to make you feel less." She smiled a little and took her hand away to pull her shawl closer to her. "You could never make me feel less, Kerwin. You are one of the few people in Alathia who has always made me feel equal." He shook his head and looked at her. "Then I have done you wrong because you are beyond equal to me. You are above me in every way that matters. Go to bed, Kerwin, if you can find it," she said with a small laugh. "I would help you, but I am afraid I would stay with you, and I don't think that is what you want or need tonight." He walked to the door and opened it. Before walking out, he looked at her as she watched him. Perhaps she wasn't what he wanted, but he knew he needed her in his life. Chapter 6. If she thought she was miserable traveling before their time in the small village the day before, it was nothing compared to what she was enduring as they walked from the place in the early morning light. She kept her head down, trying not to lose what little breakfast she had eaten before they left their room at the inn. Her head was pounding, and her stomach was unsettled. She had barely drunk 3 glasses of wine, but it felt as though she had spent half the night drinking. Conry told her he believed Mrs. Robinson tainted the wine as the old woman tried to trap Ellery into a life working in the inn. She carefully glanced over at Conry to find him looking at her. She looked back down quickly and had to stop walking. She put her hand against her as her head swam and her stomach clenched. She doubled over, hoping not to vomit. She felt a hand on her back. "You should drink some more water," Conry said as he gently rubbed her back. "I think it might help." Ellery slowly stood up and held out her hand. Conry handed her the water skin. She shakily put it up to her mouth and took a few sips. The burning in her throat was eased slightly. She drank a bit more and felt her stomach settle though her head still pounded. "We can find a place to rest in the trees if you need to," said Conry with concern. "I can keep going." Ellery handed him the water skin back, trying not to look at him. She didn't remember much from the night before, but she had flashes of memories that made her cheeks redden. She had a feeling she had thrown herself at the prince. She knew she had kissed him and touched in him ways she had been trying to avoid. But, as much as she always wanted him, she did not need to lead him on. She didn't think it had gone much further than kisses, and she knew it was because Conry had stopped her. She cut her eyes towards him to find him still looking at her. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt him, and she was afraid he was already too attached to her. He talked of not giving up on having a future with her, and while a future with Conry sounded much better than just tolerable, she was afraid she would do nothing but disappoint him. She was terrified of becoming his and the land's downfall. "I should never have left you alone at any point in that place," said Conry. "I knew I should have gone with you to speak with that woman. It wouldn't have helped. She would have distracted you with a few pretty young women, and the outcome would have been the same. I should have been more careful and not accepted some wine from a woman like her." "You think I could be distracted so easily?" asked Conry. Ellery gave him a slight grin. "From what I remember about last night, I saw you spend more than an unsubstantial amount of time speaking with a beautiful young woman. I think it is what drove me to spend time with those you found me with." Ellery thought Conry would laugh it off, but his expression grew dark. "I did speak with that young woman for a time, but it was not what you might think. Her story was not a happy one." Ellery sighed as she rubbed her head. I doubt many if any of the women who work in that place have a happy story, Conry. I do not look down on them, but most women do not end up working in that position unless they have to. Elathia is not a kind land, said Conry. Has it always been so harsh, or has it grown worse since Lord Felon took over? There will always be those who are hurt in the land, Conry. Unfortunately, no matter how good of a ruler you are, there will be those who work to take advantage of many in a weaker position. I do think things have gotten worse since Lord Felon killed your father. He has destroyed so many ordinary villages that many are looking for anywhere they can be safe. The powers of the Silver Palace seem content to let people suffer and die. Perhaps they prefer it so they can truly eradicate all the ordinaries they can. Things cannot go on like this, said Conry. Everyone will suffer high and low if we destroy a whole group of people. Ordinaries are needed in Elathia just as much as shifters and magic users. I agree, said Ellery. That is why we must get you to safety in Cadwin Manor. Soon, we will call all our allies together and work to regain your place on the Silver Throne. Then you can begin to make things right. Ellery, we can make it right. I cannot do this without you. I serve as your first advisor, and I will not abandon you, said Ellery with a nod. She took a deep breath, hoping the cold morning air would help clear her head. You will most definitely serve as my first advisor, but I have decided you will be much more than that to me, said Conry with confidence. Ellery snapped her head over to look at him, causing it to pound as a fresh wave of nausea gripped her. Your Highness, she started, but Conry cut her off. I will not argue with you about it, especially when you are not feeling well, but I know one day you will stand by my side as my queen. You sound very sure of yourself, grumbled Ellery as she looked down. Confidence has served me well so far. Only because you are a spoiled prince raised by a childless couple who gave you almost anything you wanted, said Ellery. Then you were introduced to some pretty young women who had only a few thoughts in their heads, the foremost being able to say they spent a few moments in pleasure with the future king. You are probably right, but the fact is, I am used to getting what I want, and I don't wish to stop now. Especially since I have never wanted something so bad in my life. He glanced over at her with a wicked grin. She rolled her eyes. I am not sure if you are serious or you are trying to take my mind off of my current condition. He moved closer to her. Perhaps a bit of both, my dear. He took her hand and pulled her gently to his side. I am very serious in wanting you, but I am not as confident as I sound. I suppose last night must have given you some assurances, said Ellery with a sigh. She leaned on him slightly, finding his support helped. You were not in your right mind, said Conry softly as he looked down at her. Besides, I don't think attraction between us has ever been the issue. She silently agreed. Ever since they had met a few months ago, she had shown him many times just how much she was drawn to him. Between their caresses, touches, and even an intimate moment, there could be no doubt she wanted him. I don't think it will do much good for us to speak of it this morning, said Conry. You are not feeling well, and I do not wish to hear you go on and on again how you would never be an appropriate queen for me. I suppose if you wish to speak more about the real reason you hold back from me, you could, but I am not sure I am in the mood to hear about him. Ellery knew she was in no condition to even think about Kerwin, let alone talk about him. Just saying his name to herself caused her head to throb worse. I know you aren't much for silence, Your Highness, but if you will indulge me for just a small amount of time this morning, I would be grateful. Conry smiled down at her. I don't mind being quiet for a while, Ellery. I have some rather nice recent memories to keep my mind occupied. She felt her cheeks redden again as she tried to move away from him. I am sorry. That was unkind, but I could not resist a bit of teasing you. I will stop now as you are not at fault for your condition. Let us walk quietly for a time until we are well away from the village. Then we can find a nice area amongst the trees to rest for a while. Ellery should have argued that they should keep going to get to Cadwin Manor as quickly as possible, but her stomach rolled again, and her head swam. She nodded slightly, and they continued in silence. As she opened her eyes, the first thing she noticed was her head felt much clearer. The second thing she realized was that she was unbelievably thirsty. Sitting up slowly, she looked around to find she was alone by the small fire she had built earlier. She picked up a water skin next to her and took a long drink before looking around for Conry. The area around her was quiet except for the wind that would gust, making a howling sound through the close trees. She stood up and stretched before turning towards a part of the woods. Conry, she said in a voice slightly louder than normal. She walked towards the edge of the trees and peered in. Seeing a bush that looked slightly pushed aside, she entered the trees, thinking that perhaps Conry had gone that way. She walked on through the thick trees, having to shimmy between a few and step over some dense growth. She looked all around her as she moved, trying to see a glimpse of his light brown hair or hear a crunch of his boot on the forest floor. She kept moving forward, hearing or seeing no one. She wasn't sure if more clouds had moved in or the trees were getting even denser, but everything around her seemed to grow darker. She was about to turn around and find her way back when she thought she heard the sound of two people talking close by. She moved towards the noise, catching her skirt on briars and small fallen trees as she was less careful about where she stepped. She moved between two trees and took a step back, hoping she hadn't been as loud as she feared. Up ahead, she could see a large road, and on the road were several men on horses dressed as Lord Felon's soldiers. She stayed close to a tree, peeking her head out enough to observe. Two men talked and laughed together as their horses' tails twitched. While she was watching, several more men rode up and said something, but she couldn't make it out. They appeared to be reporting to one man who nodded. She slowly backed away, trying not to make any noise. She had to get back to her small fire and find Conry. They needed to leave the area as quickly as possible. She kept moving backward as silently as she could until she passed at least 4 rows of trees. She went to turn when she felt a strong pair of hands grab her upper arms. She nearly cried out when she heard Conry whisper into her ear, "You saw them, didn't you?" She nodded as she slowly turned around. Conry stood in front of her bare-chested with his shirt slung over his shoulder. He pulled her into a hug before continuing to speak quietly, but frantically. "I was out running through the woods for a bit when I heard them. They didn't see me. I went back to look for you and was worried out of mind when I found you gone. I was afraid they had found you." She pushed back gently and looked up at him. "No, I found them. I wasn't as careful as I should have been, but I don't think they heard me. I'm sorry I left you. I just felt a need to shift for a bit and get out of my head. It was stupid. I left you vulnerable and alone. I didn't plan to go far, and I thought we were safe being so far from the Silver Palace." He hugged her again. "I'm so sorry, Ellery. I would never have forgiven myself if something had happened to you." "I'm fine, Conry, but we need to get out of here," Ellery said as he let her go. "We need to get back to our fire and pack up our things." He nodded and slipped his shirt back on. They walked back to their fire together as they tried to step carefully. Once they arrived, Ellery quickly threw things in their bag as Conry stamped out the fire that still smoldered. Once they were done, Ellery said, "I think we should shift. We can move much faster in our wolf form. We will have to be careful and try to stay in control so we know where we are going. We can move south for a while before continuing to the west. It shouldn't be too hard to find our way. Are you feeling better? Can you handle this?" asked Conry with concern. "I am feeling much better," said Ellery. "I am starving, but there is no time to eat. We will stop at nightfall. I can handle my hunger until then. We could hunt on the way, and you could eat," suggested Conry. Ellery scrunched up her nose and shook her head. She wasn't sure if it was because she wasn't a full shifter, but she had never been able to eat as a true wolf would. The idea of devouring a freshly killed animal without cooking it even as a wolf disgusted her. "Perhaps we could make a kill or two, but I would rather wait until we shift back to cook it properly." "Very well," said Conry. "We should get going." He began to pull off his shirt. Ellery turned around. "Once you are shifted, I will ask that you do not look so I can undress. I will pack our things and put the bag around you." Conry said nothing in return as she continued to face the other way. After a moment, she felt a brush of fur against her fingers. She looked down to see a large gray wolf looking up at her. She nodded to it, and it turned, showing her its back. She quickly undressed and packed her and Conry's clothes into their bag, having to work to make it all fit. She hurriedly fixed the bag around Conry's wolf, shivering in the late fall air. She closed her eyes, trying to speak to her inner wolf. It was not always easy for her, especially in the daylight, but being so close to Conry kept her wolf closer to the surface than was usual. She felt it growl within her as she concentrated. Soon she was looking at the world through different eyes, her wolf making a slight noise as she moved up even with Conry. The gray wolf turned to look at her, and she felt her instincts heighten. She was aware of everything about him. She fidgeted a bit with her front paws as he leaned to brush against her lightly. She could smell him mixed in with the sense of damp ground, rotting leaves, and evergreens that surrounded her. Knowing they could not linger, she looked away from him and took a deep breath. Finding her balance, she sprung forward, turning towards the south into the forest. She heard Conry following behind her, and he soon caught up with her. As they ran through the trees, she felt more connected to him than ever. She was reminded of the night of his moon crowning. She looked over at him as they ran, feeling the pull towards him more than ever before. She worked hard to overcome the instincts and feelings that ran through her as they ventured south. She only hoped she could gain control over herself before they stopped for the night and shifted back. Chapter 7. The sun was almost down when Ellery stopped close to a stream, deep in the forest along the southern border of Elathia. Conry stood still beside her as she looked around. She turned one way and then the other, her russet-colored fur brushing his, making him close his eyes in a mixture of satisfaction and agony. Spending the day running across the land with her was pure elation. In his wolf form, he was aware of her like never before. Every time she would nudge him or look at him as they ran, he would feel his need to claim her become stronger. Her scent nearly drove him insane with desire. For so long, he had doubted the prophecy stating she was destined to be his, but after knowing her and feeling the effect she had on him, he could no longer dismiss it. It didn't really matter if the prophecy was true or not. What mattered was he wanted her more than anything or anyone he had wanted before. He had plenty of experience with desire, but what he felt for her was beyond anything he felt in the past. She felt like such a part of him that he was afraid he would never feel complete unless she agreed to be his. He was already hers, and he knew it. There would never be another he could truly belong with because, almost without even knowing it, he had given his heart and all that he would ever be to her. He knew it should be a scary situation. She could easily dismiss him and take off with all that made his life worth anything, but he was not afraid. It was natural to feel as though he belonged to her, that to try to deny it would only cause him pain. He knew he could not control her decisions or actions. She seemed so set on dismissing any chance of them. Though she said it was because she was not worthy of him, he thought it might have to do more with Kerwin and her feelings for the man. If only he could get her to talk to him. If she was in love with Kerwin and had been for some time, why were they not truly together? It was obvious to him that Kerwin cared for her. He knew Kerwin held back due to his duty as the bright one, but surely a woman like Ellery would have moved him to throw all tradition aside. If Kerwin loved her even half as much as Conry already thought he did, then the man could not have denied it. She would already be his, and Conry would be lost. Ellery turned to him in her wolf form. She nodded, and he understood her. He turned away, so his back was to her, waiting in silence. Before long, he felt human fingers against his coarse fur as Ellery worked to take their bag off his back. He knew he shouldn't, but he could not help himself. If she noticed, he would blame his wolf's nature. He turned slightly, seeing the side of her naked form in the moonlight peeking through the clouds overhead. She was breathtaking, and everything in him wanted to shift immediately and take her into his arms. Instead, he closed his eyes and turned away. "I will go dress over by a nearby tree so you can shift and put your clothes on," said Ellery. "I will not go far." He gave her a few seconds to walk off before shifting himself. Finding she had pulled out his clothes for him, he quickly put them on his human form, realizing how cold it was as the sun was almost gone. After putting on his boots, he searched for some substantial sticks for a fire as Ellery walked towards him. She watched what he was doing for a moment before lifting her hands. "I'm feeling very well this evening, and if you stand back, I will make sure we have substantial cover and warmth tonight," she said. Conry moved back and watched in wonder as she moved around with her hands waving. Sticks, leaves, stones, and moss flew towards her so fast that he barely had time to register what was happening. It seemed like only a few seconds passed before a nice shelter made up of materials from the forest stood in front of him. Ellery gave him a grin before she pushed some moss aside to walk inside. Conry followed her, entering into a space tall enough he could stand and wide enough he could lay down with room to spare. There was already a place for a fire in the center surrounded by stones. A large pile of sticks and leaves lay in the middle with a slight opening in the shelter overhead. Ellery lit the sticks with a touch, and a strong fire caught. The hole above the fire was perfectly made to funnel the smoke to the top and out into the night sky. Conry sat down across from Ellery and watched her as she held out her hand. Their bag came flying into them, landing next to Conry. "Search through our things and find the food and drink we bought from that shop in the village. I could do with a small glass of wine, I think." "You are sure after this morning?" asked Conry as he picked up the bag. She smiled at him. "I told you I feel particularly well, and I think I will need the wine to help me settle." Conry stared at her for a few moments, noticing that her bright green eyes almost seemed to glow in the dim space. She had a slight smile on her face as she looked back at him, and it made him squirm a little where he was. He put his attention on the bag and pulled out some apples, dried meat, and the wineskin. He looked up from the bag to find Ellery had moved to sit beside him. He started for a moment, having not heard any signs of movement. "What did you find?" she asked. He held up the meat, apple, and wineskin. She grabbed the wineskin and took a long drink. You should probably eat as well, said Conry. You haven't had much all day. She nodded and took some meat out of his hand. I meant to look for some small game to kill, but my mind was too occupied as we traveled. I completely forgot. He watched her as she bit off a piece of her meat and took another drink of wine. He gave her a small smirk and asked, "What did you think about that caused you to be so distracted?" She held out the wineskin towards him, and he took it. She took another bite of her meat and looked thoughtful as she chewed. I do not shift very often, and my wolf has a strong mind of her own. It takes a lot of my concentration to control her. He tried to keep his smile from widening. And what was she so intent on doing that you would not allow? She said nothing, but she looked at him up and down in a way that he could easily guess the answer she wished to give. He took a swig of wine and picked up some meat. He ate it quickly as he watched her move on to an apple. She took a few bites before again picking up the wine and taking a long swig. That won't last us past this night if we keep drinking it, said Conry as he finished his meat. She handed the wineskin to him and shrugged. I believe I know where we are. I think we are easily within a day's walk of a good-sized village. We can stop there tomorrow night and find a place to stay. We can buy whatever we need before we leave to continue. Conry took a sip of wine as she finished her apple. She threw the core into the fire and moved closer to him. He felt his desire grow as she brushed against him as she settled. He swallowed hard as she took the wineskin from him. Aren't you afraid we will run out of coins? He asked, trying to take his eyes off of her but failing. We will have plenty. From the village, we can travel somewhere. I know we will be safe and get whatever supplies we need, she said after taking a drink. Where would that be? My aunt's house is north of here, nestled into the Red Forest. From there, we will have less than 3 days to travel to Cadwin Manor. If she is at home, she can probably take us there in an instant, but I know she travels much this time of year. She handed the wineskin back to him and laid her head on his shoulder. You can finish that off if you like. He felt like his whole body was on fire with her against him. He always desired her, but there was something about being in wolf form that heightened that feeling. He remembered it from the night he received the moon crown. He could not stop himself from going to her that night, and he felt even more unable to control what he felt for her at the moment. He finished the wine and looked down at her. You are very warm. It has made all these cold nights almost bearable, said Ellery. He put his arm around her and pulled her completely against him. Are you cold now, my lady? I thought it was rather warm in here, but it might just be me. She looked up at him. I am not cold, but I do enjoy being close to you. I probably shouldn't say it, but I always enjoy being in your arms. He turned slightly and leaned down as she leaned up. As their lips met, Conry felt that feeling of complete surrender come over him. He felt as though he had drunk much more wine than the wineskin could ever hold. As her lips parted, he deepened their caress and pulled her up on his lap. He could taste the apple and wine on her tongue, but beyond that was something much sweeter, a taste that was all her own. He craved more and more of it. One of her hands went under his cloak and onto his thigh. It rubbed lightly against his pants, and he groaned against her lips. One of his hands close to her waist worked its way up until he caressed her breast over her dress. She shifted, so she straddled him, pulling her dress up as she moved. He released her lips, and she raised her head. He kissed her neck, his tongue flicking out to taste her skin. She moaned as she moved her hands to bury them into his hair. His kisses went lower as his hands moved to her back. He searched for the ties to her dress to undo them. Finding them, he clumsily pulled at them while kissing the top of her breast. She moved against him, and he thought he might not be able to take the tension that had built inside of him. He wanted relief, and he knew he would only find it in her. Conry, wait, she said breathlessly. You know we cannot do this. He growled as he leaned up to look at her. His arms around her tightened their hold. Why? Do not tell me you do not want me because I will not believe it. She kissed him gently before leaning back. Of course, I want you, but it is not wise. I cannot give you all you want. I will only end up hurting you if I take this any further. She tried to move out of his lap, but he held on to her. He leaned forward and kissed her fiercely. She did not resist, leaning into the kiss as her hands went up to his face. She pulled back and stroked his cheek as she looked at him with a sad smile. Ellery, why are you so worried about what might happen a year from now or even a few months down the road? I am not some child who does not know what he wants. I am content to have you for as long as you will allow. If I do lose you to another, I would rather have a wonderful memory of loving you than many regrets of lost chances. Those are pretty words, Conry, but you do not mean them. I may not have known you long, but I believe I know you well. You have hidden your heart behind jests and shallow feelings, but I know how good you really are. You love boldly and free. If I tie myself to you any further, I am afraid of how badly I might hurt you. You are loved just as freely and strongly, if not more, said Conry fiercely. I know you would never do anything with the intention of hurting me, so I am letting you know now that I do want you, Ellery. I want you forever, but I am willing to take what you can give me. I know there is another you feel connected to, and you will need to make decisions. I am not asking you to make that decision now. I am only asking you to give us a chance. He said her lips and then her neck. Let me show you how wonderful we could be together. I want to show you how much I already feel for you. She shook her head and pushed away. He could see tears in her eyes, and he pulled her back to him. He shifted her so she would be more comfortable against him and held her while she cried. He said nothing as he gently kissed her forehead and cheek. She settled eventually, and he reached up to move the hair out of her facing and wipe some tears from her cheeks. My father accused Kerwin of being a coward, she said shakily. I'm afraid it is I who is the real coward. I'm also weak and foolish. You are not, said Conry gently. You might be the bravest person I have ever met. I owe my life to you. But I live in so much fear, Conry. I am scared of never living up to who I am supposed to be. Whether it is the daughter of the great Lord Cadwin, your first advisor, and even the Queen, I know I will fall short in everyone. You are much too hard on yourself. You are so brilliant and good. I don't think there is anything you couldn't do. I have you fooled then, she said. She tried to move from his lap, but he held on to her. Tell me how you have fooled me because I don't see it. You have been brutally honest with me at times, said Conry. I kept my feelings from Kerwin a secret from you. I said him and loved him on our journey. I had every opportunity to tell you about the two of us, but I kept it to myself because of fear. Conry sighed and moved a bit more of her hair behind her ear. Tell me about him now then. She pulled back a bit and looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? Tell me about you and Kerwin. Explain to me how you met and how you came to love him. Why aren't you together now? I am not sure what good it will do, she said quietly. I think you already know why we aren't together. I want to hear it all, Ellery. I am interested in everything about you, and I know he is important to you. Talk to me, Ellery, please. She took a breath and nodded. She slid from his lap as he let her go. She pulled her legs up, making sure her feet were tucked under her skirt before folding her arms and holding them against her. I saw him first when I was barely 11 years old. My mother was killed that year, and I spent much of my time by myself. Kerwin's uncle and father came to Cadwin Manor to speak with my father, and Kerwin came with them. They let him play on the back lawn while they talked. He found me sitting in a tree branch as I read my mother's favorite book and cried. I am sure he found me very uninteresting at first. I was a young girl with wild hair wearing a grass-stained dress, but he climbed up to the branch when he saw that I was crying. He asked me about my book. I ended up telling him about my mother. He told me his mother had died not long after his brother was born. Before he could say much more, his father called him back to the house. I saw him several more times over the few years, but we weren't allowed many conversations. I had a strict governess who taught me etiquette, and she believed young girls should not speak with young boys. Kerwin was usually in the company of his father, who was also very strict. It was not until I was 18 and allowed to be in mixed company that we had any real conversation. It was at the spring festival celebration held at my home that I first danced with him. I thought he was the most handsome man I had ever seen, and he appeared to be transfixed by me, though I don't know why. The moment he took my hand, I felt a pull towards him. She laughed a little. You might have guessed that I am an adventurous and curious creature, and I had said a few young men before that night. I had done a bit more than that and might have done more had not Aaron always interfered. He has always been like an annoying older brother, always watching me too closely. Conry grinned at her. He might annoy you, but I know you value him. He cares about you very much. I know you love him. She smiled. I do. I love him as much as anyone could love their true brother, but at the time, I mainly felt annoyed with him. At the spring festival, he was distracted by some lovely young women. I took advantage of it and went for a walk with Kerwin out into the forest. He told me about his uncle how had died a few years back, and how he didn't know if he could truly be the bright one. I told him about how I felt inadequate as Lady Ellery, the next first advisor. We always had an easy time talking with each other. He said me in a clearing in the woods. The sky was cloudless, and 100 stars were overhead. It felt like the moons shined down on us as we said that night. I would have let him go as far as he wished, but he eventually pulled back. He told me we couldn't go any further because of who we both were. He was the bright one and could have no wife or children. I was Lady Ellery, destined to be queen. She sighed. That prophecy has always haunted me. I wanted no part of it, as you well know. I let him walk me back to the house, annoyed that he would presume I couldn't separate a night of passion from falling in love. Still, I thought of him long after that night. I saw him again when he came to speak with my father. He tried to leave without seeing me, but I walked with him out to the road. I don't remember how, but somewhere along the way, he said me again. We shared many says the next few months. He wrote to me, and I wrote back. No one thought much of it. We would be bound together soon as we worked to put you on your throne. He came to the Fall Moon Festival that year at my father's house, and we snuck off into the woods again. This time he did not hold back. After that, we found ways to meet often. He would come to the house when my father was away, and we would spend our days and nights together. I was allowed to travel to my aunt's, and he met me there. She was not at home, and Aaron was called back to my father, leaving some young guards to protect me. Karun and I took every advantage of our time together. It was there that I first realized I loved him. The night before my aunt returned, I told him because I was a fool. That was the first time he told me I must forget him. He said we could not see each other unless it was official court business. She wiped a tear from her cheek. He told me he did not love me because he could not love anyone. He would forget me, and I should forget him. She shook her head. I cried for days over him. I even told my aunt. She was so good for me, letting me blubber on about how it was all unfair. I left for home, determined to forget him, but it was not to be. I felt so connected to him that I could never get him out of my mind. It seemed he felt the same, and we met many more times out in the land. He told me over and over again we had to stop, but still, we met. Finally, a little under 9 months before I traveled to the Havens estate, Kerwin came to my home to deliver a message to my father. My father was away, and Kerwin went to leave. He stayed because I offered him supper. I gave him a room to spend the night before he left the following day. I tried to ignore my urge to go to him, but I went to his room. Before I could go back to my own, he opened the door, and we made love. I thought he might finally claim me, but as always, he pulled back. I was angry. I was tired of being rejected by him, as I truly felt he was the one for me. He told me to forget him and to move on. I refused, and he would not change his mind. I left angry, but I knew I loved him, and he loved me. I thought I would never meet another who could make me feel as he did. Conry was quiet as he watched her wipe her cheeks again. He heard the pain in her voice as she told their story. He knew there were many details she left out, and he was grateful for it. As much as he wanted to know everything about her, he did not relish the idea of hearing about another man loving her in detail. So now you see how foolish and weak I am. I gave myself over and over to a man who obviously didn't want me. I tried to force him to bind himself to me, and even now that I know I should be ashamed of my feelings, I can't help but still love him. Conry reached out and took her hand. You are not the fool in that story, Ellery. Karun is the idiot who did not claim you when he had the chance. Do you not see how wonderful you are? Any man in this land would not hesitate to claim you if you gave him a chance. She gave a half smile. Any man, but the one I thought I wanted. He pulled her hand up to his lips and said it. You still haven't explained why you think you are a coward. She took her hand away from him and looked down. Haven't you already guessed? You must see that I am one. She looked away. I'm terrified of being with you, Conry. You know that I want you, but I am so scared of what will happen if I let myself love you. What are you most afraid of? He asked quietly. She turned and looked at him. That I won't be able to let you go. I am afraid that if I tie myself to you in such a way, I will fall so in love with you that I won't be able to pull myself back. He laughed a little. You are afraid of the very thing I want more than anything else in this land. But don't you see what a disaster I would be as your wife and queen? I already can barely handle being the first advisor. I find myself distracted constantly by a man who has told me repeatedly he doesn't want me, and I can't even work up the courage to either love you or leave you alone. How can I help you rule Elathia when I can't even rule myself? You don't think I have doubts about being king? Asked Conry. I may have known my whole life I was destined for it. I may have even fooled myself into believing I have accepted it, but I don't know if I can do it. There is so much wrong in Elathia. So many people have suffered because of what is happening in the Silver Palace. How can I be the man who makes it all better? But you won't do it alone, said Ellery. You will have your advisors and Kerwin. And you wouldn't have to depend on yourself if you were my queen. We could rely on each other. She sat back a little, placing her hands on the ground behind her. Conry watched her, wondering what was truly going through her mind. He finally scooted so he was against her and put his arm around her. I would never abandon you, Ellery. If you do find that you truly want me, I will claim you in a second. I know it is not official, but I already feel claimed by you. Nothing in this land could keep me from your side. She looked at him as more tears fell from her cheeks. It's hard, Conry. I think in 1 second I know what I want, but in another my mind fills with doubts. He pulled her so that she rested her head against his shoulder. Then I will be patient and help you figure it out as you help me learn what it means to be king. Yes, she said in a breath. Now, I know you are tired, and I am as well. We can rest now and wake up early. Hopefully, we can find this village you told me about while there is still light out tomorrow. A proper inn, no matter how small, will be a luxury at this point. She nodded and sat up from him. He packed up the few things they had out while she lay down by the fire. Once he had the bag closed, he moved to her and lay down next to her. She moved into his arms and lay her head against his chest. Rest well, my love, he said as he kissed her forehead. You shouldn't call me that, she quietly said as she closed her eyes. If it bothers you, I will not, but I can assure you it is the truth. She snuggled into him. It does not bother me, but I still have doubts if I am what you need. Let me worry about what I need, and you focus more on what you truly want. You deserve to be happy, and I will see that you are. Conry held her close as he closed his eyes, wanting nothing more than to make sure Ellery never had to feel pain and disappointment again. Chapter 8. It felt like the sun would never shine again, and Kerwin supposed it was fitting. Since they had left the Havens estate, he had rarely seen the sun peek through the cloudly skies, and he hadn't seen it at all for the 2 days they had traveled on from Selvens. He looked around at his small, ragged group, hoping they would meet a party from Cadwin Manor sometime soon. He wished even more that those who came had news of Ellery if not the woman herself. He would give anything to see her before him, smiling at him with her hands on her hips. If he closed his eyes, he could see her before him, her dark red hair blowing in the wind. He could imagine going to her and taking her into his arms. Her lips would be soft and warm as they met his. He licked his lips, remembering what hers tasted like. He flexed his hands at the thought of her smooth skin under his fingertips. As he thought of what it was like to hear her soft voice say his name at the height of passion, he stumbled on the road. Are you well, Kerwin? Asked Emilia as she walked forward to be by his side. He nodded without looking at her. It was hard for him to meet her eyes after the first night at Selvens. He knew he had been very close to drunk if not entirely there, and going to her had not been his original intention. Still, he had almost used her in an inexcusable way. It was bad enough that he had paid women in the past to try to get his need for Ellery out of his head. To take someone as good as Emilia and use her only for his temporary pleasure was out of the question. You can speak to me, you know, said Emilia with a small laugh. You do not need to be embarrassed. I am not embarrassed. I am ashamed, said Kerwin with a huff. There is no reason for shame either. You didn't mean to stumble into my room, and I know you were not in your right mind. Should I feel shame in that I didn't demand you leave instantly? She looked behind her before continuing quietly. I would have let you do much more than kiss me if you wanted. I suppose I should be sullen and quiet as well. It was I who grabbed you. It was I who was full of memories and lust for another woman. I almost used you badly as some way to relieve my lust. I care for you too much to have gone so far. You are too hard on yourself. I am a grown woman who has been through much worse than a few kisses from a drunken, good-looking man. You do not need to protect me, Kerwin. He turned to look at her and say more when he was interrupted by Lady Ayla walking up to his side. I don't mean to bother you, said Ayla in a timid voice, but my aunt is very tired. Could we stop and have a bite to eat? Kerwin turned to look at her, and she cowered as though he would scream at her or worse. He felt a little guilt at her fear even if she had unwillingly helped Bren Farrow in his scheme to take Ellery. She did not mean to cause problems. She was just a silly young woman. He tried to think of how Ellery would want him to act in the situation. She would wish him to be kind and forgiving. Of course, we can stop, my lady. There looks to be a clearing up ahead. We can take lunch there. Thank you, said Ayla as she fell back to be with her aunt and uncle. She didn't mean to help Bren, Kerwin, said Emilia. She feels very guilty about it, and is very worried about both the prince and Ellery. I believe she is very fond of Prince Conry. They carried on with some sort of affair for a time. It is no wonder, two young people, in the same house for so long, but she always knew it could not be. I am sure she has feelings for him, but our prince could never choose her. I suppose he could not, said Emilia. Though if they were in love, I would say it is cruel to keep them apart. I would think you would understand it better than most. If only that were the case, said Kerwin without thinking. If the prince had deep feelings for Ayla, Kerwin would not worry about him being alone with Ellery. He looked at Emilia. I do believe Prince Conry cared for the woman, but he did not love her. She was just a distraction from boring days cooped up in the Havens estate. The poor girl. It is no wonder she fell under Bren's spell so easily. She must desire very much to be loved by someone. If she thought there was a chance a man from such an old shifter family could want her, it must have made her feel special. It should have put her on her guard, said Kerwin, his voice rising in anger. Emilia shook her head. You do not know what it is like to feel unwanted, Kerwin. Sometimes you go looking for love and acceptance wherever you can find it. She walked over to the Cadwin guard, giving him a small smile. Kerwin walked faster towards the clearing. He wondered if he made Ellery feel unwanted all those times he pushed her away. Surely his actions spoke louder than his words. He always came back to her because he wanted Ellery more than anything in his life. He wished to be with her more than he wished to be the bright one, which was very wrong to say. He fought with himself for years, trying to put her out of his mind and heart, but he could not do it. She was more to him than anyone or anything ever could be. He should have known from the beginning that he would always choose her. They ate a quiet lunch huddled around a small fire that one of the Cadwin guards lit. Each one had their cloaks tight to their body, some moving to try to generate more heat. Kerwin looked up at the sky, seeing the dark clouds. He wondered if it was cold enough to snow. Rain would be bad as well, and he thought they might need to find some sort of shelter before too long. He glanced at everyone in his party. The Cadwin guard looked tired but able to go on. Ayla seemed restless and scared. Kerwin felt guilty anew at the terrified look on her face. He gave her a slight grin, hoping it would alleviate some of her misgivings, but she only looked confused as she glanced behind her. The Havens sat close together as Lord Havens rubbed his wife's arms. Her cough was much better, but she still appeared weak. He knew they needed to get to Cadwin Manor soon for her sake. At last, his eyes fell on Emilia. She gave him a small smile that made him smile back. She looked so calm, like she always did. He felt a sense of steadiness come from her, and it gave him a little reassurance that they could make it. Deciding they needed to move on in case it did rain later in the day, Kerwin started to pack up their meager supplies. Emilia put out the fire as Lord Havens helped his wife to stand with Ayla's help. The Cadwin guard took the bag, and they started walking slowly towards their eventual destination. Emilia made idle chit-chat with him, talking of some of their childhood adventures together as the others followed them closely. She said something that made him laugh as he felt someone touch his other arm. He looked over to see Lady Ayla staring at him. I don't mean to interrupt, but I believe I saw someone up ahead in the trees. I could not get a good look, but I think it might have been a palace guard or someone dressed like one. I don't think he is alone. Kerwin stopped walking, and they all gathered close together. Are you sure, Ayla? Asked Emilia. We have been walking for quite some time, and you must be tired. Perhaps you are seeing things. No, Lady Pharaoh, I am sure I saw someone up ahead. They were on a horse and moved quickly behind the trees. Kerwin looked over at the guard. Come with me. Emilia, you stay here and watch over the others. If something happens, run as fast as you can into the trees. I will find you later. Kerwin and the guard crept through the trees. He could not see anyone, but he had a feeling something was wrong. He didn't know if it was his heightened senses or that Ayla's warning had unnerved him. We should shift, Bright One, said the guard in a whisper. We will be able to tell if someone is about in our wolf form. Kerwin nodded, feeling a little foolish that he had not thought of it. They both darted to different close trees. Kerwin stripped quickly, putting his clothes in a neat pile at the base of the tree. He shifted into his large, white wolf and walked back to the path he was on to find a dark brown wolf waiting for him. Kerwin walked ahead a little and sniffed the air. He caught a whiff of those he was traveling with, Emilia's scent being the strongest. He was about to turn the other way when he smelled something else. It was someone who was not of their group and not just one person. There were a few mixed in. He glanced back to see if the guard picked up on it as well when he heard a growl ahead of him. He looked forward to see two small light brown wolves running towards him. Kerwin gave a loud growl and ran forward. The first one leaped at him. He turned to the side, his large paw striking out, sending the small wolf flying. The Cadwin guard cut off the other before it could get near Kerwin. The guard took the wolf by the neck and shook it before throwing it to the side. As Kerwin watched, he heard the sound of horses running towards him. He looked up to see 5 men with swords charging at him with 2 large wolves at their side. Kerwin and the guard stood side by side, bent down and ready to leap at the right time. As they waited, he saw something out of the corner of his eyes. It was a small, light brown wolf low on her paws, ready to pounce. Kerwin shook his head at her, wishing she had listened to him and stayed back with the havens. She gave a low growl that he knew meant she would do as she wished. When the horses and wolves were close enough, all 3 sprung up off their paws. Serwyn caught one of the rider's boots, dragging him from his horse. The guard managed to spook another horse, causing it to rear up. Emilia jumped on one of the wolves' backs, quickly taking it down by latching onto the back of its head and rolling it over. Kerwin stepped aside as another rider swung a sword at him from on top of his horse. Kerwin turned and jumped up, his teeth sinking into the man's upper leg, causing him to lose his sword. Kerwin snapped at the man's horse, and the horse ran away in fright. The injured man was not able to hang on and he fell from the horse onto the ground. Kerwin saw the Cadwin guard was fighting with the other large wolf while a man on a horse was circling Emilia. He moved to help her when he realized one of the riders had dismounted. He came at Kerwin with his sword raised. Kerwin turned to meet him, hoping he could dodge in time as the man swung down at him. The blade was stopped by another. Kerwin turned to see Ayla holding his sword, blocking the man. The man looked at Ayla, shocked for a few moments before his eyes turned cold. He threw her back and advanced towards her. Kerwin gave a low growl before jumping up on the man's back. He took him down, quieting him forever by sinking his teeth deep. Kerwin looked up at Ayla and motioned with his head back towards where she came. She picked up his sword and shook her head. He gave an annoyed growl and kept by her side. There was one more rider to go. He moved towards Kerwin and Ayla with his sword out by his side. Kerwin pushed Ayla one way as he went the other. The man seemed confused on who to strike for 1 second, which was enough for Kerwin to take advantage. He snapped at the horse's head, causing the animal to buck wildly for a moment. While the rider was caught off guard, Ayla raised the sword and hit the hand that held the rider's sword. He swore and dropped it as Kerwin grabbed his leg with his teeth. He pulled the man down off his horse before quickly disposing of him. Kerwin licked his lips and looked around. Emilia was moving towards him, and the Cadwin guard was standing over a large dead wolf. Kerwin looked at Emilia and then Ayla. He was about to run to his clothes so he could shift when he heard more riders approaching. He and Emilia advanced in front of Ayla as the guard fell back to join them. All 4 waited, ready to try to face what they must, when a familiar figure came into view. Aaron, riding a large chestnut horse, rode towards them with 15 of Lord Cadwin's guards. They stopped in front of Kerwin, Aaron looking around at the carnage. "We have been tracking these palace guards for some time. I was afraid they would find you before we could, but I guess I worried in vain. You seem to do just fine on your own." Kerwin nodded as Aaron dismounted. "I have brought some horses with me for all of you. We can make the ride back in a day if we hurry. I hope you will accept our help," said Aaron with a slight smile. "I think I can speak for all of us when I say we will go with you with much gratefulness, Aaron," said Ayla as she lowered her sword. Kerwin glanced back at her, trying to smile as best a wolf could. He nodded and made his way back to his tree so he could quickly change. He had much to discuss with Aaron and hoped the man brought news of Ellery and the prince. Chapter 9. Ellery woke up to weak light coming in through the cracks in their shelter. She still rested against Conry with his arms around her. She carefully looked up at him to find him asleep. Raising her hand, she lightly caressed his stubble-covered cheek, not wanting to wake him. He looked so at peace as he slept, and she knew if either of them could find good rest, they should. She spent a few more moments in his embrace, wondering if she should try to go back to sleep. As she took her hands away from his face, she saw how filthy they were. Her face felt raw from her tears the night before, and she imagined it was streaked and dirty. She carefully worked her way out of Conry's arms and thought about how to clean herself. Sitting up, she considered the stream that was close by. The water would be cold, but she could gather a bit and heat it over a fire. It would take some work, but she could fashion a makeshift bowl using magic out of what vines and leaves were around. She almost made up her mind to do it when she remembered something about the area. She wondered if any were close by. She put a few more sticks on the burnt-out fire before her and relit it with a touch so Conry would have some warmth. Standing up, she looked down at him. She hoped he would sleep while she was gone as she didn't plan to take long. She exited the tent and walked over to the stream. Bending down, she put her hand in the water. It was cool but not as cold as she expected. That gave her some hope. She looked upstream and saw that it ran down a hill. Glancing once more at the shelter where Conry lay, she decided it wouldn't hurt to take a short walk. If she could find what she was looking for, it would benefit them both. She followed the stream up the hill, noticing the terrain was becoming rockier as she climbed. When she reached the first narrow plateau of the hill, she saw that two short waterfalls ran side by side down some rocks. She checked the waterfall she could reach and found the water icy. She wondered if the other was the same. She continued up the hill until she came to the top. There she found that the cold stream was there, the water flowing amongst the many rocks. On the other side of the stream was a pool of water next to a large rock. She could see the steam rising from it, and it made her smile. She made her way over the stream, carefully jumping across a few wet rocks until she landed on a large one. There she looked around and saw no one. She took off her cloak before reaching behind and untying the back of her dress. After pulling it down and stepping out of it, she took off her boots. Standing up, she gave one more glance around as she pulled her shift over her head. She laid it on top of her discarded dress and huddled down, feeling the cold morning air hit her bare skin. She carefully sat down on the large rock and placed one of her feet into the water. The water was very warm, almost hot, but it was not unbearable. Taking a deep breath, she pushed off the rock and into the deep pool. She sighed as the warm water surrounded her, making her feel instantly relaxed. The pool was very deep, and her feet did not touch the bottom. Erin had taught her how to swim long ago, and she treaded water around the pool before stopping and splashing some water on her face. Deciding there was only one way to make sure all of her was clean, she took a deep breath and plunged her whole self beneath the surface. The water was hot on her face, so she quickly popped up, feeling a bit of shock as the cold air hit her exposed skin. Laying back, she floated on the warm water, enjoying the feel of it on her body as it soothed her sore muscle. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the small bit of sun that was showing itself through a break in the clouds as it rose while she listened to the soothing sounds of the nearby stream. She was almost in a doze when she heard someone clear their throat. Her eyes flew open, and she plunged most of her body underwater, causing her to cough as some water went into her mouth and up her nose. "You do not need to drown yourself. It is only me," said Conry as he looked down at her with a smile. She tried to cover herself with her hands, wondering how much he could see through the water and steam. "I was hoping you would sleep longer, but I guess I have lost track of time. I was worried for a moment, but now that I have found you, I can't say I am sorry you left if this is the result." He laughed as she shook her head. She regained her sense and smirked at him. "You should come in and clean yourself as well, Your Highness. The water is very refreshing." His smile faded for a moment before he bent down to take off his boots. "If that is a challenge, then I accept, my lady." She shrugged. "It is a large pool, and you can stay well on the other side. I will turn until you change and enter. You think I will just keep away from you? I am an excellent swimmer, and I believe I can outlast you in the water. You should be warned that you will not be able to touch. I hope you can swim." "I can," said Conry as he pulled off his shirt. She turned around and waited for a moment until she heard the splash of him entering the pool. She looked over and saw him on the other side, treading water near a large rock. "I hope it is not too warm for you, my prince," she said as she ran a hand through her wet hair. "Not at all. I enjoy hot baths. I hope you do as well." "Why do you care what temperature of baths I like?" asked Ellery as she made sure to keep herself well under the water. "Because I hope to share another with you one day in a much smaller tub than this. I would like for us both to be comfortable." She rolled her eyes and then laughed at him. "You laugh now, but one day you will see," he said before he took a breath went underwater. She waited for a moment for him to come back up. When he did not, she began to get worried. "Conry," she loudly said as she looked over. She almost swam over to his side when he popped up much closer than she would have liked. "Damn," he cursed as he wiped his face. "The water was too warm for me to keep my eyes open." She scoffed as she splashed water in his direction. "This isn't very princely behavior." He gave her another half smile. "But it is, as I am a prince, so whatever behavior I show is princely behavior, even if it isn't proper." She shook her head at him and swam back towards where she entered. "Where are you going, Ellery?" asked Conry. "I think I am done if you are going to act so. I will just have to get my shift wet by changing in the pool since you won't behave yourself." He sighed. "I will not have you wet and uncomfortable all day. I will be good, I promise. Stay a few moments more with me. The water is much too nice for you to leave just yet." She turned and smiled at him. "Very well, but only if you promise you will keep well turned around when I do decide to leave." She realized he had seen almost all of her, but she still wanted to keep some level of decency between them. You have my word, my lady. I swear it on the crown I shall wear. She nodded and settled into the water. How far is the walk to the village you spoke of yesterday? Asked Conry as he leaned against a nearby rock. We can make it a few hours after lunch if we leave in the next 2 hours or so, answered Ellery. If we shifted, we could get there in half the time, remarked Conry as he splashed some water on his shoulders. Perhaps, but I do not think it is wise. We might get off course or become distracted. He gave a short laugh. True, but I would not mind the distraction. You said you would be on your best behavior, chided Ellery. I am only speaking the truth, but I will not go further with any talk of what distractions I like. You are correct, my lady, we should not shift. We will have a pleasant walk together. Then we can reach my aunt's house in a little more than 2 days. We are nearing the end of our journey and will be ready to get back on track seeing you to the silver throne. Ellery threw her head back, letting her hair get wet again. When she came up, she ran her fingers through it, separating her curls and trying to get all tangles out. I suppose having a soft bed and real roof over our heads will be nice, but I will miss having you all to myself. It is selfish to think that way, though. Your poor father must be worried sick about you. If the others have made it, I can't imagine how they will feel. My father knows I am resourceful and able to take care of myself. As far as the others, Aaron will worry about me as he always does. Kerwin will be missing you more than me. Conry humphed. I doubt that very much, Ellery. He has a special bond with you. He is charged with protecting you. He is probably in agony thinking he has failed you. I am sure he is beating himself up over it day and night. She knew Kerwin would see what happened at the Havens estate as at least partially his fault. Conry was quiet for a moment. I wonder how it will work. How will what work? Asked Ellery. Kerwin being my protector while you stand between us. Before last night, I held nothing against the man, but now that I see how he hurt you, I find myself very angry at him. You must not blame him for my mistakes, Conry. He never promised me anything. She should never have spoken of Kerwin to Conry. The last thing she wanted was to come between them. He led you on by continuing to seek you out. If he truly wished to not take things further with you, he should have let you be. I sought him out as well. She paused and gathered her thoughts. Perhaps we both made mistakes with each other. If you are mad at Kerwin, you should be angry with me as well. I could have chosen to deny him at any time, but you told him how you felt. He knew you loved him, and he continued to find ways to be with you. I may have taken things too far with Ayla, but if she had told me something like that, I would have broken off our relationship entirely. Ellery did not like thinking about Conry and Ayla. Whatever he might say, she knew Conry had some feelings for the woman, at least while they were carrying on. We will not agree on this, Your Highness. All I ask is that you do show some grace towards Kerwin. You need him by your side as you save Alathia. You being angry towards him will only hurt the land. I suppose you are right, but I cannot promise at some point that I will not let him know how I feel about the way he treated you. Conry moved away from the rock a bit, his arms moving through the water. What do you think he would do if you and I did end up together, Ellery? I'm not trying to pressure you. I am only curious. He would accept it even if he didn't like it. He is above everything, the bright one, and he will do his duty. She asked the following question without thinking it over. What would you do if I chose to be with him, and he accepted it? I honestly don't know. I know it is a possibility, but at this point, it is hard to see a future for me without you by my side as queen. Maybe I will make it one of my duties to find you an appropriate bride, then, offered Ellery. I will work to see you to the throne first, but I will keep an eye out for a good woman who could turn your head and serve the kingdom well. He stared at her for a moment with the wicked smile on his face that she knew well. He slowly swam closer to her, and she stood her ground, not wanting to back down from his challenge. When he was only a few feet from her, he stopped. He treaded water, keeping his eyes on her face. You can try if you like, but it will be difficult to find any woman other than you who can turn my head at this point. He slowly looked her up and down before he disappeared under the water's surface. Chapter 10. Trying to keep their conversation light after the heaviness of the night before, Conry teased Ellery much of the day as they walked towards the village she said was ahead. He thought he probably annoyed her many times, but she laughed enough to encourage him to keep at their playful conversation. He loved the sound of her laughter. It was light and almost musical. He believed there was much he would do to see her smile and laugh. The day passed quickly in such a merry way, and they came to the outskirts of a good-sized village a few hours after lunch. Stopping by a gate to a pretty house, they looked at the town in front of them. There was much laughter, chatter, and music coming from the village center. Conry could see decorations of wreaths made out of cornstalks and leaves on every door and some hanging on ropes suspended between buildings. Pumpkins with candles on top of them were on many doorsteps and along the path that led into town. "Conry, has it been at least 2 weeks since we left the Havens estate?" asked Ellery as she looked out at the village before them. Conry took a moment to think it over. "I believe so, or at least very close to it." She looked at him and smiled. "I believe it is time for the moon of the harvest festival then. It is a full moon tonight, isn't it?" Conry shrugged. "I don't know. I haven't seen the moon very often on our travel lately. It has been so cloudy. But last night, it peeked through and had to have been close to full to give such light," said Ellery happily. "It must be that the last full moon of the fall starts tonight. Everyone in the village is celebrating." "Should we move on then?" asked Conry. "Will it be safe to go into town?" "It should be perfectly fine. Everyone will be having too much fun to notice us. If there are any guards from the Silver Palace, they will be distracted by good drink and the idea of finding someone to spend this night with. I only hope there is a room left in one of the inns." Conry slowly smiled as the realization of attending a real village festival came over him. "So, can we attend the festival? We will get to see some of it." She took his hand and nodded. "We can see as much of it as you would like. Come on, let's see if we can secure a place to stay first. I want to make sure I look presentable before we see too many in town." They walked into the village, finding a tidy-looking inn towards the edge of town. Ellery thought if any inn had any rooms left, it would be far away from the village center. She was proved right as the place had one room left. Conry paid the price of the room, the innkeeper assuming they were a young married couple. Neither Conry nor Ellery corrected him before making their way upstairs. Their room was not large, but it was clean. The bed was pushed against the wall and could easily hold two. A fire was already burning in the fireplace with 2 chairs in front of it. A pitcher of wine sat on the table between the chairs, and Conry poured himself a glass as he sat down in front of the fire. Ellery moved to the small vanity in the room and looked at herself in the mirror. He drank his wine and watched her as she ran her hand through her hair. "I have lost the ribbon I had earlier, so I will not be able to braid my hair. I'm afraid I will have to leave it down and look quite wild." "I like your hair down," said Conry as he took a drink of his wine. "I think it suits you very well. My face is much cleaner than earlier. Usually I would use some powder and paint to look proper for the festival, but I don't think it is necessary for a simple village party," said Ellery as she looked at her face in the mirror. "You don't need anything to make you look beautiful. It would only take away from your natural beauty," said Conry honestly. "Now, stop worrying about what you look like and come have a drink with me before we go out. You can tell me some of what to expect tonight." They sipped some wine as Ellery told him about the one time she had attended a moon or the harvest festival in a village. She said there would be a banquet in the town center. There would be a procession through town with many villagers in costumes just before nightfall, and then the candles would be lit all over town as the local priest said a blessing. The night would end with dancing outdoors under the moon. After they both drank 2 glasses of wine, Ellery stood up. "If you wish to see the town procession, we will need to leave now. I am not sure how good of a place we can find to stand, but we can try." Conry put down his glass and walked over to the mirror. He checked that his hair wasn't too out of place and that his face was clean. He had not shaved in some time, and he almost had a full beard. He smoothed down the stubble that grew on his cheeks and chin with his hand. "I should find someone who can shave me or pick up some supplies to do it myself. I am not sure it is necessary," said Ellery with a slight smile. "It helps hide your identity from anyone who might guess who you are." She walked closer to him and touched his cheek. "I rather like it as well." He leaned into her hand for a moment before straightening up and offering her his arm. "Then I will let it be for a while, my lady. I will not worry about it tonight as I plan to just focus on enjoying the evening with a beautiful woman." She took his arm and leaned on him. "Then I shall try to find you one." He shook his head and laughed as they walked out of the room together. As they neared the center of the village, the crowd grew. It seemed the whole town, and probably all who lived anywhere in the vicinity, were gathered around the very center. Women wore pretty dresses under their cloaks. Men had on nice shirts, and the children all looked freshly scrubbed, cleaned, running around in what was probably their best clothes. Conry kept a firm hold on Ellery as they moved through the crowd. He noticed that most young women had on a crown of fall flowers with ribbons on their heads. They came to a space with many carts set up where men and women sold all kinds of things for the festival. Conry walked up to a young woman selling flower crowns. He looked over them until he found one that had white chrysanthemums with yellow pansies woven into a dark green vine. It was finished in white and yellow ribbons, and he thought it would look lovely against Ellery's hair. After pulling out some coins and paying for it, the woman handed it to him. He turned and carefully placed it on Ellery's head as she bent down slightly. She raised up and smiled at him. "It looks as wonderful as I thought," he said as she took his arm. "I hope it is not the only crown I ever see you wear." She swatted him lightly with her free hand before standing on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. "Thank you for the present. I feel very festive this evening." Before they went on, she reached up and took one of the chrysanthemums carefully from her crown. She fastened it on the clasp of his cloak. "There, now you are marked as my partner for the festival. If I lose you in the dancing, I will have claim over you again when I find you." He laughed as they slowly walked on. "I don't think you will lose me at any point. No matter where I go, I cannot keep my eyes off of you, so I will always be close by." She shook her head with a laugh as they maneuvered between different people standing together, trying to get to a place they could see the procession. They finally found a small area between two couples near the edge of the town square. Conry squeezed his way in, bringing Ellery along with him. He positioned her just in front of him, placing his hands on her hips so she would stay with him in the crowded space. A loud blast of two rustic horns blown by two men heralded the start of the procession, and Conry couldn't help but be excited. The only moon of the harvest celebrations he had been to were at the Havens estate. They were polite dinners with nearby families. Some dancing was had after the meal, and Conry met a few young women who entertained him, but there was nothing compared to the excitement around him. One of his arms went fully around Ellery's waist as he held her close. She leaned into him and turned her head. "The procession will feature people dressed as the gods and goddess, principal people in our history, and maybe even some important people of the land," she said as Conry bent down to hear her. He nodded as the men with the horns walked by. They were followed by several men dressed in dark shirts and pants. They had on large masks. Some of the masks had sad expressions, while two were of wide smiling faces. One was made to look scary, and the another angry. He recognized them as the gods they worshipped. The men bounced around the edge of the crowd. Some frightened small children while others made people laugh. A few of the smiling ones took ladies' hands and made grand courtly gestures. Conry laughed as one bowed before Ellery. Following the men in masks was a slender woman dressed in a long white gown. Her hair was down and flowed almost to her waist in loose curls. She did not wear a mask, but her face was half hidden by a white veil. Her eyelids were painted a bright yellow, and she kept her eyes cast up, looking at the sky that was becoming filled with clouds. Conry knew she represented the moon goddess. He followed her procession as he could not help but think of his time in the northern temple when he received the moon crown. A man ran in front of them, making Ellery back into him further. He caught a whiff of her hair that smelled like a mixture of the flowers she wore and the smoke from the fire earlier. He held her steady with his arm, his hand making small, slow circles against her side. There were many more people who passed in costume. Conry knew some were dressed as his ancestors as they wore long robes and crowns. A couple had on wolf masks, representing his family's shifting abilities. He saw them all, but he was mostly focused on the woman in front of him. He felt the desire he had for Ellery that always sat in the depth of his chest start to grow and spread throughout his body. He was very aware of the feel of her against him. At one point, she put her hand on his arm that held her, moving her hand until it interlocked with his. Emboldened by her actions, he leaned down and kissed the side of her face. She gave a contented sigh that made him wish they were alone somewhere he could kiss her properly. He was about to see if they might slip away together when he heard boos coming from the crowd. He looked up to see a man dressed in dark green with a large, ugly, angry mask. In front of him was a man holding a crown. The man in the mask chased after the man with the crown, never able to grab what he wanted. "I think that is supposed to be Lord Felon," said Ellery as she turned to look at Conry. Conry watched as the man in the mask tripped and fell, the crown always out of his grasp. He laughed with the rest of the crowd. "I believe you are right, and a good depiction as well." She smiled at him as they both turned to see the last person in costume coming down the road. It was a broad man wearing the mask of a gray wolf. On his head was an impressively large silver crown. He held a long scepter that matched the crown. "Conry," said Ellery as she squeezed his hand, "I believe that is supposed to be you." Conry watched as the broad man walked by. He looked over at him and Ellery and bowed slightly. Those around them bowed and curtsied, so he and Ellery did the same. They watched the man go until the others around them started moving forward. Ellery turned around to look at him. It is time for the lighting of the candles, and you will want to find a place to see it. She looked around until she spotted a large crate by a closed shop. There, she said. She grabbed his hands and pulled him along towards the crate. He hurried along, smiling at her enthusiasm. Once they got to the crate, he picked her up by the waist and placed her on it. She held out her hand, and he took it to climb up next to her. They stood together and watched as all the townspeople got into place, holding small lit torches. There was a long blast of the rustic horns, and everyone lit the candles that stood on pumpkins throughout the town. The village that was almost surrounded in darkness as the sun was nearly set suddenly came aglow in hundreds if not thousands of candles. 10 large torches were also lit around the town square, and many people cheered and clapped. Conry, at first, watched the candles before looking down at Ellery. Her beautiful green eyes were glowing in the candlelight and fire that surrounded them. She had a look of wonder on her face, and it added to her natural beauty. He stared too long because she eventually looked up at him. He grabbed her hand and brought her close to him. He stared into her eyes as she lifted her hand and put it on his cheek. It was so strange that he wanted her even more than before every time he was near her. He thought several times his growing need for her was at its peak, but each day showed him what a fool he was. He didn't believe his love and desire for her would ever stop growing. New room would be made within him for it to expand, filling every part of him. He leaned down and softly kissed her as her hand moved slowly against his cheek. It was a very chaste kiss compared with others they had shared, but it might have been the one he would remember more than many of the others. She pulled back with a large smile on her face. We should go get some food at the town banquet. I know I am starving, and we will see dishes that we haven't in a long while. He nodded and helped her down from the crate, jumping down behind her. They moved with the crowd to many long tables that had been pushed up against each other, making one line of food that extended from one end of the town square to the other. They filled their plates and took them over to one of the many round tables set up on the edge of the town square. Conry left to grab them some drinks as Ellery started trying the food on her dish. By the time he came back, he noticed she seemed to particularly like the way the potatoes were cooked because not only were hers all gone, but most of his was missing as well. He handed her a cup of meat as he sat down. Before he started to eat, he took the last of his potatoes and put them on her dish. She grinned at him before eating them quickly. Once they were done with their meal and drinks, the music started. They stood up so others could eat and made their way towards the space set up for dancing. He thought to ask her if she would like to dance with him when a man took her hand and gave a bow asking her to dance. She looked at Conry before she smiled and let him lead her to the dance floor. Nothing looked nefarious about the young man, who probably just wished to spend a moment dancing with a beautiful woman, but Conry watched him closely as he put a hand on Ellery's waist before taking her other one. Conry was distracted by a pretty young woman moving near him. I don't think I've ever seen you around here before, she said as a man moved past her making her bump into Conry. I am visiting the area for the festival, said Conry as he put a hand on her arm to steady her. Do you have family here? I might, he said with a grin, not wanting to give too much about himself away. Ashamed of them, are you? I understand it. I wish I did not have to claim my oath of a brother, but there is no helping it as he will lead our village someday. I guess you better stay on his good side then, said Conry with a small laugh. Or get out of here before he takes over, said the woman with a sly smile. I know it isn't proper for a young lady to dance, but I have never been known for my manners. I assure that is not true, said Conry. Let me ask you before you scandalize anyone within earshot. Please dance with me, Miss Mary, she said as she took the hand he offered. Who I am accepting, good sir. Colin, he said, quickly deciding it would not be a good idea to give her his real name. Very well, Colin, I will dance with you at least for this one song, said the woman. They danced, and the young woman proved to be an interesting partner. She made him laugh several times. They moved close to Ellery, and he saw that she watched them through much of the song. When the music stopped, he tried to go to Ellery to claim her for the next dance, but she was taken back to the center of the floor by a large, dark-haired man, and an older woman claimed his hand. Again his partner proved interesting even if she wasn't as lovely and young as his first. She was good at conversation, and he had to be careful to no reveal too much. By the time the song ended, he could not find Ellery. He moved off the dancing space to get a drink, trying to find her. He finally spotted her with 2 young girls who twirled around, their skirts flying. She danced with them, trying to keep up with them and the fast beat of the song. Conry watched her as he drank his mead, revealing in her joy and the lovely blush that had spread upon her cheeks. When it was over, he took her a mug of mead, meeting her halfway. She drank the mead quickly, breathing heavily from the effort of her dance. "Are you having fun?" she asked as she put the mug down on a nearby table. "I am. I have always wanted to see how others celebrate festivals. And you had a very pretty partner for your first dance. I believe you found her quite amusing," said Ellery as she looked out over the couples dancing. "She was charming and had one of the prettiest smiles I have ever seen." "Perhaps, in a different time, I might still be basking in her smile," remarked Conry as he finished the drink in his hands, putting his mug next to Ellery's. "If you wish to know her better, don't let me stop you. I know my way back to the inn." He could tell she was attempting to keep her voice light, but there was an edge of jealousy to it that made him laugh to himself. "Who would you bring back to that room? You surely wouldn't wish to go by yourself," said Conry as he looked around the crowd. "I see several young men looking at you. I believe you could easily have most if not all of them in any way you wished. There are many who have pleasant features and one or two who I would dare to call very handsome, but they do not hold any attraction to me." "Why is that, my lady?" asked Conry quietly as he moved closer to her. "I am not sure. Maybe it is because I spent too long being entertained by a prince," she whispered back. Conry noticed the music had stopped and moved on to a slower song. "Dance with me, Ellery. There is nothing I want more than to hold you in my arms." He held out his hand to her. She placed her hand in his, and he took her to the edge of the dancing space. He wrapped his hand around her waist, pulling her close as he took her hand gently. As they started dancing, the wind picked up around them. He knew the temperature had dropped considerably, but he was not cold. As he held Ellery close, he felt a heat flow through his body. "I believe it is about to rain," said Ellery, moving her hand slightly on his back. "I am sure it will hold off for this one dance. We can leave and make our way back to the inn after this. It is a shame, though, because I like dancing with you. I wish we had the opportunity for at least a few more songs," she quietly said as she leaned against him. "I hope we will have many opportunities in the future. I wish one day to open every festival in the palace with you in my arms." He expected her to shake her head or admonish him, but instead, she laid her head on his shoulder. They danced together in silence until the music stopped. A low rumble of thunder made everyone start to move fast to pack up food and supplies. Conry took Ellery's hand and started walking through the crowds, hoping to get to the inn before the skies opened up. It was not a fast trip as the crowd jostled them. She was bumped into him several times as he put his arm around her to keep her from falling. He held her close as they made their way towards the outside of the village. The wind was strong and the thunder more frequent as they got to the edge of the crowd. Once they were out of the main part of the village, they found themselves mostly alone. Ellery stopped to adjust the skirt of her dress, and Conry moved his cloak to the proper position. He looked at Ellery as she moved her hair off her shoulder. Her hands went to the flower crown she wore to adjust it. The wind gusted, and her skirts and cloak flew around her. Her hair was lifted off her shoulders as she took a deep breath of the night air. He reached for her without saying a word, pulling her to him. His hand went to the back of her head, and he pulled her in for a kiss. There was no resistance from her as she passionately kissed him back, her hands going around his neck and up into his hair. They both finally pulled back as the first drops of rain landed on their heads. Ellery gave one of her wonderful laughs as she grabbed his hand. They ran together towards the inn as the rain started to fall. They managed to make it through the door before they were completely soaked. The first floor of the inn was full of people laughing, drinking, and even dancing. No one paid attention to Conry or Ellery as they hurried up the stairs to their room. Once they were inside, they quickly took their cloaks off before moving together to continue what they started outside. Their kisses were not hesitant or tentative. They were the hard, passionate kisses of two people who knew what they wanted. Conry's hands wandered over Ellery's body, one finally cupping her breast over her dress as her hands moved down his lower back. He slowly moved her back towards the bed. By the time they reached it, he found the ties on the back of her dress and started undoing them. She reached behind her back and finished for him, taking her arms out of her dress and letting it fall to the floor. He looked at her for a moment in her thin shift that did nothing to hide her body underneath it. He could see her pert nipples and the curve of her slender waist. He bent down to take off his boots as she sat on the bed to untie hers. When he was done, he sat down next to her and put his arms around her, kissing her lips as one of his hands worked to raise her shift. He finally found the soft skin of her upper thigh, and he moved his hand slowly up towards her center. She pulled back from him and gave him a seductive smile before leaning on him as she pulled up his shirt to find the ties to his pants. She pushed against him until he lay down on the bed while she worked to undo his pants completely. He reached down to help her, raising up so she could pull them down. She gave him one look before he watched her take him into her mouth. He lay back with a groan, his eyes closing at the sensation. He did not wish to think how she was so skilled at what she was doing, and he didn't have the capacity. He enjoyed her workings as he buried his hand into her thick hair. She could have easily finished him off quickly, but he struggled to hold back, wanting to do so much more with her. He finally put his hand under her chin and gently raised her head, knowing there was not much more he could take. She moved on top of him as his lips went to her neck. He flipped her over, so she was lying on the bed, and he was hovering over her. He had wanted to taste her since the night of his moon crowing. He said his way down her throat to the tops of her breast as he raised her shift. He kept moving down until he was between her thighs. He teased her for a bit, kissing the inner part of her thighs as his hands moved around her SX. She moaned and arched up before his mouth found her center. She gasped his name as his tongue moved against her, and his finger went to her entrance. He felt her hand against his head as he pleasured her. She was tight and wet against his finger, and it made his arousal grow. He reached down to stroke himself with his free hand as she moaned his name. He ached with want for her, and he could not wait any longer. He said his way back up her body, taking her shift with him until he pulled it over her head. He leaned up to look down upon her. She was beyond beautiful. He knew he would never forget how she looked lying on the small bed with her dark red hair splayed around her. He took her nipple into his mouth for a moment before he kissed her lips as he positioned himself to enter her. "Conry, wait," she said quietly. He felt his stomach drop, fearing she would pull away from him. "Are you sure?" she asked as she looked up at him. "Am I sure?" he said with a laugh, not believing she could doubt how sure he was. "I don't know if I can give you what you ultimately want. I don't know what the future will hold. I am not worried about the future tonight, Ellery. All I want is you. I will ask nothing more. I want no promises, just a chance to love you if it is what you want. I do want you, Conry. I am not sure I have ever wanted anything more. That is all I need," he said before she leaned up to kiss him. He reached down to position himself at her entrance. He kept kissing her as he slowly entered her. She lay back with a moan, and he leaned down to kiss her exposed neck. Once he was buried within her, he started to move, his hands on her hips. Never had he felt anything as wonderful as loving Ellery. The pleasure itself was overwhelming, but combined with the bond he felt with her, pushed him beyond simple desire to something he couldn't describe. He looked down at her as he loved her, taking several opportunities to run his tongue along her neck. The wolf within him wanted nothing more than to claim her, but he held him back. She was not ready to give him everything, and he would never force her. He would be content with just this perfect night if that is all he ever got. It was worth much more to him than every night he had ever spent with other women. He felt her fingernails sink into his back as she tightened around him, and he could tell she was close to reaching her peak. He was not far behind. He thrust further into her as deep as he could, moving faster against her. She pulled him down and buried her face into his neck as she said his name. She arched up and shuddered as she came to the height of her pleasure. He moaned her name as he felt his tension build to the point he could not hold back, and he released deep within her. He groaned with pleasure before she looked up and said him. Thrusting a few more times, he finally lay still on her, propping himself up slightly with his hands. She stared at him with a contented smile on her face before he rolled off of her. She turned with him and laid her head against his chest. After catching his breath, he reached down to pull the blankets from underneath them so they could be covered. Ellery shifted a bit until they were both settled. Conry was exhausted and more content than he ever had been. Ellery looked at him with tired eyes, and he leaned down to kiss her softly. "I love you, Conry," she said softly. "I don't know if we can ever be what you wish, but I want you to know that there is no doubt in me that I do love you." He kissed her forehead. "That is enough for now, Ellery. I hope to find a way to gain your full trust and show you that you are more than enough to be my wife, and more, but even if it is never to be, I will never regret spending one moment with you." She sighed as she settled against him, and he held her tightly. "Good night, Your Highness," she said with a slight yawn. "Sleep well, my love," he answered before he could not keep his eyes open any longer. Chapter 11. Walking down the stairs of Cadwin Manor early in the morning, Cerwyn did not feel as refreshed as he hoped after spending the night in the soft bed of a fine room. They made it to the manor very late, and he was too anxious to get settled, seeing that there was no word of the prince or Ellery. He managed to find rest early in the morning, sleeping for a few hours. He woke up with the sun and knew he needed to get up. He had no doubts that Lord Cadwin would be waiting for him, wanting to speak of what happened at the Havens estate. Cerwyn was also curious about what had been done to find Conry and Ellery. He entered the small dining parlor to find Lord Cadwin sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea. There were 2 pieces of toast on a plate before him and an opened message. Cerwyn walked over and sat down to the left of the lord. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, adding a little sugar before drinking it. "I hope you were able to get more sleep than it looks like, Cerwyn," said Lord Cadwin as he put his cup down. "I slept some, not much," answered Cerwyn. "Have some toast," said Lord Cadwin as he pointed to a small platter in the middle of the table. "More substantial food will be put out later as others awake, but a little substance will do you good." "I am not hungry yet, my lord. This tea is all I need," said Cerwyn. "You are well, aren't you? You have no injuries from your journey or skirmishes?" "I am very well. I was not injured in any way," said Cerwyn. He took a sip of tea and looked down at the open message. "Do you have any news of your daughter or the prince?" Lord Cadwin picked up the letter. "I have had none. This letter concerns you." "Me?" asked Cerwyn. "I wrote your father after I sent Aaron and my guards back after you. He is traveling here to see that you are well. He will arrive later today." Cerwyn sighed. "I imagine he will have much to say about my failure." "I doubt that." "I cannot see where you have failed," said Lord Cadwin. Cerwyn stared at the man in disbelief. "Is the prince safe here with me? What about your daughter?" "I failed both my ruler and his first advisor. Aaron said you did what you had to do to keep everyone safe, including Prince Conry and Ellery. I heard what Ellery did, and I know my daughter. I doubt you could refuse her orders even if you tried. I am sure wherever she is well and is protecting our prince." Cerwyn put down his teacup rather hard. "But she said she was traveling here." "She is not here, so something must have gone wrong. Traveling by magic is not easy, Cerwyn, especially when you are doing it with another. My extremely talented wife even had trouble with it at times. Ellery may have missed her mark, but I have faith she got herself and Prince Conry to safety. I am sure they are making their way here now. Have you sent anyone out to look for her?" "Of course I have," said Lord Cadwin, sounding offended. "I hope you do not doubt the love I have for my only child." "I do not," said Cerwyn. "I know you care very much for Ellery. I am only concerned for her and Prince." Lord Cadwin watched him for a few moments. "You will have to trust them both for the time being. You know my daughter very well. I believe she might be stronger than even you or I know. I imagine the prince is not a useless man." "Prince Conry is very capable in many ways," said Cerwyn. "I don't believe he would let anyone hurt your daughter if he can help it." "Perhaps we are getting to the heart of your real concern, bright one," said Lord Cadwin with a small smile. Cerwyn tried to show no emotion as he took another drink of tea. "Come now, Cerwyn, we are very alone this morning. I know how deep your feelings run for my daughter, even if you still aren't admitting them. Her being alone with the very man she is said to be destined with must bother you." "If it does, it shouldn't be my main concern," said Cerwyn. "All that matters is that they both get here safely. Elathia needs them." Lord Cadwin shook his head, still deciding to take the way of a coward. "No," said Cerwyn. "I am in love with your daughter, which is probably something you should know. I have told her so and let her know that I want to be with her above anything else in this land." Lord Cadwin looked mildly surprised. "Do we need to have a more in-depth conversation about this? Have you claimed her then?" Cerwyn shook his head. "She will not believe I am serious. I suppose I have told her too many times that I cannot choose her. After all these years of pushing her way, she finally decided to believe me. Just as I realized I can't live without her, I might have to face the fact I will have to try to." "You don't think she will come around?" "I don't know. I don't wish to overstep in my conversation with you, but I know she is not indifferent to the prince. He has been very vocal in his admiration of her. Many in the land would celebrate if they decided to join together as man and wife," said Lord Cadwin. "And you would be one of them," said Cerwyn with more anger than he meant. "I suppose you will push your daughter towards the prince once she is here." "Once again, I will not assume you think I am so cold towards my daughter." Lord Cadwin finished his toast and wiped his mouth before standing up. He looked down at Kerwin with authority. I would never tell Ellery what to do as it would be useless. Besides, the only thing I want for her is to be happy. If she believes being with you would make her the happiest, I would support both of you no matter what others might say. Lord Cadwin walked towards the doorway. As he went to pass Kerwin, he stopped and put his hand on Kerwin's shoulder. I am not unsympathetic towards you. I know what it is like to love a woman. Many told me I should not marry Ellery's mother, but I knew I would not love another as I did her. Still, I gave her a choice. Being my wife was not easy for her. It was somewhat against her nature to spend her time presiding over large suppers and parties. She was snubbed by many of our circle because of who she was. I let her have time to decide if a life with me was what she wanted. As hard as it would have been, I would have let her go if she decided she could not do it. I would have been devastated, but I could never have lived with myself if she found herself caught in a life that not even the consolation of my love and devotion could make bearable. Kerwin looked up at Lord Cadwin and nodded. Ellery's happiness means more to me than my own. If she believes she has to choose the prince for duty or love, I will have to accept it, but my heart will always belong to her. Lord Cadwin patted his shoulder and walked from the room, leaving Kerwin alone with his thoughts. Food was eventually brought in and put around Kerwin as others came in to join him. Emilia sat down next to him while Ayla sat across. Lord and Lady Havens are taking breakfast in their room, said Ayla. My aunt is still very tired, and my uncle wishes her to rest today. I think that is a good idea, said Kerwin. She had a hard time on our journey. It is a shame, though, said Emilia. The moon of the harvest festival is tonight, and it would be a nice distraction for them both. Perhaps they can come down for a bit to observe. It is time for the moon of the harvest, asked Kerwin. The last full moon of fall starts tonight, said Ayla. It has been difficult to tell with the weather lately, and Lord Cadwin will have celebrations here with the way things are. Kerwin shook his head in disbelief. What do you expect him to do, Kerwin? Emilia poured him some more tea. He must have some sort of celebration for his tenants and servants. The prominent families in the community will expect it. If he shuts up the house as if in mourning, people will panic thinking Lady Ellery or the prince has perished. I suppose you are right, said Kerwin, thinking he would spend the evening in his room being in no mood for merriment. You will have to attend, said Emilia as though she was again reading his mind. The bright one being in attendance will reassure everyone that Lady Ellery and Prince Conry are well. Perhaps they are on a journey in the land for some important purpose. You should not let anyone know we have no idea where they are. Kerwin sighed loudly. So you expect me to eat, dance, and being cheerful to all the guests. Ayla laughed a little as Emilia smiled. No one ever expects you to be overly cheerful, Kerwin. If you just dance a song or two, force yourself to eat a decent meal, and have some small conversation with the lords in attendance, all will be well. Emilia took a sip of tea. I think you are at least strong enough to do that for your prince and Lady Ellery. Kerwin sat back in his seat, knowing she was right. After breakfast, he walked out of the dining room with Emilia and Ayla to hear much commotion coming from the entryway. They all three looked at each other in confusion until Kerwin heard a voice that made his stomach hurt and his blood run cold. Has my son made it here yet? Asked Kerwin's father loudly as Emilia squeezed Kerwin's arm. I should go greet him, said Kerwin, knowing it was the only thing he could do. Who is it? Asked Ayla. Lord Bradley Nevis, said Emilia with distaste. She cleared her throat. He is Kerwin's father. Kerwin walked forward, not hearing what Ayla asked next. He moved into the entry hall as his father was taking off his cloak. There you are, said Lord Nevis as he walked forward. Any word on the prince? Kerwin shook his head. Not of this morning. Neither he nor Lady Ellery has been spotted anywhere in the land. She is with him, is she? His father sighed. I wish he had someone better than that inappropriate woman seeing to his safety. It should be you by his side. Lady Ellery is his first advisor, and will do all she can to see him safe. She is much more than you ever give her credit for, said Kerwin fiercely. I suppose I should speak more kindly about her since she will be our queen. Hopefully, she will learn her place quickly. Her king better be strong-willed enough to let her know just how she should act as his consort. Kerwin's chest was on fire as his anger built, but before he could say something else, Emilia walked into the room. It is good to see you again, my lord, said Emilia with a curtsy. Lady Pharaoh, he said with a bow. That is still your title, isn't it? Since your husband died, I am not sure where you stand with the pharaohs. His only living issue is a traitor to our true prince, said Kerwin. I imagine once Prince Conry becomes king, he will see that Lady Pharaoh receives what is due to her from her husband's assets. That is probably true, said Lord Nevis. He looked Emilia up and down. And you had no idea what your stepson had planned. You aren't spying for him now, are you? Father, said Kerwin harshly, you have known Lady Pharaoh since she was a girl. Her father was a faithful tenant on your lands. She would never work against our prince. Her father was a good man, though he had too many children and not enough money. You rose higher than anyone could think, Lady Pharaoh. I suppose your good looks and forward manners attract a certain kind of man. Father, said Kerwin warningly as he shook his head. And who is this? Asked Lord Nevis as he stared at Ayla. I am Lady Ayla Havens, my lord. Havens, your family are ordinaries, said Lord Nevis. They are the good people who saw to the safety of our prince for many years. Lady Ayla is the niece of Lord Cyril Havens. We owe their whole family our gratitude. They have paid dearly for their help of the prince, said Emilia. Lord Nevis nodded at Emilia before looking at Kerwin. Come on, Kerwin, I wish you to go with me to speak with Lord Cadwin. We need to figure out this mess you have created. He turned to look at a servant. Where is your lord? I thought he would greet me. He is in his study preparing for tonight, my lord, said a servant. It is the moon of the harvest, after all. So it is, said Lord Nevis. Come, Kerwin, to Lord Cadwin's study, now. Kerwin glanced at Emilia before following his father to Lord Cadwin's study. They knocked, and the door was soon opened. Lord Nevis, I had no idea you would be here so early. I hope you will accept my apology for not receiving you. It has been a trying time, and today is particularly busy, said Lord Cadwin as he moved out of the way so Kerwin and his father could enter. I suppose I should take no offense at you not acknowledging my arrival. Besides our prince, there is none as high as you in Elathia. We have too much to discuss for such trivial matters anyway. Lord Cadwin walked over to his massive wooden desk and sat behind it. Lord Nevis and Kerwin sat down in the two chairs in front. What do you believe we have to discuss, my lord? Asked Lord Cadwin. I can't think you needed to come all this way unless it is to greet your son and be thankful he is well. Everything is well in hand at the moment. Are you serious? Kerwin's father sounded even more irate than he usually was. Our prince, as the goddess knows, we're out in the kingdom alone, and you are sitting here arranging a party. Lord Cadwin kept his expression calm, but Kerwin could see he was a little agitated by the light tapping of his fingers on his desk. Our prince is not alone. He is with my daughter, his first advisor. Ellery is a capable sorceress and shifter. You will forgive me, Lord Cadwin, but as that may be true, we both know your daughter can cause more trouble than she solves. I have no idea what you mean. Ellery is everything charming, good, and brave. She will do nothing that would jeopardize the prince or this land. Lord Nevis glanced at Kerwin. It is hard to believe that when she has done everything she can to upset the balance of the court of Gildan. She knows who my son is, yet she still seduced him, trying to get him to forget his duty. Kerwin felt his heart beat faster. His wolf was restless inside of him, hearing his father say such things about the woman he loved. It seemed Lord Cadwin's own wolf did not like Kerwin's father's words. A low growl came from deep in his throat. I would be very careful about what you say about my daughter, Lord Nevis. You deny that she has chased after my son, the Bright One. She has asked him the impossible. Lord Cadwin looked at Kerwin as though expecting him to speak. He raised one eyebrow as Kerwin felt shame wash over him. He wanted to defend Ellery to his father, but he had learned long ago not to do it. For one, it did no good, and for another, it tended to make his father violent. He did not need Lord Cadwin to see that side of his father. I believe my daughter follows her heart as any young woman should. Your son is not innocent in this affair, and he is also a gown man. He can speak for himself. I believe he has many times told the lady how it must be, said Lord Nevis, and then sought her out to lead her back into his arms. I have seen how my daughter has suffered because of her love for your son. Lord Cadwin looked at Kerwin. Do you have nothing to say, Kerwin? Will you let your father talk about the woman you love this way? Lord Nevis turned sharply to look at Kerwin. Love? Have you told Lord Cadwin you love his daughter? Have you said this to her? Kerwin hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage. I have told them both. I am in love with Ellery and have been for some time. His father scoffed and then laughed cruelly. What was the point of saying it even if you do believe it is true? You can never have her, and she can never have you. Lady Ellery will have to have children to carry on the Cadwin name and pass on the right as first advisor. You cannot give that to her. I don't see why not, said Kerwin softly. He looked up at his father. I want to find a way to be the bright one, see to my duties, and marry Ellery. I wish to raise a family with her, do it all. You have been gone too long from home, boy, said Lord Nevis in an angry hiss. If my brother were still alive, he would be ashamed of you believing such stupid fairy tales. You have confused your lust for the woman with love. I thought perhaps you would get your fill of her eventually, but it seems you cannot control your baser nature. Lord Nevis raised the cane in his hand, and due to instinct, Kerwin flinched. Kerwin covered his face with his hand. He heard something like this many times from the man, usually combined with a whack or two with his cane. It did not hurt him like it did when he was younger, but it brought back so many terrible memories that Kerwin's head started to ache. Lord Cadwin stood up. It seems there will be no agreement in this room today, and I do not wish to hear my daughter talked about in such a way. Lord Nevis, if you continue on this way and do not apologize for the words said about my daughter, then you can leave my manor this instant. I do not care how long it takes you to get back home or how cold the nights are. I will not have you in my home speaking ill of Ellery. Lord Nevis lowered his cane. He took a deep breath and nodded. I do apologize for any harsh words I said about your daughter. I know my son is to blame for much of it, and one day soon, I believe she will be our queen. You will hear no more harsh words from me about Lady Ellery. Fine, said Lord Cadwin. You may stay. I have a bedroom ready on the second floor east wing, third door down. One of my servants can see you there. I hope you will take time to settle and rest before the festival tonight, as I don't wish to see you again until then. Lord Nevis stood up. Thank you, my lord. His voice was cold and near mocking. I hope you will excuse my words. The journey here was long, and I worried for my son as I traveled. There is also some shame involved in knowing how my bloodline has failed. I should apologize to you that your daughter must see to the prince and not the one who is charged with the duty. Every one of us is in service to Prince Conry, and my daughter will do her part well. I am sure your son did all he could to keep the prince safe. He also had to think of others who are important to our kingdom and our prince. Without Kerwin, I am sure Lady Farrow, my guards, and the Havens would have perished. Lord Nevis sniffed. I suppose that is something. He looked down at Kerwin. I will go rest now. Walk with me, Kerwin. I have things to say to you. I have business with the Bright One, said Lord Cadwin. He will need to stay here with me for a bit. Lord Nevis blinked rapidly. Very well. He turned and left the room. Kerwin loudly exhaled and moved his hand off his face. He looked up at Lord Cadwin expectantly. What did you wish to speak of, my lord? Lord Cadwin smiled a bit. Nothing, really. I just thought you might want some time before you had to talk to your father. Kerwin, you do realize you do not have to take his berating words of your Ellery. It does no good to argue with him, my lord. I have done it for years, and it has brought me nothing but frustration. And pain, it seems, said Lord Cadwin. It is a wonder you have never shifted and done some damage to him, but I suppose your ingrained respect of the man must hold you back. And fear, thought Kerwin. Lord Cadwin walked out from behind his desk. I should go check in with my servants. After that, I think I will go for a run in the nearby woods. I haven't shifted in so long that it would be good to make sure I can still do it. He laughed a little. A good run always helps me when I need to think, and it keeps me away from places and responsibilities for a while. He gave Kerwin a significant look before he left. When Kerwin finally returned to the house, he had just enough time to change clothes and come downstairs before the guest arrived. His head felt clearer and his breathing easier after spending almost all day in his wolf form, but the rest of him was charged and anxious. He longed for Ellery. To just hold her would do more for him than anything else, though he doubted he could hold back if he were able to touch her. He almost wished he had time to travel to a nearby village and see to his needs, as awful as it sounded. He knew he would feel guilty in finding fleeting and unsatisfactory pleasure from some woman for coin, but perhaps it would cool his blood and get him through the night. As it was, he felt like he would come undone. The thought of spending the evening having casual conversations with people he barely knew and then having to see his father sounded like the deepest corner of hell to him. He did as he should, cleaning himself up and changing into some decent clothes that were provided for him. He remembered what Emilia had said to him earlier, telling him he was strong enough to do this for the prince and Ellery. With though the thought of doing it for the woman he loved, he left the room. He entered the ballroom to find it full of people. Women walked around in beautiful, colorful ball gowns. Men laughed and talked to one another. Kerwin spotted his father at the far end of the room talking with two men, none of them looking pleased. Seeing that Amelia was near Lord Cadwin as she made conversation with an older lady, Kerwin walked towards her. The lady speaking with her gave a small curtsy before moving on. "I was wondering if you were going to join us at all tonight," said Amelia as she picked up a glass of wine and handed it to him. "Where have you been all day?" "After speaking with my father, I felt the need to stay outside as much as possible. I am sure you can understand it." She looked over to where Lord Nevis stood. "I do, but I wish you did not let him affect you so." "What can he really do to you, Kerwin? You are a powerful man who is a fierce shifter. Your position alone gives you respect. If you stand up to your father, what are you afraid he will do?" Kerwin shrugged. "If I could answer that, perhaps many problems I have would be solved." She sighed as the music started. "I hope you will save a dance for me tonight. I have a couple free towards the end. I will be happy to dance with you whenever," Amelia answered Kerwin as a man came up to claim her. He drank his wine and looked over the couples dancing. They all looked much too happy for so much to be wrong in the land. How could they twirl and laugh when so many were suffering in Elathia? How could they act as if the very lady of the home was not in great danger? He supposed they could do it because they did not know or understand. Many of their lives had been unaffected by Lord Felon's actions. It was the ordinaries and poor, vulnerable families that were suffering. They didn't care that Ellery was missing because they thought she was out in the land with the prince on some planned journey. Kerwin shook his head. He made a mistake coming to the festival. He should have run all night through the woods. He could have watched over the estate, or even better, he could have run out into the land, looking for Ellery and Conry. "Where have you been, Kerwin?" grumbled his father next to him. Kerwin started and choked on his drink. He did not hear his father come up. "I had some things to do today. I want to speak with you. Come, leave this frivolity with me, and let us find somewhere to talk." It was the last thing he wanted to do. "I will not go as I promised Lord Cadwin I would attend. I need to be here to represent the Gildan court." He spotted Ayla walking his way. "I have also promised a few ladies I would dance, and here comes one now." "Excuse me, father." Kerwin put his glass down and moved towards Ayla. "Good evening, Kerwin," she said quietly with a pretty curtsy. "Will you please dance with me, Lady Ayla? You would be doing me a great favor." She nodded, and he led her to the dance floor. They danced quietly for much of the song until Ayla said fearfully, "I am very sorry for what happened at the Havens estate. I had no idea. I never wanted Ellery to be harmed or my aunt and uncle to lose everything." "I know," said Kerwin simply. "You must be angry with me. I was stupid and reckless, believing someone like Bren Farrow could want me. You are a beautiful woman used to having men try to charm you. Why would you not expect Bren to show you attention? I do hope you will be more careful in the future, but I do not blame you for what happened." Ayla would not look at him. "I'm not sure I believe you. I was angry with you at first. I was looking for anyone to blame for what happened, and besides myself, you were the only one around I could focus on. I was wrong to be angry with you, and I hope you will accept my apology. I don't think you have anything to apologize for, but I will accept if it will make you feel better." Kerwin grinned. "Thank you, my lady. I hope you do not blame yourself. You did everything you could to get all of us to safety. The only way to save Ellery and Conry was to leave them. I am sure we will find where they are soon, or they will show up here. Conry is not helpless, and Ellery is very brave and talented." Kerwin nodded. "You love her, don't you?" she asked quietly. "I do," said Kerwin, not wanting to deny it to anyone. It must have been hard to watch as she grew closer to Conry. Now, they are all alone somewhere in the land. She sounded sad and distant. "No matter what Ellery chooses, my love for her will not be affected. I will try to convince her to see that we should be together, but if she chooses another, I can bear it if she is happy," said Kerwin. "You say that like you mean it," said Ayla. "I hope I do," he answered as the song ended. He spent the rest of the night trying to avoid his father, though the man showed up to whisper in his ear many times. He grew agitated and tried hearing his father berate him and once or twice Ellery. Kerwin drank too many cups of wine, but he stopped before he was completely out of his mind. By the time the night was almost over, Kerwin was desperate for an escape of any kind. He had it in his head to pack up that night and leave, going out into the land to find Ellery and Conry. "Kerwin, the night is almost at an end, and you have not danced with me," said Amelia as she walked up to him. "I am free now," he said. "I wish to talk to you, anyway." "We do not have to dance," she said. "We could take a walk." It is pouring outside, or have you not noticed? Asked Kerwin. Then let us walk towards our rooms. I am tired, and I can see you are in no mood for dancing, said Amelia. Kerwin nodded, and they slowly made their way out of the room, Kerwin hoping his father would not see him. As soon as they were on the stairs, Kerwin started talking. I am going to pack as soon as I enter my room. I hope to leave before the sun comes up. Leave? Asked Amelia. Where are you going to go? Maybe east, towards the edge of the land. I will visit villages along the way and see if I can hear word about Ellery or the prince. Amelia shook her head. You have had too much wine. That is one of the stupidest ideas you have ever had. I have to do something, Amelia. I cannot stay here and just wait and listen to my father malign her. I'm half out of my mind, and I fear what will happen if I do nothing. They got to the 3rd floor, and Amelia pulled him towards his room. Do you not think that Lord Cadwin has not contacted every person he knows in the land? We could have word at any moment about Ellery or the prince. If you leave, you will do nothing but put yourself in danger and miss your chance to help them. Stop talking nonsense. I just can't do it anymore. I spent all day running around the forest, and all I could think of is what happens if I have already lost her. Whether it's to Lord Felon getting his hands on her, or her falling in love with Prince Conry, what if I have ruined everything because I was too scared to admit how I feel about her? Amelia took his other hand and pulled him close. We will not let her be taken or harmed. You know how well she can fight. Between her and the prince, they will not be easy prey. Kerwin shook his head. Lord Felon has so many forces at his disposal. If he found her with just the prince, he could easily take her. Then, what do you think would happen to Prince Conry? He wouldn't back down, and he would be killed in a second. There would be no hope left in Elathia. The woman I love would be ruined and broken. The prince I fight for would be gone. I would have nothing left to live for. He knew he was blubbering and sounded pathetic, but he didn't care. I can't, Amelia. I can't take this waiting. There is too much built up within me to be still. She pulled him hard towards her, reaching up and kissing him. He was still for a moment before he kissed her back, his arms going around her. Let me help you, Kiwin, she said breathlessly between kisses. Let me help you find some release. His hands moved to her side. Some part of him needed her desperately. He could not have who he truly wanted, but perhaps he could make do with what he could get. He pulled back slightly. This isn't right. I can't do this to you. But I want this. I want to be with you however I can. Do not think I don't know what I am doing or where we truly stand. Just tonight, Kerwin, that is all I desire. She kissed him again as one of his hands worked its way up her side. He knew he should stop, but he didn't want to. He wasn't sure it was possible. He pushed her towards his door, opening it so they could both stumble through. They undressed each other quickly. It was not about soft caresses or playfulness. They knew what they both wanted, and there was no stalling as they fell to the bed. He looked at her for one moment as she lay naked before him. She was lovely in the dim light. He ran a hand lightly down her neck to her breast as she arched up at his touch. Leaning down, he took one of her nipples into his mouth as he grasped himself with one of his hands. While she writhed underneath him and whispered his name, Kerwin tried hard not to think of another. The woman in front of him deserved his full attention. As he settled between her legs and positioned himself to enter her, he knew it was foolish to think he would have no thoughts of Ellery. As much as he cared for Amelia and as alluring as she was, she could never come before the woman he loved. He closed his eyes as he entered Amelia, seeing a flash of Ellery's face in the throes of pleasure. Shaking his head, he placed his hand just above Amelia's center, moving his fingers against her as he thrust into her fully. He opened his eyes and watched her as he loved her. His fingers teased her as he felt his desire grow. He leaned down to kiss her slender neck, trying to focus on the moan she made and not think of another. He had a fleeting thought that he had no wish to claim her. Though her neck was offered up to him, he did not wish to bite down. There was no puling force within him, wanting to make her his as there was with Ellery. He leaned up, increasing the pressure with his fingers and thrusting as far as he could in her. She gasped his name and slightly sat up as he moved faster. She adjusted herself slightly, and Kerwin quickly felt his control slip. He plunged 2 more times in her before pulling himself out. He stroked himself a few times, finishing on her upper thigh as he kept his fingers on her so she could reach her own peak. He almost cried out a name other than hers, but he kept it to himself. She bucked up against his fingers, crying with pleasure as she pulsed against his hand. When she grew still, he let her go and grabbed the sheet to wipe away his leavings. He collapsed on the bed next to her, and she moved close to him, putting her arm over his chest. He kissed her forehead as she whispered his name. He knew he would regret what he had done in the morning, but for a brief time, he felt such relief that all he wanted to do was rest. After pulling the covers up around him, he pulled Amelia closer and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 12. She cried out his name as he placed his hands on her hips, pulling her flush against him. Collapsing on top of him, Kai said his jaw as he thrust up, filling her. Ellery, he moaned before kissing her, his arms going around her. Her hands cupped his face as Kai said him over and over. Since the night before, it felt like she could not get enough of him. Though they had slept after the first time, she woke up to him kissing the back of her neck at some point in the night. She rolled over and quickly found herself with Conry hovering over her. When they finally did get out of bed, they contemplated staying another day. It was tempting, but they both knew they needed to keep moving to join the others. As they walked, she stayed close to his side. Every time he touched her or brushed against her, a new wave of desire would flow through her. She thought that perhaps finally having him would cool her need, but all it had done was make her want him more. They did not travel as far as they should that day, stopping several times to Kai's, tempted to find some hidden place to do more. They set up their shelter much too early, but neither could wait any longer. They ate a hurried supper in tension before Ellery threw herself into his arms. Conry rolled her over gently, keeping his arms around her. She lay against his chest, pulling up the top of her dress before making sure her skirt covered her to keep her warm. Conry let go of her for one moment and reached for his cloak. He threw it over them before pulling her close once again. "I'm afraid it will be very late when we finally reach my aunt's house tomorrow," said Ellery as Conry kissed her cheek. "We will have to leave early and try not to stop so much tomorrow." "It will not be easy," said Conry before he kissed the spot just below her ear. "You are much too tempting." She laughed a little. "It is hard to keep away from you as well. Some small part of me believes this is wrong, but it is easily quieted, especially when you are so attentive." "No part of this is wrong, my love. If you even think so a little, I might need to try again to convince you a bit later in the evening." She groaned. "Don't tempt me, Conry. We must get some rest. Our priority must be to get you to my father's house to unite with the others. We have to work quickly to save our land." Conry sighed. "I know you are right, but the thought of sharing you with others does not sound very appealing. I am scared of what it will mean." She raised a bit to look down at him. "I thought we weren't thinking of the future. I believe you said you wanted to live in the present and enjoy what we have while we can." He leaned up and kissed her. "I did say it, and I meant it. I plan to enjoy as much of you as I can. If these few blissful days are all I ever have, it will be enough. Still, I cannot help but hope for more." He laughed. "I live in such a state of ecstasy, expectation, and dread that I hardly know what to think." She grew serious as she moved her hand to his cheek. "I do love you, Conry. I promise to think hard over sharing a future with you. So much of me wants to say yes to you forever. I wish you would listen to that part of you. I know it is hard to let others go, but I cannot deny I want you to choose me. I can blubber on about only wanting you to be happy, and that would be true, but I really do think I can make you happy. I can't imagine feeling so bonded to anyone as I do you." She lay back against his chest as his arms went around her. Before Ellery fell asleep, she thought perhaps she should feel guilt or regret, but all she felt was contentment and peace. She let the subtle rise and fall of Conry's chest lull her to sleep where her dreams were sweet, and her sleep was deep. "I hope we are getting close," said Conry as they walked uphill along a rocky path while the sun set to the left of them. "We are," said Ellery as she stopped to step up on a large rock. Conry gave her his hand, and he pulled her up. "I usually don't come this way, but I think we might come upon the house at any time." "Is this the place your mother grew up?" asked Conry as he kept a hold of her hand. "No, she spent some time here, but she was born in her parents' estate on the east side of the Red Forest. There is a large community there of magic users, and her father was their unofficial leader. My aunt travels there periodically to see to the place and speak with those who live around it." Ellery let go of Conry's hand and adjusted her skirt. "My aunt prefers it out here when she feels like being settled for a while. It has long been in my family as a place to come and live in nature. Many spells and potions have been created there. You can almost feel the magic in the walls." Conry smiled at her. "I look very forward to seeing it, though I am afraid I will not like the sleeping arrangements. I don't know how I shall be able to fall asleep without you in my arms." She laughed. "I don't think you will be as disappointed as you think. My aunt is what many would call a free spirit. She will not hover o'er us or demand propriety. If I wish you in my bed, then that is where you shall be." Conry grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. What can I do to ensure I gain an invitation then? He leaned forward and Kai set her lips before moving along her jaw. Endeavor to please me, and I think you will find you are where you wish to be tonight. I don't think that will be a problem, he said quietly before kissing just below her ear. There is nothing I enjoy more in this land than pleasing you. She shuddered a bit, feeling the effect his kisses and words had on her. She let herself enjoy his attentions for a moment before playfully pushing him away. We will never make it to our destination if you do not desist. He gave her a pouting look that only added to his good looks. Hooking her arm with his, she smiled up at him. Do not worry, my prince. After we arrive and settle in, I shall allow you ample opportunity to prove your statement. He made a noise between a growl and a laugh before they walked on. They went up 2 more hills before Conry stopped suddenly on top of the second one. Is that the house? Ellery looked down into the valley before her. Tucked in between 2 hills was the familiar 2-story cottage where her aunt often lived. It was made of dark wood with a thatched roof. Even so close to winter, bright flowers grew on the roof's edge and along the bottom of the windows. Much of the home was covered in ivy that was dark green. Smoke was coming from the chimney, and she could see light coming from many of the first-floor windows. That is it, confirmed Ellery. She grabbed Conry's hand. Let's hurry. It is getting cold, and I am starving. They hurried down the hill together, Ellery practically skipping as she went. It seemed silly to laugh and run with all that was happening in the land, but it had been so long since she had felt free and happy. She was never miserable, and she knew much of her life was better than most. Still, for much of her life, she felt as though she lived with a dark cloud over her head that only let in sunshine periodically. During her times with Kerwin, the clouds shifted at times, and she could bask in the sun's warmth. Then he would leave, and the clouds would gather again. She would travel the kingdom with her father and experience rays of sunshine, but then the lingering grief of her mother's death would hit them both, and she would feel as though she was in darkness. It was almost as if Conry willed the clouds away. She had forgotten how young she really was. She still had her worries and cares with him, but they were not as heavy as before. She didn't know what happened to them, but they were so light, she finally felt as though she could handle them. She did worry if she could be a good first advisor and live up to her family name. She stressed over what her future would look like. She feared she would hurt Conry and Kerwin no matter what she did. All those feelings were still there, but the past few days, they didn't seem as life-ending as before. She knew she would face hard times, but now she believed she could make it through them. There was a way forward. They came to the front of the house, and Ellery let go of Conry's hand. She knocked on the door and stepped back. It was only a few moments before the door opened, and a plump, pretty middle-aged woman wearing a dark dress and cream-colored shawl answered the door. I thought it was you when I looked out the window, but I didn't know if it was possible, said the woman. She curtsied. Lady Ellery, it has been too long. Ellery walked forward. Oh Grace, none of this Lady Ellery and proper manners. She took the woman's hands. I am so happy to see you. The lady smiled, and she wrapped Ellery into a hug. What are you doing out here, and who have you brought with you? It is a long story, said Ellery as she pulled back. Is my aunt inside? Grace shook her head. She has been gone a few weeks to check on the estate. There have been some reports of trouble. When do you expect her back? The woman shrugged. I don't know. I have been forwarding her messages, and she has had 2 or 3 from your father. I am sure she has, said Ellery as the woman moved aside to let Ellery and Conry enter. Once they took off their cloaks and moved on to the warm parlor, Grace looked at Ellery and Conry expectantly. Now, can I be introduced to the young man? Ellery hesitated. I will introduce you, Grace, but you must keep calm about this. We do not need anyone who might come near knowing this man is in residence. Grace eyed Conry. You haven't brought a criminal into this house, have you, Ellery? Conry chucked. Worse, he mumbled. Ellery shook her head with a smile. Grace, allow me to introduce you to Prime Conry Gilden of the Great Grey Golden Wolves. He is the son of our previous king and soon to be our one true ruler. Conry gave a deep bow as Grace's mouth fell slightly open, and her eyes went wide. You aren't serious, Ellery, she whispered. Is it so hard to believe I would be in the company of the prince? Asked Ellery. I am his first advisor. But where is his guard? Where is the bright one? What are you doing out here in the forest by yourselves, dressed as some poor villagers? We will be happy to tell you all, said Conry. But is there a way we could do it over supper? Grace nodded. Of course, your highness. I always have some food available. Come into the kitchen with me, and we can eat at the small table there. She started walking before she stopped and turned. unless you would prefer something grander. The kitchen will be fine, Grace, said Ellery. I am sure our prince agrees. I have eaten in a kitchen before, ma'am, said Conry. I have fond memories of sitting with the cook as she made me sweets. Grace smiled. Then come on, tell me your story and get some food. Then we will see about baths for both of you. I can get Gregory and Millie to work on some water for you. I know there is a dress or two for you here somewhere, Ellery, and you can wear one of Effa's nightgowns. I know she will not mind. She turned to Conry before opening the door to the kitchen. You might be more of a challenge to dress, but I can come up with something. Grace listened to their story as they ate, Conry letting Ellery tell most of it. By the time supper was over, Grace's eyes looked like they would pop out of her head, and she had barely touched her stew. That is quite something, said Grace. Your poor father must be out of his mind with worry. I do hope the Bright One and the others are safe as well. The poor Havens were driven out of their home. Too much of that has been happening in this land. I know, said Conry. I hope Lord and Lady Havens are safe somewhere at this point. All they have done is keep me safe my whole life, and now they have paid the price. Ellery took Conry's hand and squeezed it. I am sure Kerwin is taking care of them. Lady Farrow is a shrewd but kind lady. Ayla is there as well. Conry let out a loud breath. I hope that spoiled, thoughtless niece of theirs feels some shame in what she has done. She caused the Havens to lose their home, and because of her, you could be a captive of Lord Felon as we speak if Bren had not killed you first. Do not think of it, Conry. You must not be so hard on poor Ayla. She did not mean for any of this to happen, said Ellery. Maybe not, but she has too long thought she can have whatever she wants. Sounds like someone I know, said Ellery quietly with a small laugh. You will have to forgive her in time. I know you care about her. Perhaps I should show you to some rooms. Grace stood up. There has been plenty of time to draw water and charm it for you, even with the time it takes poor Millie. She is just learning, you know. Your aunt found her in some village a few months ago and brought her here to help her learn how to control her magic. She is a sweet girl but not a quick learner. Ellery looked at Conry, who still looked agitated. I believe we will take our baths and go on to bed if you don't mind, Grace. We have been on the road for weeks now, and to have a bed in a safe place will help us sleep more soundly than we had in a while. I don't mind at all, Ellery. Go rest, and sleep as late as you want. Hopefully, your aunt will return soon. I do not like her being gone so long, but even if she doesn't come back, we can think of something together. Grace walked over and took 2 candles out of a cabinet. She placed them in holders and lit them with a touch before handing them to Conry and Ellery. You know the way, dear. The prince is in the room across from your usual one. Ellery leaned down and kissed Grace's cheek. Thank you, Grace. I am very happy to see you. I can't tell you how much you have cheered me with your thoughtfulness. It is nothing, Ellery. You know that I love you as though you were my own niece. Now, go on and clean up. You look like you have slept too little as of late. Thank you very much, ma'am, said Conry with a bow. The stew was wonderful, and I already feel very at home in this charming cottage. You are very gallant, my prince. Sleep well, and if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Is Grace related to you, Ellery? Asked Conry as they walked up the stairs together. Not precisely, but I have known her my whole life. She is very much like my other aunt. So, is she your aunt's housekeeper? Ellery chucked. No, not at all, though she does run the household. She is much better at domestic things than my aunt. Is she a friend of your aunt's? Asked Conry. You could say that. She is very special to Aunt Effa, said Ellery, giving Conry a pointed look as they came to the second floor. Oh, said Conry, looking as though he understood what she was saying. They are, you mean. It's not something awful, you know, said Ellery defensively. I know many in the land would think it is unnatural, but they are as much in love and bonded as any married couple as I have met, more so, really. You do not need to defend them to me, Ellery. I may be a tad naive, but I have heard of such things. Grace seems like a lovely woman, and I am looking forward to meeting your aunt. They must miss each other while they are apart. I am sure they do, but they understand each other very well. Grace knows my aunt needs to wander the land, and my aunt understands Grace likes the stability of home. Conry nodded as they stopped in the middle of the hall. Ellery nodded towards the door to her right. That room is yours. You can bathe and change in there. Conry looked at the door before turning to Ellery. And after I am clean and ready for bed. She smiled slightly. I don't think that bed has been restuffed in a while, so you might find it a tad uncomfortable. The bed in my room is much softer. I think you might prefer to share with me if you want a decent night's sleep. He grabbed her around her waist with his free hand and pulled her against him. I would very much prefer to stay in your bed, but I am not sure how much sleep I plan to get. She leaned up and Kai said him as she ran her hand up her chest. Go clean quickly, she said breathlessly. I find myself very ready to lie down. Kai said her one more time before letting her go and entering his room. Ellery turned to go to her room when she saw someone out of the corner of her eye. Grace stood at the end of the hallway with one of her eyebrows raised. Ellery looked at her and gave a small shrug before opening the door walking in to take her bath. Chapter 13. They decided it would be best to rest a few days before continuing to Cadwin Manor. Grace was anxious for them not to make the journey by themselves, hoping Ellery's aunt would make it back soon. Ellery agreed to wait at least 3 days, and Conry saw no reason to disagree. The time he spent with Ellery at the cottage in the forest would always be some of his favorite memories. They slept in their first day after being up quite late. After breakfast, they enjoyed a few hours of sunshine by walking in the woods close to the house. Ellery practiced some spells, conjuring winds and flying high into the air. When she landed, she smiled at him and held out her hand. Would you like to try? She asked. He hesitated in taking her hand. I am not sure. As much as I enjoy watching you, I am a little afraid of heights. Do you not trust me, Your Highness? She kept her hand extended towards him. He laughed as he took her hand. Not too high, Ellery. I do trust you, but I have my limits. She took his other hand before closing her eyes. She pulled him until he began spinning in a slow circle with her. She murmured a few words as the wind picked up around them. Conry felt his feet lift off the ground, and his stomach dropped as they flew into the air. He looked down, feeling dizzy, wishing he had not agreed to let her do this to him. Conry, look at me, said Ellery in a calm voice. Conry looked up and became lost in her shining green eyes. As he stared at her, he lost all fear, feeling very secure as she gripped his hands. She managed to pull him close in the air, and he slowly let go of her hands, putting them on her hips. She put hers around his neck, and it almost felt like they were dancing. Leaning forward, she said him. He loved kissing her, and he believed he could kiss her forever and never grow tired of it. Their kiss in the air over the red forest surrounded by magic ignited something new inside of him. He always wanted her, and he always felt connected to her. That day he believed she became the very air he breathed, and to live without her seemed impossible. When she finally pulled back from their kiss, Conry realized they were on the ground. She moved away from him with a mischievous smile before taking off and running into the woods. He caught her quickly by a group of hazelnut trees growing close together. Grabbing her by the waist, he held onto her tightly. Your first gift to me, she said as she looked up at the tree before reaching under her dress and pulling out the necklace she wore with her mother's pendant and the pouch that held the triple hazelnut. He held the pouch in his hand for a moment as he looked at her. I would give you much more than this, Ellery. I will give you everything if you will just ask for it. She raised her hand and put it on his cheek. I know, Conry, but what you want to give me is very precious. I need to know I am worthy before I accept. He let go of the pouch, put his arms around her. You are more than worthy, Ellery. Besides saving Alathea, proving it to you is what I want most in this land. Kai said before slowly kneeling to the ground. He loved her under the hazelnut trees, not minding the hard ground or the wind. The magic from earlier seemed to hover around her, and he was caught up in it as he worked to show her every pleasure. Late the second night of their stay, they sat together in the cozy parlor of the cottage. Grace had retired for the evening, and Ellery moved into his arms on the sofa facing the fireplace. He wasn't sure why they acted so proper in front of Grace. He was certain she knew what their relationship was, even if she never spoke of it. They all played some game acting as if Conry did not spend every day stealing kisses from Ellery, and every night loving her in her bed. As they stared into the fire, Conry would occasionally kiss the side of Ellery's face or the top of her head, taking deep breaths to inhale her intoxicating scent. She snuggled into him as he kissed her neck. After sighing, she asked, what was it like growing up with the Havens? Conry sat back a little. It was pleasant. I felt very loved at all times. Lady Havens was kind and sneakily wise. She would not scream or punish me when I did wrong, but she would have long conversations with me about right and wrong. I hated disappointing her. So you became better at hiding your naughtiness, said Ellery with a laugh. I would like to think I was a decently good child, but I did cause some mischief. Nothing too bad, though I did ruin Lady Haven's best dress one time by bringing a muddy puppy into the house. She did shriek at that, though I think her screams were directed at the dog and not me. Ellery laughed again, and Conry moved his hand to her waist. What was Lord Havens like? He was always calm and steady. As a young boy, I was in awe of him. He commanded his servants and tenants with such ease and politeness. They would always do what he asked. He could command a room with just a look. He once told me that kindness and keeping your word inspired loyalty, and not anger and fear. He said loyalty was the key to running an estate, and he believed the same could be said for being a king. He was right, said Ellery. My father is known to be kind and generous, but also fair. He keeps his word in all ways. He rewards those who do right, and, while merciful, there are punishments for those who do wrong. I believe, as king, you will need to be the same. Ellery, do you know anything about my parents that you haven't told me? Has your father ever spoken to you of them? A little, said Ellery. I think he was very fond of both of them. Your father was his best friend, and it is painful for him to speak about the king too much. They grew up together in Alathia. She turned and looked at Conry with a smile. He did tell me about one time when they were both around 12. The king, your grandfather, was away somewhere in the land, and your father was staying with my father's family. They heard about an event that the boys of Niaham participated in every year, where they raced horses around a course set up on the outskirts of the city. Our fathers were determined to participate, but of course, it wasn't proper. They didn't care, sneaking out of the house the day of the race and stealing some servants' clothes to dress in. They rode their horses, being very foolish and not seeing that everyone would know they were too fine to be owned by simple village boys. The course was long and had many large jumps. The boys and horses who ran it were used to hard riding. Our fathers quickly realized they were in over their heads. It was too late to back out, so they lined up in the very back and hoped for the best. All went well until my father's horse shied at a jump. It spooked the prince's horse, and he was thrown into a prickly bush. My father ran over to help his friend, and your father's horse nudged him into the bush as well. They had to limp home, unable to ride their horses since both of their rear ends were covered in thorns. When my grandmother saw them, they had to tell her the truth. She did not pity them, and though he didn't explicitly tell me, I believe they had to spend a better part of the day helping each other dislodge the thorns. Conry laughed as Ellery smiled. I suppose I come by my mischievous nature honestly, then. He pulled Ellery back to him. Thank you for telling me that story. My father can tell you more if you can get him to. I am sure he would for you. I know he counts your father and mother's death as one of his greatest failures. I believe it still haunts him. He wasn't in charge of their security, said Conry. No, but he told Cerwyn's uncle, the bright one at the time, he could journey to see his brother and his family. Cerwyn's brother had just been born. My father told Cerwyn's uncle to go, saying he would watch over the king, queen, and young prince. The bright one came back just as your parents had been slain. He managed with my father and the servants helped to sneak you out. She shook her head. He wished to raise you himself, but he knew it was not wise for at least 2 reasons. The main one being you needed to be hidden. What was the other reason? Asked Conry. She smiled sadly. I am sure you can guess. He sighed. The prophecy. He didn't think it was a good idea for you and me to grow up together. He never pushed me into believing the prophecy, but it was still out there. I am not sure if he was afraid we would grow up as brother or sister, or that us being together so much would make the prophecy come true. Does he not want you to be queen? Asked Conry. He only wishes for me to be happy and not forced into something I don't want. I want the same for you as well, Ellery. I don't want you to think how I feel for you has anything to do with some prophecy. I have fallen in love with you because of who you are, not some words that were written on a piece of paper years ago, said Conry. I want to believe that, Conry, but there is no denying we did not feel some pull towards each other from the beginning. So, he said as he set her neck again, many people feel attracted to one another at first sight. I'm sure I am not the first man to want you immediately. His hand moved up her waist to cup her breast. You are so very beautiful, Ellery, and I know many women have wished to have you as soon as they saw you, she said as she shifted against him, moving her hand to his upper thigh. It can't all have to do with your title. I am sure it is the wicked smile you flash, and that your eyes that are impossibly blue. You think I have a wicked smile, do you? He said with a slight laugh. I am sure I have one on my face right now to match the wicked thoughts that are running through my head. He kept one hand on her breast while the other started undoing the ties on her dress. Will you share these thoughts with me? She asked as she moved his hand up his thigh. I can tell you that they are all about you. He said down her neck as he pulled down the top of her dress. If that is the case, I am going to need to hear them. She moaned, falling forward as his lips met the bare skin of her chest. He said back up to her ear. I will do better than tell you, my dear. I will show you. Shikai said him as he pulled her into his lap. At some point, they moved entirely off the sofa to lay on the soft rug by the fire. He had a quick thought that they should move to her bedroom, but it was quickly gone as she rolled him over to straddle him. They spent half the night in front of the fireplace, taking their time as they continued to get to know each other as lovers. Chapter 14. Pacing within the tree line that sat on the edge of the back lawn of Cadwin Manor, Kerwin didn't know what he was doing. He thought he must be out of his mind as he could scarcely remember half his days. He spent much of his time avoiding his father and the rest, trying to keep from Amelia. After the night of the moon of the harvest festival, he woke up feeling miserable and guilty even if he had slept the whole night for the first time since leaving the Havens estate. As he looked at Amelia in his arms, he knew what a wretched man he was. With one action, he had done wrong to the two women in his life he cared the most about. Amelia was his oldest friend. They had grown up together, and she was one of the people he trusted most in the land. She was so good and had been through so much. Now he had used her in a way that was unforgivable. She did not deserve to be some stand-in for the woman he loved more than his own life. It was not her fault she was not Ellery and felt as if he had punished her for it. Just thinking Ellery's name made him groan. He had betrayed their love. He had been with other women when he was away from her, but it had been times he had been trying to move on. He hadn't even known the women's names. It had just been business transactions, a bit of coin for a few moments of release. Now, he had been with a woman they both knew, one who would always be around, and he had done it after telling Ellery he would do anything to be with her. As Kerwin paced in the forest, he knew he did not deserve either Amelia or Ellery. He deserved a life of loneliness and regret because that was what he had earned. Perhaps he could settle in as the Bright One and protect Prince Conry as he became king with Ellery as his queen. It would be the life of repentance that he deserved. Kerwin stopped and shook his head. As much as he might deserve to be alone, he was not ready to give up on Ellery. He would make amends to her. He would not be tempted by another again. At this point, he would be satisfied just to see her well. It was the second day after the moon of the harvest festival, and there was still no word. "Have you been out here all day, Kerwin?" said his father harshly as he walked up to him, his cane slightly sinking into the earth. "For most of it," said Kerwin. "I was out running in the woods watching over the estate, trying to keep my wolf sharp and ready for when we receive word." His father made a harumph sound. "I suppose that is as good of use as your time as any. There isn't much you can do here, waiting at this estate. Do you expect me to run out into the land having no idea where the prince or Ellery could be? What of the connection you have with the prince? Can you gain no knowledge from it?" asked his father. "I don't believe that has ever been an ability of the Bright One, at least not one I have heard of." "I can tell you that I don't believe Prince Conry is in mortal danger," said Kerwin as he crossed his arms. His father leaned against a nearby tree and took a flask out of his cloak pocket. He took a swig from it before saying, "If that is the case, perhaps this journey he is on isn't a bad thing. I may not think much of the woman with him, but she is destined to be his bride." This trip hopefully allowed them to get to know one another. Perhaps they will return already bonded permanently. That would fulfill the prophecy and end your sorry fascination with her. Kerwin turned from his father and closed his eyes. He felt his anger rise within him. "Come now, Kerwin, at this point, you must see that any plans you may wish could become reality cannot be. She has a duty to this land just as you do. Those duties are not compatible with you sharing a life with her." His father took another drink as he looked at Kerwin. "I understand some of your feelings, you know. I have seen the woman, and I must admit she is pleasant to look at. I imagine as feisty as she is, she makes a good woman to lie with." Kerwin turned quickly. "You shouldn't talk about her that way. Have I said anything not true? I know you have needs, and she was a tempting distraction, but it was just that, a distraction. It is time to put her aside and focus on what you must do. If you need to relieve yourself, plenty of women through the kingdom will give you what you need. Even Lady Pharaoh might be a good option. She has grown into a pretty thing, and she would not need anything from you since she has the Pharaoh name now." Kerwin dropped his arms and his head. He felt shame fill him again as he thought of the few nights before where he let his desire get the better of him. She does not deserve to be used in such a way. Oh, a young widow like her does not mind. Trust me, Kieran, I had a few when I was young. Your mother wasn't very passionate before she had you and your brother. Her desire for me all but stopped after your brother was born. I found pleasure where I could, and attractive young widows were always willing. Kerwin felt his anger build even higher. He didn't think of his mother often. She died less than 2 years after his brother was born, never seeming to recover from the birth fully. She was a timid and kind woman who Kerwin loved. She sang beautiful songs to him when he was ill or when he couldn't sleep. It hurt to still think about her. After she died, all he knew in his house were harsh words, pain, and disappointment. I don't wish to speak of this with you. We will not come to any agreement, said Kerwin. His father took a long swig from his flask and put it away. He picked up his cane and pushed off from the tree, walking towards Kerwin. Is there something you wish to say to me, Kerwin? Asked his father as he leaned to speak right into Kerwin's face. Kerwin stared at his father for a moment before turning away. His father laughed. Always such a coward. How the gods chose you to be the bright one, I will never know. I suppose I should be happy you weren't my second born. I doubt you would do me much credit carrying on my family name. Your brother married a good, quiet woman and has already produced 2 fine boys. Have you ever even seen them, father? Asked Kerwin. Does anyone not think it is unusual that my brother chooses to live in his wife's family home? What are you trying to say? Asked his father. My brother avoids you as much as I do, said Kerwin. I know Alwyn stays in his wife's home only because he cannot stand to be in the same house as you. He wants you to have no influence on his sons. You shouldn't talk about what you don't know, said his father. I know more about Alwyn than you ever will. We had to grow up together in hell. I feel sorry that he must deal with you more than me. I can use the excuse of my position never to see you. Alwyn has to at least come a few times a year to make sure your estate isn't in total ruin. His father stared at him, breathing heavily. What has gotten into you? You dare speak to me like this? You think you love the trollop who has given you favors all these years. Stop talking about her, said Kerwin through gritted teeth. Why? Asked his father as his face grew red. Do you not like hearing the truth about Lady Ellery? She is too good for you even to think her name, let alone say it, said Kerwin. You should leave before she arrives. As evil as you are, you might perish in her presence. His father swung his cane toward Kerwin, but Kerwin caught it easily. He held it as he looked at his father before pushing him away. His father fell, landing heavily on his backside. You dare raise your hand at me? Asked his father from the ground. What are you going to do about it? Asked Kerwin as he felt his wolf just below the surface. If you do not manage to get up and get out of my sight, I will not be held accountable for what will happen. His father looked at Kerwin, and a low growl came from Kerwin's throat. Go, now. His father scrambled up and stared at Kerwin for one moment before turning and walking back to the house as quickly as he could. Kerwin turned and moved deeper into the woods. He didn't wish to shift again, but he thought a long walk would be good to exercise his anger. Perhaps his father would truly leave the manor, and Kerwin wouldn't have to see him again. Maybe he could avoid his father for the rest of his life. Kerwin made it far enough in the woods where he couldn't see the house. He made a wide circle, knowing he was close to the small pond on the east side of the property. He heard something splash in the water as he approached. Slowing down, he came upon the pond to find Amelia throwing small rocks into the water. He almost went the other way to avoid her, but she turned as he broke a stick as he stepped. She stared at him as he stood still. You can't avoid me forever, Kerwin. You might as well come speak with me now, she said as she threw another rock in the water. He walked over to her, knowing she was right. I have not avoided you altogether. We have eaten meals at the same table. And you have said barely 2 words to me. There is no need to act like this. You have done nothing wrong, she said. But I have, he insisted. I have wronged you and Ellery. I won't speak for Lady Ellery, but I do not feel as though you have anything to answer for on my part. Perhaps I should feel ashamed if you think you betrayed your love. I do not wish to make her or you unhappy. You do not need to feel shame. It is I who gave reassurances of my love to Ellery. Even after that, look what I have done. It is a trying time, and when it comes down to it, she does not have a claim on you. I am sure she would agree. She may have no official claim, but I do belong to her, Amelia. My heart is full of her, which makes what I did with you despicable. I believe you have loved Ellery for a while, Kerwin. Are you telling me you have had no other women in all that time? Kerwin turned from her. He looked out at the pond. I know I do not deserve her. What does that even mean? Asked Amelia. I hope love is not some scale that must be kept in balance. If that is the case, there is no hope for any of us. I feel as if everything is off-balanced. I am unable to do my duty and away from the woman I love. I know at least half of it is my fault, but I feel so unsettled that doing anything of worth seems impossible. I know, she said as she threw one more rock, which is why I wished to help you the other night. You did seem to sleep soundly, and I can't say the experience was without enjoyment for me. She smiled a little as Kerwin turned to look at her. Do not worry, Kerwin. I expect nothing from you. To be honest, I don't think I want anything from you beyond friendship. What will Ellery think of me? He asked as he turned back towards the pond. Once again, I will not speak for the woman, but I am sure she will think you are mortal like all of us and make mistakes. For some reason, it bothered him to hear her call the night they shared a mistake. He had thought it was in his head, but to hear it come out of her mouth felt wrong. He took her hand on his arm and held it. Please don't say it was a mistake, he said quietly. She gave him a confused look. You just spent the last few minutes explaining how wrong it was. What else am I supposed to call it? Do you really feel it was a mistake? He asked. She gave him a small smile. I would not take it back if I could. I wanted to ease your burdens and help you rest. I believe I achieved my goal. He nodded. However, I think I have failed. It has nothing to do with you. She looked up at him. She was very lovely in the afternoon sun with her eyes reflecting the shining water. He felt pulled towards, wishing he could have some of her goodness. With all that was wrong pressing down on him, he felt like she was the one thing that could help him to truly breathe. He moved towards her, and she leaned up. Their lips met, and he had to admit to himself that it did not feel wrong. It felt like a bit of relief from the pain he had felt for so long. He let go of her hands and put his arms around her. He felt himself losing control, and he wondered if she would let him take her out there. His hands were under her cloak, working on untying her dress when the sound of someone approaching made them jump apart. Amelia worked to fix her dress, and Kerwin wiped his mouth, watching Aaron approach them. He stood before them with his hands behind his back and a deep frown on his face. I didn't wish to disturb you, Kerwin, but I have been looking for you for some time. He put his hands down by his side, and Kerwin could see he held a message. Lord Cadwin has received word of Lady Ellery and Prince Conry's whereabouts. He believes he knows where we can find them, and I will be leaving within the hour with many of my men. I thought you might want to join me, but now I am not so sure. He glanced at Amelia before putting his eyes back on Kerwin. Where are they? Are they safe? Asked Kerwin as he moved forward. Aaron held out the message, and Kerwin took it. They were spotted at a village festival a few nights ago. The leader of the village daughter believes she danced with Prince Conry. They were tracked to an inn there but had left before they could be found. Seeing where they are in the land, Lord Cadwin believes they are heading toward Moss's forest home. He is not sure Ellery's aunt is in residence at this time. There are a few large forces of Lord Felons in the area, and Lord Cadwin is concerned for their safety. Kerwin read over the letter and nodded. I will go with you. I can be ready in less than an hour. He turned to Amelia. Will you walk back with us? Not yet, she said. I will stay out here to think a bit more. I wish you a safe and successful journey. I look forward to seeing Lady Ellery and the prince when you return. Kerwin nodded. Stay safe here while I am gone. Watch over the havens. Of course, she said as she turned towards the pond. Kerwin watched her for a moment before looking at Aaron, who was staring at him with a hint of distaste on his face. Kerwin ignored it and walked past the man, desperate to leave so he could get to the prince and Ellery as soon as he could. Chapter 15. She was beginning to get used to waking up in Conry's arms. Ellery was starting to feel as if she wouldn't be able to sleep without him. She leaned up and Kai set his lips, wondering if it would be a problem she would have to face. She had a feeling it was up to her. Conry stirred as she pulled away. He opened his eyes and gave her a soft smile. I'm sorry I woke you, said Ellery. He pulled her close to him and Kai said her again. I do not mind being woken up in such a manner. It is a great relief when you Kai-s me first thing in the morning. A relief? She asked with confusion. He sighed and held her close to him. I suppose I am scared one of these days you will wake up and explain to me why we can't do this anymore. I don't take any moment we share for granted, Ellery. She put her hand up to his cheek and stroked it. It would be so easy to tell him there was nothing to worry about. It would feel right to say she would love him forever and never leave him. She wanted to say it all and more so badly, but something held her back. She wasn't sure why she couldn't give herself to him fully. She was sure she loved him and knew how severely it would hurt her if she had to give him up. She stared up at him, trying to think of a reason. Her mind first went to Kerwin. She had deep feelings for him, ones that had existed for some time. She believed it was love, but it was so different than what she felt for Conry that she could not be as sure as she once was. There was definitely passion with Kerwin. The fire that ran through her body as he loved her was intoxicating. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff, right on the edge and looking down. There was always a moment that you wondered what would happen if you jumped. Being loved by Kerwin made her feel as though she would either perish or fly. Being loved by Conry was almost the opposite. She felt as though she was tied to him, safe from all that could hurt her, even herself. Her bad thoughts and doubts were manageable, giving her time to rest. When he held her and loved her, it was as if everything seemed so simple. She experienced pleasure from both men, but with Kerwin, it was as terrifying as it was consuming. She knew it wouldn't last each time because he would continually pull away from her, making her second-guess everything, even herself. With Conry, it was intense and fulfilling. She began to think she had never felt as loved as she did when she was with Conry. She laughed at herself. "Are you laughing at me? I suppose I do sound pathetic." She stopped laughing and shook her head. "You do not sound pathetic at all. I was laughing at myself because I am such a fool." "What about me, you, us?" she said. "Do you want to elaborate?" he asked. She smiled as she moved to lie on him, her face hovering over his. "I think there is something else I would rather do this morning than explain to you what an idiotic woman I am." His hands went to the hem of her nightgown, raising it as they moved up the back of her thighs. "I will be happy to indulge you this morning, but I would like to hear you tell me more about this later." Ellery Kai set her way down his body, letting her concerns leave her for a while as she spent all her energy focusing on the man she knew she loved. They emerged from the room sometime later. They walked downstairs together to see if they could find something for breakfast, knowing they were late for the usual meal. "I am afraid I made us too late for breakfast," said Ellery as they walked into the small dining room. "I can go see what I can find for us in the kitchen." Before she could turn to go, Conry took her hand and pulled her close. "I am not even sure I am in the mood for breakfast. We only have one more day here before we travel. There are better ways to spend it than sitting here in the dining room." "What ways would that be?" she asked with a laugh. He responded by kissing her, and she found she thought he had a good point. When she finally pulled away, she was going to suggest they pack up some food to enjoy the day outdoors, but she saw someone enter the room out of the corner of her eyes. She moved to Conry's side and saw her aunt coming through the door. She was a tall woman with her dark brown hair running in a thick braid down her shoulder. Her clear blue eyes that were much like Ellery's mother's were wide, and her eyebrows raised. "Aunt Effa," said Ellery taking a step closer. "You have made it back." Her aunt looked at Conry before nodding at Ellery. "I arrived late last night and didn't want to disturb you. Grace said it wouldn't be a good idea, and I believe I can see why." She moved forward. "It is good to meet you, Your Highness. My name is Effa Moss, and I am glad you have found shelter in my home." She gave a pretty curtsy with a small smile on her face. "I am very grateful for the hospitality we have been shown. Your home is lovely, and I have enjoyed my time here." Ellery's aunt seemed to be trying not to laugh, but she composed herself quickly. "I am glad to hear it. Have you two had breakfast yet? Grace and I slept late ourselves, and there is some food still out in the kitchen if you are interested in joining us." Ellery looked at Conry. "We will be happy to eat with you both, thank you. I know your journey hasn't been ideal, but I am happy to see you, Ellery," said her aunt. "It has been too many months since I have seen you. I have missed you, Effa." Ellery went to her aunt and hugged her. "Let's go eat, and then later, we can all meet together and decide what to do next. I imagine you want me to help you get to Cadwin Manor, and I will be happy to do it. It will take a great deal of energy even with your combined power, my dear, so I will need to rest most of the day before I attempt it." "I don't believe either of us mind staying here another night if need be," said Conry. "You can rest all you like." Effa nodded. "Now, come eat with us. Grace has told me some of how you ended up here, and I read your father's letters, Ellery. Now, I would like to hear your version of the story." They spent the better part of the morning talking in the kitchen while the young girl, Millie, bounced around them tidying up. When Ellery's aunt had asked all her questions, she stood up. "Millie, will you run into the nearest village and pick up some supplies?" "I believe Grace has a list," said Effa. Grace took a piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to the girl. The girl wiped her hands and took the list with a nod. "I will be back as soon as I can. Do not speak with anyone you meet about anything you have seen or heard here, Millie," said Effa sternly. "Of course not, ma'am. I would never do anything to mess up what I have here. I like living in this house, and we like having you, Millie," said Grace. "Now, go do as you're told, and I am sure Effa will give you a lesson in the next couple of days." Effa nodded, and Millie happily hurried from the room. Effa looked at Ellery. "There are a few things I need to gather in the woods that Millie will not be able to get in a shop. Will you help me, Ellery? The prince can stay behind and assist Grace with clearing the food, Ellery glanced at Conry, knowing her aunt wished to see her alone. "I will be happy to go with you, Aunt. Let me grab a cloak. I will meet you outside the front door," said her aunt before putting her hand on Grace's shoulder for a moment. Grace held her hand before Effa turned and left the room. Conry stood up. "I will be back in a moment to help you, Grace." "Take your time, Your Majesty. I can manage myself if you have something better to do. I will be happy to assist you, just give me a few minutes." He walked Elaire out of the room and to the front door where he picked up Ellery's cloak and held it out. "I suppose your aunt wishes to speak with you alone." Ellery nodded before slipping her hands into the sleeves. Conry pulled it up and gently turned her around. "I can probably guess the subject." He fastened the cloak around her neck. "I am sure you can, since you are it," said Ellery as she took his hands once he was through. "Will she try to convince you being with me is a mistake?" "She has never tried to convince me of anything. She does occasionally give advice, but her favorite thing to do is to let me talk until I come to my own decisions." "Do you think you will come to any today?" he asked with a half smile. She leaned forward and Kai said him softly, "I think I might." His smile grew, and she pushed him away playfully. "Go help, Grace. I will be back soon, and I hope to find you here. I believe you and I need to have a long talk. I will go nowhere and will be waiting right here when you get back." She opened the door to step out. Before she left, she turned and looked at him. "Conry, yes, I know there are a million reasons why this whole journey has probably not been good for the land, but I find that I cannot regret it. I will not ever think it was a mistake, Ellery. I believe I will always remember it as one of the happiest times of my life." She smiled. "I will be back soon." She walked out of the cottage feeling very light. She moved quickly towards her aunt, who waited on the edge of the woods, holding a basket. "You are in a good mood this morning," said Effa as they walked together into the forest. "I don't think I have ever seen you smile so much since you were a young girl. Perhaps I am relieved to be in a safe place after so much uncertainty the past few weeks." Her aunt chuckled. "Maybe, or it could have to do with a handsome prince who can't seem to keep his hands off of you." "I believe you could be right," said Ellery, making her aunt turn to look at her with a small look of surprise. "I will not lie to you, aunt, because I know from experience it will do no good. I believe much of light-heartedness and smiles have to do with Conry. This is a change from your earlier feelings. I believe you thought you would never get past another," said Effa as she bent down to pick a small green plant from the ground. "I will always have feelings for Kerwin. I care about him, but he has pushed me away too many times for me to trust in what he says now." Her aunt straightened up. "What has he said to you recently?" "That he was wrong, and he should have picked me all along. He says he loves me and will not give up on us." "How did you respond?" asked Effa. "I was very non-committal. I was attracted to Conry at the time, but I never thought it would get as far as it had. I said Kerwin was free to try to convince me, but I wasn't sure he ever could." Her aunt put the plant in her basket. "But things have changed now." Ellery nodded. "I didn't want to fall in love with the prince. I tried not to do it." "Love," said her aunt, her voice rising. "You are in love." "I am. There is no other way to explain how I feel for Conry. We haven't known each other very long, but I can't deny what I believe is true." Her aunt smiled a little. "And has he told you he loves you?" "Yes, several times. He says he can see no future for himself as king unless I am by his side as queen." "Then should I congratulate you?" asked her aunt. "Will I soon be bowing before you and calling you Your Majesty?" Ellery turned and picked a large red leaf off a tree. "I don't know." "Why, you say you love the prince, and I can see that it is true. He obviously adores you. How are you still so unsure?" "While I do love him and do not doubt his love for me, I wonder if it is natural and not due to some ancient magic from long ago." "You refer to the prophecy, I suppose." Her aunt moved to a tree and picked some large red berries from it. "My whole life, I have been told by many that I am mean to marry the prince and become the eventual queen. I swore I would never let some words on a piece of paper control my future, but here I am, head over heels for this prince just like I was told to do. The prophecy said nothing about love." "It doesn't, but what if I was only drawn to Conry in the first place because of it? What does it matter if you were? You are happy now and in love. Does it matter how it started?" Ellery couldn't help a small grin. "That is what Conry said. He told me even if he was first drawn to me because of magic or the goddess that he fell in love with me because of who I am." "I like this man more and more," said her aunt with a laugh. "Only because he agrees with you," said Ellery with sarcasm. "It is because he sees the value in one of my favorite people in this land." You know how much I love you, Ellery, and I want to see you valued and loved as you deserve. I don't dislike Kerwin, in fact, I am a little fond of the man, but the way he has treated you all these years has made me think he does not deserve you. If it comes to deserving someone, then I am not sure I deserve Conry. I have spent the last few years chasing after a man who repeatedly told me he didn't want me. It doesn't help that it happens to be the very man who must protect the prince. Does Prince Conry know your past with Kerwin? Asked her aunt as they stopped in front of a group of hazelnut trees. He does. He wanted to know everything about me, so I told him, said Ellery as she picked one of the few remaining nuts off the tree. What did he have to say about it when you told him? Ellery picked another nut, finding it rotten. She dropped and searched for more. He does not blame me for following my heart and thinks Kerwin did me very wrong. I am afraid it will come between them, and you know how that can hurt the land. I should have pushed Conry away as soon as he said it, but at the point, it was impossible. Why would you push him away when he was right? Even if you ran away from Alathea, it would not help the relationship between the prince and Kerwin. It might make it worse. The two men will have to work things out between them at this point. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. I must perform my duties as first advisor, and to not be with Conry now seems impossible. Her aunt smiled. Yet, you seem to be still holding back a little from him. She nodded. I cannot make him any promises, though I think I might want to. Sometimes I wish he could just claim each other and get it over with. Ellery paused and looked at her aunt. I think I might already belong to him in all the ways that count. Her aunt put a hazelnut into her basket and dusted off her hands. She hooked her basket around her arm and walked to Ellery. Taking her hands, she looked into Ellery's eyes. I would never tell you what to do, but can I say what I think? You know you can say whatever you like to me, Aunt Effa. I don't think this is about you deserving Prince Conry. You know too much about love from your parents, and I hope me to believe you have to earn someone's love. I believe you are having a hard time trusting in the prince's love because of your experience with Kerwin. What do you mean? Ellery, I don't wish to speak ill of him, but he did not treat you well. I know you did not do anything you didn't wish, but he led you on. I watched him with you. He was so tender and caring 1 minute, and then would push you away the next. Much of it, I don't believe he could help. He has an important duty, and the goddess knows what kind of father he has. Still, the truth is he hurt you deeply. You have a hard time trusting what you have in Conry because of all the hurt and pain you have experienced. That may be true, but I am also afraid of hurting Conry. I feel so in love with him now, but what if it all has to do with the prophecy? What if one of us realizes it, and we grow cold with one another because we were forced together? Her aunt squeezed her hands. That is nonsense, Ellery. You say you don't wish your life to be controlled by some writings on a piece of paper, but that is what is happening. You love your prince, but you are holding back because of some words a woman said years ago. What happens if you do to him what Kerwin did to you? If you keep him at arm's length and don't admit how you feel, that is what will turn him cold towards you. Ellery felt her eyes water. You have no idea how badly I want to love him completely. He breaks down the barrier I have put up more and more every day. Then let it fall, Ellery, said her aunt. I am not telling you to marry the man tomorrow or do any official claiming, but stop letting your past experience and that stupid prophecy get in the way of something that could be truly special. Ellery let her tears flow, and her aunt brought her into her arms. I am not your mother, Ellery, and I would never try to be. My sister loved you beyond anything, but she is not here. I can only do for you what I believe she would have done. Her aunt pulled back and wiped a tear from Ellery's cheek. Your mother almost let others talk her out of being with your father. If she had, she would have missed out on everything that made her life worth living. She would have had to live without your father's love, and she wouldn't have had you. You know how others see the love I have for Grace. We have to hide it much of the time, but if I let cowardice keep me from being with her, I would be a miserable creature. Do not make a mistake and let others and your own fears keep you from finding out if Prince Conry is the one person who will help make this life worthwhile. Ellery laughed a little through her tears. I had the same thoughts this morning in bed. Her aunt leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Then I believe it is time to return to the house. You need to talk with your prince, and I need to rest to prepare for your journey so I can take you to Cadwin Manor when you are ready. I have written your father to tell him you were safe, which means if I don't get you back, he will send no telling how many men to come fetch you. They went back to the cottage together. Ellery asked her aunt about her journey to the family estate, and her aunt's expression grew dark. She explained to Ellery that several young magic users had gone missing. One was found, but he was so weak they weren't sure he would survive. He had no use of magic and could barely function. Effa worried the powers of the Silver Palace were behind it all. When they got back to the cottage, Conry was outside examining the flowers that grew on one of the front windows. Her aunt smiled at Ellery before telling her she would enter by the kitchen. Ellery walked up to stand beside Conry. "Did you have a pleasant walk with your aunt?" asked Conry. "I did, but it wasn't very far. Would you like to walk out a bit with me?" asked Ellery. Conry turned from the flowers and gave her a half smile before he nodded. He offered Ellery his arm, and they walked across the small lawn into the trees. She took him to a small stream that was flowing well due to recent rains. They sat together on a fallen log close to the water, holding hands. Ellery looked down, finding she had a hard time meeting Conry's eyes. "You know my feelings for you have grown lately, Conry. I can honestly say that I love you and know that it is true." He reached forward and placed his free hand on the side of her face, gently raising it so she would look at him. "And I hope you know how much I love you, Ellery. Nothing you can say or do will change it, so tell me whatever you wish. If you have made some sort of decision, I want to hear it." Her heart skipped a beat, hearing the small amount of dread in his voice. She wanted to ease his fears quickly. "Conry, I am so tired of denying what I know is true. I have known it for a while now, even before that night in the village. I have let that stupid prophecy and experiences with others hold me back, and I started to realize this morning how foolish it was. My aunt only confirmed it." She scooted closer to him. "I love you, and I believe you love me. I don't care if the prophecy first drew us together because it doesn't mean what we feel isn't real. I want to stop holding back and see where this goes because I believe it might lead us somewhere wonderful." He took a deep breath as he squeezed her hand. "What about Kerwin? I will always care for him and love him in some way, but he has never made me feel as you do. My love for him, while real, never had the chance to take root because he would snatch it away time and time again. I never felt safe with him, always knowing our time together was short. When I was with him, I could set down my fears and burdens for a while, but when he left, they were always there for me to pick up again, heavier each time. With you, my problems do not disappear, but they are so much easier to bear. I am starting to realize that is because you help me carry them. I think that is what real love is. I want to share everything with you, the good and the bad. I have never felt that with anyone. Even when I spoke with Ayla, I felt we couldn't speak of important things. I don't want to hold anything back from you. I also don't want ever to overshadow who you are. You are a strong, brilliant woman, and I will remind you of it over and over so you never forget it. And you will be a wonderful king. Too many times you have devalued yourself, and I will not have it, Conry. No matter what happens, I will be near you to make sure you understand it." "So, what now?" he asked. "We get back to Cadwin Manor, and we defeat those who would destroy our land. Then you take your throne, and you rule," said Ellery. Conry smiled as he looked down before glancing up at her. "And will you be by my side with a crown of your own?" She laughed a little. "Let us just say that I am not opposed to that future, but I will not hold you to it." She grew serious. "I can tell you that I will not hold back from you anymore, and as long as you want me, there will be no other for me. There might not be even if you were to let me go. I love you, Conry. The more I think about it, the more I believe you are the only man I have truly loved." He did not respond with words, but he looked at her with such tenderness that she saw a flash of her future before her eyes, and every bit of it included Conry. He leaned forward and kissed her. She lost track of time as they sat together, spending some of their time talking and the rest sharing sweet kisses. She was about to suggest they head back to the house when a loud noise behind them made them both jump. "What was that?" asked Conry. "I don't know, but it sounds like it came from the house." Ellery took off, running towards her aunt's home. As it came into view, she stopped, seeing one side had collapsed. Conry caught up with her and gasped at the sight. Ellery moved forward and saw her aunt, Grace, and the young man named Gregory, who helped around the house, were by the front door. She looked to the left of the house by the woods and saw a group of 20 of Lord Felon's soldiers gathered, all on foot. In front of them stood Kira Sullivan. She had her hand raised and a crumpled body at her feet. Ellery moved forward automatically. "Ellery," said Conry, taking her hand. "You cannot go out there." She took her hand away and looked at him. "I have to, Conry. I have to help them. I can't let them hurt Grace or my aunt." "Then I will go with you," he said. "You should stay hidden," whispered Ellery urgently. "We face things together, remember." He took her hand again. Whatever happens, I will not let you go alone. She looked back at her aunt and Grace standing close together. She nodded at Conry, and they walked towards the house. How are you here? Ellery heard her aunt ask furiously. I met someone very interesting in a nearby village. She was so little and quiet that I didn't expect to learn much from her, but her magic was surprisingly strong. I only wanted to add it to my collection, but I saw she had some secrets. I took them from her with her magic. Kira moved the little body at her feet over, and Ellery saw it was poor Millie. Effa moved forward a few steps. It is you who has been taking the magic users. Indeed, said Kira. I found an old spell in my family library. All this collected magic comes in handy when breaking through wards. You should have reinforced yours here, Effa. I guess you have been too busy. Kira turned and smiled. And here is the very young woman I have wanted to speak with. Effa turned and looked at Ellery and shook her head. Ellery continued to move forward to stand by her aunt's side, Conry with her. We have nothing to speak about, Kira. You should leave with your men now while you all still can. Kira laughed. Always so bold, my lady. Kira gave a mock curtsy. And your highness, I am glad to see you as well. I remember that day close to Lord Pharaoh's house. We had such a nice conversation. You are mistaken, said Conry angrily. You should do as Lady Ellery says and move on. But I cannot go without her. My lord and future king has requested her presence. If she would just go with me, I will leave you all here in peace. Ellery looked at her aunt and then at Conry. Conry took her hand. Do not even think about it, he growled quietly. But there is no other way. I must go, said Ellery. No, you will not, said her aunt. There is another way, we can fight. I know you are powerful, aunt, but you must see we are too outnumbered. And I can feel Kira's power, it is amplified. It is probably due to her nefarious deeds and the power she just gained from poor Millie, said Effa. But we will not be alone. Someone else has broken my wards, someone welcomed. Ellery looked at her aunt in confusion when she heard a loud groan, followed by a scream. She looked up to see Kira turned, looking at her men. A group of 4 wolves pounced from different sides at the soldiers, while a large white one knocked Kira to the side. A large group of Cadwin guards followed the wolves on horseback. Effa threw out a spell towards Kira on the ground as the woman rolled away. Ellery threw out her hand, knocking over a soldier who was swinging his sword at one of the wolves. She pulled Conry behind her. I should go shift and help, he said. She tried to stop him by grabbing his hand, telling him it wasn't needed, but he moved out of her grasp and started running towards the woods. She looked at those fighting in front of her, seeing that the Cadwin guards would surely be successful. Conry did not need to put himself in danger. She ran toward him, trying to catch him, noticing that Kerwin in wolf form was also moving towards Conry. The white wolf cut Conry off and circled him. Conry looked down at Kerwin, both distracted by each other. Ellery continued to move toward them as something caught her attention from her left. She saw Kira getting up from the ground close by, her eyes on Conry and Kerwin. Ellery raised her hand at the same time as Kira. As Kira threw out a spell towards the prince and wolf, Ellery jumped in front of them, trying to put up a block between her and Kira's attack. The spell hit her, and while her block sent the magic back, the power of the spell threw her through the air. She hit something hard, her head taking the majority of the hit. She fell on her side as pain exploding in her head. Her vision grew dim immediately. She felt the gentle brush of fur against the side of her face, and the last thing she heard before she blacked out was a cry of anguish from who she thought was Conry and the whimper of a wolf. Chapter 16. Conry helplessly watched as Ellery flew to the air. The sound that came from her hitting the large tree made him cry out. She crumpled down on her side as Kerwin's wolf ran over to her. Conry looked at Kira lying on the ground, her own spell hitting her after Ellery blocked it. She sat up slowly and sneered at Conry before she got to her feet and disappeared. Conry hurried to Ellery's side, falling on his knees next to her as the white wolf gently nudged her head. Conry carefully moved her head to one side to find a large amount of blood coming from it. His hand went to her stomach where he could feel it rise and fall slowly, making him let out a breath in relief. Ellery, he whispered as he put his hand on her cheek. She did not respond, her eyes tightly closed. He heard someone come up to him, and he glanced behind him to see Effa as she inhaled sharply. Kerwin, go shift, we will need to make some decisions, said Effa quickly. Your Highness, do not move her too much. We need to be careful. Kerwin ran off into the woods as Effa took his place by Ellery's side. She very slowly turned Ellery's head and moved her hair. She glanced over at her half-destroyed house. I doubt I could find what I need in there now. I will have to get her somewhere to see to her injuries. What happened? Said Aaron, pulling on his shirt as he hurried over to them. He knelt down at Ellery's feet. She was blocking a spell and was knocked back into a tree. She hit her head hard, said Connie as he held Ellery's hand. I need to get her to Cadwin Manor, said Effa. There will be things there I can use to help her. Can you manage it? Asked Aaron. I believe I can. I will have to try. She looked up at Conry. I can take you as well. We need to get you to safety, and you can hold her steady while we travel. She stood up as Kerwin ran over to them in his bare feet. Prince Conry very carefully picked her up. Kerwin, help him keep her head steady. Conry put his arms under Ellery as Kerwin kneeled and put his hands gently under her head. Conry looked at him and nodded. Together they stood up slowly, keeping Ellery as still as possible. Effa moved to stand by Conry's side as Grace ran over. I have to go now. I will rest for a bit, and I can come back to take a few more of you. I'm afraid the rest of you will have to travel on foot. It is no bother, said Aaron. Just get her home so you can help her. We can start cleaning up here and putting your home back in order. Thank you, Aaron, she said. Kerwin, I take it you will want me to come back for you. Kerwin nodded. Whenever you are able. Do not press yourself or leave Ellery until you can. I will be back later this evening. Grace, I will come for you if you wish. Grace nodded. Help her, Effa, she said as she wrung her hands. I will, do not worry. She turned to look at Conry. Keep a good hold of her, this will not take long. Conry pulled Ellery close to him, not taking his eyes off her face. Effa squeezed his arm, and the world disappeared. There was wind and darkness until everything came back into focus. He looked up to find himself in front of a large, handsome home. Effa let him go as he looked back down at Ellery, seeing her eyes still closed. Come with me, Your Highness. We need to get her inside, said Effa as she walked towards the front door under a large portico. He followed her up the stairs, careful to keep Ellery as still as he could in his arms. Effa knocked urgently on the door until it opened. An older man dressed like an upper-level servant looked out before he stepped out of the way. Effa entered with Conry behind her. Where is Lord Cadwin? Asked Effa. He is in his study, ma'am, said the servant. Go fetch him this instant and tell him to come to his daughter's room. Have someone bring me a large bowl of warm water. And several cloths, ordered Effa. Your Highness, come along. The servant bowed but glanced at Conry holding Ellery as he moved past. Conry went up the stairs to the 3rd floor. They turned to the left and walked down a hall until they came to the door close to the end. Effa opened it to find a dark bedroom. She threw out her hand, and a fire roared to life in the fireplace, followed by every candle lighting. She moved to the large canopy bed and pulled back the covers. Put her gently in the bed. Conry did as she bid, making sure her head was as still as possible as he laid her down. He stared at her for a moment. She was so still and pale, it scared him. He could not lose her. The thought that she could die started to enter his mind when Effa pushed him out of the way. Go to her vanity. You should see a large old brown box. Bring it to me, said Effa. Conry stayed still, looking down at Ellery. Is she going to die? He gasped out. I don't know, said Effa as she moved Ellery's head. It is hard to tell with a head injury. They bleed awful no matter their severity. We will know soon how serious it is. Conry felt frozen into place as he continued to stare at Ellery. He felt himself start to shake, and he wasn't sure his legs could support him. Effa took his hand. Conry, I know this hard, but it will do no good to despair. We will do all we can to help her, but you must listen to me. If I can help her as quickly as possible, then I will have a better chance of keeping any damage to a minimum. Go get the box I asked for, now. Conry shook his head and wiped his eyes. He hurried over to the vanity, finding the large box easily. He picked it up and brought it to the small bedside table by Effa. She immediately opened it and searched through it. Very good, Ellery, murmured Effa. Stocked full just as your mother taught you. She pulled out a couple of vials and placed them by the box. Come over here and carefully tip her head back, Conry. I need to get her to take some of these elixirs. What are they? Asked Conry as he moved next to her. He put his hand under the lower part of Ellery's head and raised it slightly. Effa opened one of the vials and put it up to Ellery's lips. She forced them to part and tilted the liquid into her mouth. This one will help her to rest and not of pain. I know she appears unconscious, but we have no idea what is really going on inside her. Tilt her head back a bit more. Conry did as she asked. Once he put her head down, only a bit of liquid came out of her lips. This one is a very tricky potion. If it is made right, it will help me know the extent of the damage, said Effa. Conry again tilted her head as Effa poured the liquid into her mouth. Once Conry put her head back down, Effa put her hand on Ellery's forehead. She closed her eyes and was quiet. Conry stepped back and watched, not daring to say anything. Eventually, she opened her eyes and took her hand away. Well, asked Conry, it is not good. I am afraid there is quite a bit of damage, said Effa. What can be done? Asked Conry desperately. There are some spells I can do and some potions I can brew, but mostly she will need rest and quiet. She is young and strong. Hopefully, she will heal mostly on her own, and there won't be too many lasting effects. Conry turned and tried to compose himself. The door to the room opened, and he looked to see a well-dressed middle-aged man that looked familiar walk into the room. The man hurried to the bed to stand next to Effa. Ellery, he gasped as he took her hand. Effa, what happened? She hit her head very hard. She has a bad injury, I am afraid. I have given her something to help her rest and performed a quick healing spell. She will need to have her wound cleaned and lay still for a while before I can do some more extensive healing. If you wish to send for a more traditional healer, I will understand. No, I trust you, said the man. Will she be well? Effa swallowed hard and looked at the man. I don't know, Ewan. I have faith that she will, but the injury is bad. I don't wish to lie to you, but I want you to have hope. It will be a touchy few days as we wait. She will be in and out of consciousness, I imagine. All we can do is wait and pray Ellery heals. The man hung his head and kneeled by Ellery's bedside, keeping a hold of her hand. I cannot lose her, Effa. She is all I have left in this world. I cannot fail Ellen in this way. Effa put her hand on the man's shoulder. No matter what happens, you have not failed Ellen. You have raised your daughter to be everything she wished. Do not despair, Ewan. You know how strong Ellery is. She is like her mother in many ways. He nodded as he raised Ellery's hand and Kai said it. Seeing the tears fall from Ellery's father's eyes was too much for Conry. It is my fault, said Conry softly. Ellery's father turned his head to look at Conry. He stared at him for a moment before letting go of Ellery's hand and standing up. He turned fully to look at Conry. I am sure that is not true, Your Highness. It is not, said Effa. It was Kira Sullivan who did this. But she was trying to use that spell on me. I don't know why I didn't see it. Something came over me when Kerwin tried to stop me from running. I can't explain it. You have been away from the Bright One for some time. It was only the strength of your bond reforming, said Effa. You could not help it. But I was careless, and Ellery had to save me. If I hadn't run or if I had paid attention, this wouldn't have happened. Conry put his head down and let his tears fall. If she died, it would be his fault. Not only would he lose the person he loved most in the world, but he would have to live with the blame. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Ellery's father looking at him. He looked like he would say something, but the door opened. Several servants walked in with a bowl of water and some rags. We should leave for a bit, Prince Conry, said Ellery's father. Ellery will need to be cleaned and put into something more comfortable. You should go with him, Your Highness. Once she is tended to, I will come get you. I will need to rest for a bit so I can get a few of the others. You and Lord Cadwin can sit with her for a while. We will be in my study, Effa, said Lord Cadwin. I will arrange your room for the prince in a bit, but I think he could use a drink first. Conry followed Lord Cadwin down the stairs, though he hardly knew where he was going. They came to a door off the entry hall, and Lord Cadwin opened it, letting Conry enter first. They went to two large chairs next to the fireplace. Have a seat, Prince Conry, said Lord Cadwin. Conry fell into the closest chair, immediately putting his head in his hands. Here, drink this, Your Highness. It will help, said Lord Cadwin as he held out a glass with some dark liquor in it. Conry took it and drank it quickly. It burned his throat and made him shudder as he put the glass down. Lord Cadwin looked at him for a moment before refilling his drink. Try sipping it this time. I do not wish for any more, said Conry. It will not help. Lord Cadwin sat down in the chair next to Conry with his own drink. Despairing will do no good. I take it you have spent a considerable amount of time with my daughter. You know she will not give up easily. Trust that she will be well, Your Highness. I want to believe it, my lord, because the alternative is too much to bear. I take it you are fond of her then? Asked Lord Cadwin. Conry looked at Lord Cadwin. I love her. I want you to know it. I love your daughter. I know I have not known her very long, but I believe I love her more than my own life. Time has nothing to do with love, Your Highness. I believe I was in love with Ellery's mother within a week of meeting her. She was such an enchanting woman. Ellery is much like her. I was immediately affected by Ellery's beauty when I met her, but it didn't take long for me to realize her beauty was much more than skin deep. Now, I feel as though my very soul is tied to her. If she dies, I am not sure I could go on. You could, said Lord Cadwin with no hesitation. Despite his instructions to Conry, he downed most of his drink in one swallow. They sat in silence for a few minutes, both looking at the fire. Have I not changed since I was 12? Asked Conry, saying something to break the silence. What do you mean? Asked Lord Cadwin. You recognized me with little effort. Do I look the same as all those years ago? Not at all, said Lord Cadwin. You look very much like your father. Oh, said Conry. He picked up his glass for something to do and sipped the drink. He was a good man, your father. I hope I live up to his legacy, said Conry. I am sure you will. Lord Cadwin poured himself another drink. You say you love my daughter. How does she feel about you? Conry couldn't help a small smile. She loves me as well. Just this morning, we had a long talk about our future. No commitment has been made, but close to it. Conry put his glass down, feeling tears come to his eyes anew. That morning seemed so long ago. He had never felt happier, and now it could all be lost. I trust you know you aren't the only young man who professes love for her, said Lord Cadwin. I know about her and Cerwyn, said Conry. She has told me their story. I will not revel in his pain on losing her, but he has no one to blame but himself. How he treated her was inexcusable, and she gave him too many chances. Ellery is stubborn, and she does not love in halves. If you have gained her heart, I hope you will remember it. I will treat her love as the most precious thing in this land because that is what it is. I only hope I get the chance to show it to her. Have faith, your highness. There was a soft knock at the door before it opened. Conry and Lord Cadwin both stood as Effa moved towards them. How is she? Asked Lord Cadwin. Mostly the same, though her breathing does seem more even. It is probably the elixir. You both may sit with her if you wish. You will need to be quiet and keep the room dim. We will both come to check on her before the prince leaves to clean up and change. You must want to get more comfortable, your highness. I can find some clothes to fit you, said Lord Cadwin. I could care less about how I am dressed or any dirt on me, replied Conry. You should take time to refresh, your highness, said Effa. If you neglect taking care of yourself, you will not be there for Ellery when she needs you. He nodded before walking with Lord Cadwin to Ellery's room. Along the way, Lord Cadwin stopped and spoke with a servant about preparing a room for Conry close to Ellery's. When they opened the door, he saw that the room was mostly dark. Two servants were close to her, one holding the dress she was wearing earlier, and the other putting bloody clothes into the bowl filled with pink water. They both left the room as Conry and Lord Cadwin moved towards the bed. Conry sat very carefully on the edge and took Ellery's hand. She was dressed in a white nightgown with her hair braided. She was beautiful, appearing as though she was sleeping peacefully. All will be well, my love, he quietly said. Take the time you need to rest, and when you open your eyes, I will be here to help you fully recover. You promised to help me learn to become king, and I will hold you to that promise. We are not officially joined in any way, but I think you know how already bound I am to you. I meant it when I said I belong to you, and I think I always will. He leaned down and softly kissed her hand. I will leave for a bit, but I will not be gone long. I'm going to be as close to you as I can. I will never abandon you. He let her hand go and stood up as Ellery's father grabbed a chair and brought it close to the bed. He set it down next to Ellery and sat in it. Servants should be in your room preparing it now. It is 2 doors down from this one on the other side of the hall. I asked them to bring you some clean clothes and water. If you need anything else such as food or drink, just ask. Thank you, my lord. I will not be gone long. Take as much time as you need. I have nowhere to be, and I will watch over her. He gazed down at his daughter. I know you have strong feelings for her, but she truly is all I have left. With her mother gone, I am not sure I could bear losing Ellery. She will make it, said Conry as he tried to keep his voice even. The goddess will not let her perish. She knows how much I need this woman and how much Elathia needs her. I hope the moon goddess hears your prayers, Prince Conry. She will, because they are not just prayers, they are demands. If she wants me to rule this land, she will have to let Ellery help me. Conry took a deep breath. I will be back soon. He hurried from the room, not wanting to cry in front of Ellery's father. As soon as he closed the door, he collapsed against it, his hand covering his face as he let out all the fear and hopelessness he felt, seeing Ellery so injured. He soon felt a pair of hands take his as he opened his eyes. He saw Effa for one moment before she pulled him into a hug. He held on to her as she patted his back and made soothing noises as a mother might. When he finally felt he could cry no more, he pulled back and looked at Effa. "I suppose you will tell me it will be all right," said Conry as he wiped at his eyes. "I will not, because I don't know if things will be all right. I will say that no matter what happens, you can face it. You are strong enough," said Effa. "How do you know?" asked Conry. "Because I believe you love my niece, and you would do anything you had to for her. Right now, you have to be strong enough to face the difficult days ahead, even if..." Effa stopped herself. "When she wakes up, she may have some lasting damage that could take time to heal. She may be altered in some way, always." "I don't care," said Conry. "I love her, and I told her I would never leave her. I meant it." "Then you should go rest and prepare. She will need you in the days to come." Conry walked towards his room. As he put his hand on the door, he heard Effa speak. "You should remember that we are all here for you as well. I hope you don't mind, but I went to speak with the Havens to let them know what happened. They want to see you, but I asked them to wait a few hours. They will support you through this, as will I. Kerwin will be here soon too. You may have your problems with the man, but you cannot deny the bond you have with him." "Thank you for the reminder," said Conry. He would not mind seeing the Havens. It would be good to see that they were well and have their support. He even looked forward to seeing Ella. He wasn't sure about Kerwin, but he did not wish to argue with the man while Ellery was ill. "I will see you soon, Your Highness. Remember, do not lose hope," said Effa. He opened the door to his room and walked in, sitting down in a chair by the fireplace. As the servants worked around him, he closed his eyes and prayed to the goddess. Chapter 17. Cadwin Manor stood before him as he let go of Erin's arm. Kerwin looked up at the familiar house towards where he knew Ellery's room window was. There were a few windows with light coming from them. He stared at the home for a moment until he felt Effa bump into him. He put his hand around her to steady her as Grace grabbed her from the other side. "Effa, are you all right?" asked Grace with concern. Effa nodded. "I am just tired. It has been a very long day. I probably shouldn't have attempted to bring all three of you even with your magic helping me, Grace, but I knew you all wanted to come." "I would have stayed," said Grace as Effa straightened up. "I should have taken care of poor Millie for her departing. The sweet girl did not deserve such an end. She is in good hands with the priestesses of the temple in the village. They will see everything is done right. I gave them plenty of coin. We can visit her resting place in a few days and pay our respects. And your house is already well on its way to being cleaned up. Soon you can work to rebuild it," said Kerwin. Effa nodded. "We need to get inside. I want to check on Ellery before I retire for the night." Kerwin offered her his arm to help her, and she took it. They walked together, though Erin moved ahead a bit as they got close to the door. A servant must have been watching for them because the door opened as they got near. As soon as they entered, Erin spoke urgently to the servant. "How is Lady Ellery? She is still living, isn't she?" "She is alive, Erin. She seems much the same as earlier today when Effa left, though Prince Conry thinks she is breathing more evenly. I am not sure if he is right or only sees what he wishes," said Lord Cadwin as he came down the stairs. "I will go check on her now," said Effa as she let go of Kerwin's hand. "I will go as well," said Kerwin and Grace at the same time. "She doesn't need too many visitors to disturb her," said Effa. "I will check on her later," said Erin. "If something does change, can someone let me know? I should go see the guards here and make sure everyone is on high alert." "I will keep you informed," said Kerwin. "Thank you," said Erin formally before he walked back out the door. "I will just peek in, Effa," said Grace. "I will not disturb her. I just want to see her for a moment." "That is all I wish as well," said Kerwin, though he knew as soon as he saw her, he would not want to leave her side. "Then come on," said Effa. She looked at Lord Cadwin. "Is someone with her now?" "Prince Conry has been sitting with her for some time. I told him he should get some rest, but he was adamant he would stay by her side." Effa nodded. "I figured it would be like that. I will speak with him and remind him he must rest at some point." She glanced at Kerwin before continuing up the stairs. Perhaps he imagined it, but he sensed Lord Cadwin was staring at him. There was a strange mixture of dread and pity on his face. Kerwin tried to ignore it as he walked by. They were all quiet as they made their way to Ellery's room. Before Effa opened the door, she looked at both Kerwin and Grace. "Try not to make any noises above a whisper. She does not need to be disturbed. I have asked that she be given water every so often, but right now, she should be resting peacefully for some time." They both gave their assurances that they understood, and Effa opened the door. Kerwin walked in slowly behind Grace, remembering the times he had been in the room. He had spent many hours speaking with Ellery, laughing with her, and loving her in her bed. The familiar scent of woods, herbs, and the delicate floral scent she wore invaded his senses. It was a smell that was uniquely hers, and he felt himself react to it with longing, fear, and sorrow. The room was dark, lit only by the fire, and one candle close to the bed. As he got close, he saw that a chair had been brought close to Ellery's side. Prince Conry was in the chair, bent over, so his head laid on the bed, close to Ellery. His eyes were closed, and his breathing even. As he slumbered, he held Ellery's hand. "My poor girl," whispered Grace as she moved closer. "And look at the prince. Effa, this is too much." "SHH," said Effa as she turned slightly. "Grace, you must hold yourself together. Trust in our Ellery's strength." Kerwin stopped close to the bed as Grace turned away. He looked down to see Ellery lying on her back with her hair braided neatly. She appeared to be sleeping soundly, though she looked unusually pale. He wished so badly to reach out and touch her to see that she was real and warm. Ever since he had seen her crumbled on the ground with her wound, he had been terrified he would never see her alive again. He had been so stupid not to see Kira. He was distracted by Prince Conry for a moment. He had not felt their bond in a while, and to be in the prince's presence again threw him off. The weight of the responsibility he felt for the man caught him off guard, and he needed to steady himself. By the time he was able to look away, he saw Ellery flying towards a nearby tree. He could still hear the sound she made when she hit. It almost made him feel as if all the breath had been knocked out of him. "Your Highness," said Ella as she gently shook Prince Conry. He leaned up and blinked his eyes, looking at Ellery before turning to Effa. "I'm sorry to wake you, but I need to check on her." Prince Conry leaned down and said Ellery's hand before letting it go. He stood up and stretched as he moved next to Kerwin. Effa put her hand on Ellery's forehead. Conry glanced at Kerwin, and Kerwin took a deep breath, feeling their bond. They watched in silence as Effa kept her hand on Ellery's head. Grace turned around and watched with her hands balled into fists at her side. Effa finally took her hand off of Ellery and kissed her forehead. Standing up, she looked at them all and smiled a bit. "I believe she is doing a little better. Her mind is not quite as foggy as before, and I can tell she is sleeping even more soundly than elixir could make her. I think my earlier spells and elixirs have helped." "So, will she be well?" asked Prince Conry. "I believe she will live," said Effa. "I only worry about what effects she will have when she wakes up." "If she lives, we can deal with whatever it is," said Conry as Kerwin nodded in agreement. "She will need someone close to her at all times in case she wakes up," said Effa. "She needs water at least every 4 hours, and some broth should be brought to her in the morning. I must rest tonight, but I can call a servant to look after her." "There is no need," said Prince Conry. "I will not leave her for anything. You should not stay up all night, Your Highness. You will need some real rest at some point," said Grace. "She is right," said Effa. "I know you wish to be with Ellery, but when she wakes up, she will need you even more than she does now. You should rest while you can." Prince Conry looked to argue, but Kerwin moved forward. "I will stay with the prince and make sure he rests. Perhaps we could take turns sleeping and keeping an eye on her." "I am not sure that is the best idea," said Effa as she looked between the two men. "You have both been through much lately, and tired people rarely make good decisions." Conry stared at Kerwin for a moment before turning to Effa. "We will be fine. We both want the same thing, and that is to help Ellery. I would like to speak with Kerwin, but I will do nothing to compromise Ellery's recovery." Kerwin cocked his head, trying to understand the prince's meaning. He finally shrugged. "We will be fine, Effa. Get some sleep. I am sure Lord Cadwin and others will join us at some point." "Ayla and Lady Farrow have already been here," said Conry. "They both seemed anxious to check back in." Effa looked at Grace for a long moment before saying, "Very well. I have to sleep to regain some strength, but if anything changes, wake me. I will be 3 doors down, closest to the stairs." "Of course," said Prince Conry. Effa walked up to him and put her hand on his arm. "She will be well, Your Highness. You will just have to give her time." "I know," said Prince Conry. "I told her I would never leave her, and I meant it." Effa squeezed the prince's arm and walked out. Grace stopped and took Conry's hand, giving it a squeeze. He gave her a grin and a small bow. Kerwin wondered at the display before him. Conry could not have spent more than 3 days with these women, less with Effa, as he had the impression she had been out traveling for some time. They hardly addressed Kerwin at all, only giving him a look or nod as they left. Conry sat back down in the chair next to Ellery. "Have you eaten, Kerwin?" "I had a bite of something while I was still outside of Effa's," responded Kerwin. There is some wine and water that was left by one of the servants. I imagine if you want tea, you can ring for it. Otherwise, you should pull up a chair somewhere close if you are going to stay. Kerwin watched the prince for a moment as he stared at Ellery. He finally turned and grabbed a chair by the fireplace. He walked to sit close to Ellery's feet so he could look at her face without being blocked by the prince. They were quiet for a while, both listening to Ellery's soft breaths and the crackle of the fire. Prince Conry finally yawned and wiped at his eyes. "You know you can go rest if you need to, Your Highness," said Kerwin. "You have been out in the land longer than me, and I doubt you are used to long journeys or late nights ending with sleeping on the ground. You must be exhausted. I can stay here with Ellery. You don't need to stay by her side." Prince Conry turned abruptly and gave him a furious look. "It is absolutely necessary. Did you not hear that I promised her I would stay by her side? I will not break that promise. I will never break any promise I make to her. She has had enough disappointment and heartache in her life." The prince turned back to look at Ellery as he picked up her hand. He set it and held it close to him as he leaned on the bed. Kerwin watched him as he leaned forward and brushed a small curl off her forehead. The way he did it was so familiar. It looked like he had done it 100 times. It was gentle and without thought. It was the touch of a lover. "You said you wished to speak with me, Your Highness." Kerwin leaned up in his chair. "I do, but I am not sure now is the right time. I would not like to have a heated discussion that would disturb Ellery." Kerwin raised his eyebrows. "You think what you have to say to me will cause an argument between us? I am not sure." "I don't believe you will like what I have to say," said Conry, finally looking away from Ellery to stare at Kerwin. Kerwin rubbed his forehead, feeling a pain start to spread. "I will do nothing to hurt Ellery. Whatever it is you have to say to me, I will remain calm." Prince Conry took a deep breath. "I think you know already that I have feelings for Ellery. I have never hidden them." Kerwin nodded. "You have been very open in your admiration of her." He looked away for a moment. "Unlike me, Your Highness, let me apologize for keeping the secret of my love for Ellery from you." "I don't believe it is me you need to apologize to," said the prince, sounding annoyed. "It is not me you profess to love but treat as though I am disposable." "I never saw her as disposable," said Kerwin in a harsh whisper. "Ellery knows how important she is to me. None in this land comes before her, not even you. It is probably wrong to say, but it is the truth. You say so with words, but your actions have proved otherwise." Conry looked down at Ellery, and Kerwin did as well. She lay still and continued to look at peace. "She loved you. I believe she still loves you in a way, but she can never trust your words. Your actions have shown her just where she stands in your life." "What do you know about it?" snapped Kerwin. "I know quite a bit. She told me your history one night as we traveled. I held her in my arms as she cried over you. She is everything wonderful, and you made her doubt it. You have committed a grave sin in hurting such a woman, Kerwin, but I think you will receive your punishment in full in having to live without her. You will have to watch another man love her as she deserves, knowing it could have been you." Kerwin stared at the prince as he tried to calm himself. His wolf growled within him as Kerwin slightly shook. It wasn't as if the prince wasn't at least partially correct. Kerwin knew he had hurt Ellery in many ways, and he was ashamed of it. Still, he had made up his mind to show her he was wrong. He planned to prove to her she was everything to him. It was not fair that Conry could come in and take her from him in a couple of months just because of some old prophecy. "You are so sure she will turn from me?" asked Kerwin, trying to keep his voice calm. "I suppose you believe you are the man who will love her as she deserves." "I am, and she knows it. Much happened on our journey, Kerwin. I do not wish to cause you great pain in explaining it in detail, but just this morning, Ellery and I talked." He picked up Ellery's hand again and gazed down at her with a soft smile. "She told me she loved me completely, and that no man had ever made her feel as I do. She said there would never be another for her. We all but made a commitment to each other." Kerwin's head fell as his breathing increased. He could not lose her. It did not make sense. She had loved him for so long. He knew he had been foolish, but she had always been there, waiting for him, saying she loved him and would have no other. "She has told me things like it, Your Highness," said Kerwin. "You were alone with her for some time. It is easy to command one's attention when you are the only option." "Do not downplay what we shared on our journey," said Prince Conry in a dangerous whisper. "You were not there and you cannot possibly know." He gave one long breath. "I am not telling these things to hurt you. I only want you to be prepared. I believe she will be my queen. I know it will be difficult for you to bear, but we all three have a duty to this kingdom, and we will have to learn to work together somehow." Kerwin stood up, feeling as though he couldn't keep still. He stopped by the fireplace and turned to look at Conry. You expect me to accept this? You think I would just give up? Conry let go of Ellery's hand and stood up. He walked over to the table by the fireplace and poured a glass of wine. After taking a drink, he looked at Kerwin. I will not speak for Ellery, but I know what she will say to you. Once she lets you know how things are, you will not pressure her. You will let her go with your good wishes for her happiness. I know it will hurt, but to continue to pester her with your empty promises will do no good. You can command me in some things, Your Highness, but I don't believe you can tell my heart what it must feel. I will not pester her with empty promises. I will show her that the love we have felt for years will endure. Kerwin felt the emotions of the day run through him. He thought Ellery was dead when he first went to her. In his wolf form, he could smell the blood from her wound, and the sound of her hitting the tree was amplified. He just knew it had cracked her skull. His anger flared within him. I will convince her to run from Elathia with me. I will take her far away, somewhere you cannot confuse her with the idea that she is fated to be with you. You think you have some claim over her due to that prophecy, but I have years of experience in loving her. What we have is so much deeper than anything you could have obtained over a few weeks. They both turned as they heard Ellery move in the bed. The prince hurried over, and Kerwin moved to stand behind him. She turned her head to the side, her eyes scrunched up as in pain. It is all right, Ellery, said the prince softly. He gently put his hand on the side of her face. She turned towards it and appeared to relax. Sleep and heal, my love. You should probably go, Kerwin, said Prince Conry, not taking his eyes off of Ellery. I doubt we will come to an agreement tonight. Once she is awake and well, she can tell you herself. You are that sure about this? Asked Kerwin. I believe in the love I share with Ellery. You can say it is new, and you would be right, but that has nothing to do with its depth. We belong together, and it is not because of some stupid prophecy. It is because we understand one another. We know each other's faults and the burdens we carry. We are willing to help each other and walk through this life together. There is nothing we could not face. Kerwin shook his head. The prince's voice was confident. He looked at Ellery with such tenderness that Kerwin had no doubt the man loved her. Still, he could not just give up. He needed his chance to speak with her and let her know all he felt for her. He was prepared to do anything for her. I will await a time when she can tell me how she feels, said Kerwin. Very well, said Conry. Now go clean up and rest. I wish to be alone with her for a while. I may not command your heart, but I am still your prince. I am not asking you to leave, I am ordering you to go. Kerwin felt the strange bond that they shared come over him. His responsibility for the prince's well-being mixed in with the authority Conry had over him. I will do as you ask, but I will not be gone long. By early morning, I will be back here. Prince Conry nodded. I will have someone find you if anything changes. I hope you know I do not wish to be cruel to you. I understand what she means to you. He laughed quietly. I probably understand it better than anyone. Thank you, Your Highness. If you require anything from me, let me know. I will check with Aaron later about the protections of the manor. I have no doubt he has done more than an adequate job. Good night, Kerwin, said Prince Conry, clearly dismissing him. Make sure no one but Effa or Lord Cadwin disturbs us for a while. I would never presume to keep Ellery's aunt or father from her. Kerwin bowed and walked to the door. As he opened it, he watched the prince sitting by Ellery's side. The prince leaned over and very softly kissed her lips. A strange feeling came over Kerwin as though he was intruding on something too intimate for his eyes. For a second, he believed he saw a future in which Conry shared something with Ellery that he never could. Kerwin quickly left the room and shut the door. As he walked down the hall, he tried to shake the feeling off, but it lingered within him. Kerwin, when did you arrive? Asked Emilia as she met him coming down the hall. Not too long ago, said Kerwin, coming to a stop in front of her. Why are you up so late? I could not sleep thinking about poor Lady Ellery. I am surprised you are not with her. Kerwin looked back towards her room. The prince ordered me to leave, so I must obey. He told me he did not wish to be disturbed by anyone except Ellery's aunt or father. He ordered you from the room, asked Emilia, appearing confused. Did you quarrel? I suppose you could call it a quarrel, said Kerwin, not knowing what else to say. He felt so unsettled. His heart was racing, and he could feel the sweat forming on his forehead even though the hall was cool. Closing his eyes, the thought that he might have lost Ellery forever flooded every part of him. He felt as though his legs would not hold him up. Kerwin. Emilia reached out and grabbed his arm. Her touch was cool against his skin, which seemed to be on fire. He took a deep breath. Her scent was clean and slightly sweet. He moved closer to her, feeling a steadiness come from her that he needed so badly at the moment. "Do you wish to talk?" she asked. He shook his head. It would do no good to speak of it. If he said it out loud, he was afraid it would become real. "Can I get you something or help you to your room? Perhaps you need some food or some tea. Maybe a glass of wine." He opened his eyes and looked down at her. As everything felt like it was crashing down inside of him, he could think of only one thing he wanted, and it was an escape. Without another thought, he leaned down and kissed Amelia hard. She made a startled noise against his lips before throwing her arms around him. He broke their kiss for only one moment to pick her up. As she continued to kiss him, he stumbled down the hall to his bedroom. He left all his guilt, fear, and cares at his door, wanting only a few hours to forget. When Kerwin opened his eyes, his room was flooded with light. He sat up quickly, realizing how late it probably was. Amelia stirred beside him, disturbed by his sudden movement. She sat up next to him and stretched. "I need to get to my room and change. Others are probably looking for at least one of us," said Amelia as she swung her legs over to the floor. "I need to check on Ellery," said Kerwin. They both hastily put on clothes, Kerwin feeling the familiar sense of guilt and shame come over him. He tried not to look at Amelia as she dressed. Once they were both fully clothed, Kerwin cracked open his door to see that the hall was empty. He looked back at Amelia and nodded. He opened the door wider so she could slip out, but as she moved by him, her leg tangled in his. She stumbled forward, trying not to fall. Kerwin grabbed for her, letting go of the door. He steadied her in his arms just as he heard footsteps coming quickly down the hall. He looked up to see Aaron a few feet from them both. Amelia immediately moved out of his arms. Aaron glanced at Amelia before settling his eyes on Kerwin. "I have been sent to fetch you. Ellery is awake, and she is asking for you." It took Kerwin a moment to process what Aaron had said. "She is awake." "Yes, and is adamant that she sees and speaks with you. She is very agitated, and Lord Cadwin asks that you hurry." Aaron did not wait for a response. He turned and walked back down the hall towards Ellery's room. Kerwin looked at Amelia before following Aaron. Chapter 18. Her dreams were strange and varied. At first, she slipped into a nightmare in which Ellery felt as if she couldn't breathe. She was running, knowing something was chasing her, but she could never get a full breath of air. Whatever was behind her came closer and closer until she fell as she crested a hill. She rolled down the hill, unable to stop herself. She hit her head on a rock, and all became dark. Her next dream was much more comforting. She felt as if she was floating in midair as 1,000 lit candles surrounded her. She took a deep breath, air filling her lungs as she felt at peace. An arm wrapped around her waist, and she closed her eyes at the pleasure and comfort they held. She leaned into the man behind her with a contented sigh. He dropped a kiss just below her ear, and she whispered a name. Whatever it was, she could not remember it as it was lost as soon as it left her lips. She went to turn around to see who held her when her world went black again. Things came back into focus, and she was in a dark room. She was terrified, but she had no idea why. A voice from behind her called her name. It was familiar and pleading. She turned, feeling as if she should move towards it, but she did not want to go. There was too much pain and uncertainty. A new voice whispered her name in front of her. She looked its way as she felt a pressure on her hand and then a soft kiss upon her lips. She wanted so badly to move forward and be embraced by whoever had said her name, but her own indecisions and fears trapped her. Both voices continued to call for her louder and louder. She looked one way and then the next, not knowing what to do. Her head started pounding, and she covered her ears. She sunk to the ground, knowing she could not take it anymore. "Ellery," said a voice she had not heard in years. The sweet sound cut through the noise around her until it eventually quieted the others. "Ellery, my dear, do not despair." Ellery uncovered her ears and looked over to see her mother walking her way. She looked as beautiful as Ellery remembered, with her wavy red hair and crystal blue eyes. Ellery stood up as her mother came to her. "My beautiful daughter," said her mother, "you have grown more lovely than I could have imagined." "Mother," she whispered, "I have missed you so much." Her mother took her hand. "I know, dearest, but I have always been with you." Ellery felt a wave of her mother's magic flow from her hand through her body. "You carry a piece of me with you wherever you go. You know this." Ellery nodded. "Still, it is not the same as having you with me. I'm afraid that I have done things you would be ashamed of. I believe I have lost my way." "You have not lost your way. You may have taken some paths that have made things harder, but they are all a part of you finding out who you are. I believe you have begun to truly figure it out." Ellery searched her mind, trying to understand what her mother could mean. It is all right, Ellery. It will all come back to you. I am afraid things will not be easy for you for a while, but in the end, I know you will end up where you are meant to be. I don't know where that is, said Ellery. I feel so lost. You do now, my dear, but it will come back to you in time. You may forget for a while, but what is the truth will always find its way. There is a light to guide you so you do not lose sight of it. Remember that real love is grounded in truth and respect. Can you not tell me more? Asked Ellery. Her mother only smiled at her. Rest. Her mother leaned forward and kissed Ellery's forehead. That is what you need now. Ellery bowed her head, feeling her eyes grow heavy. I am so tired, mother. Then lie down and sleep, my little love. Her mother took her hand and helped her to the ground. Ellery laid down as her mother sat beside her and placed Ellery's head in her lap. Do you remember the song I used to sing you, my darling? The one about the lost princess, mumbled Ellery. That is the one, said her mother before she started singing. One lost and alone, afraid to move. No lover's hand to hold or soothe. She looks at the sky at the stars that fly above, and dreams about her one true love. No matter the distance or strife between, she can hear his voice soft and serene, calling her to him from far beyond sun and frost, to let her know she is not really lost. As her mother continued to sing, her eyes completely closed, and she let herself be taken by the darkness. She woke up with a headache like never before. As she opened her eyes, even the dim light in the room hurt them. She turned and shifted, wanting to keep her eyes closed, but a sweet voice she had been dreaming up spoke her name. She turned towards it and blinked, seeing a face close to hers. I am not lost, she whispered before she could not stay awake any longer. The next time she woke up, it was much brighter in the room. She could not remember much from her dreams as they faded away almost as soon as she opened her eyes. Ellery, said a familiar voice. Prince Conry, she said uncertainly. What are you doing in my room? He has been terribly worried for you, my dear, said her aunt's voice, which confused Ellery further. He has barely left your side. She opened her eyes further, sitting up a bit. She was shocked to find herself in her bedroom in Cadwin Manor. Why wasn't she at the Havens estate? Weren't they to go on their journey to take the prince to the Northern Temple very soon? What am I doing here? Asked Ellery. How did I get back to Cadwin Manor? I brought you here, Ellery, said her aunt. When you were injured, I had to get you to safety. Injured? How was I injured? Kira Sullivan hit you with some spell, said Prince Conry. You hit a tree so hard that I thought we had lost you. The prince tried to take her hand, but she moved it away. What was Kara Sullivan doing at the Havens estate? She asked, trying to blink her eyes so things would come more into focus. What do you last remember? Asked her father. She looked behind Prince Conry to see him standing there. I went to the Havens estate as you told me to, father. I met the Havens and Prince Conry. Ellery looked at the prince and felt her cheeks burn, thinking of their few kisses. Kerwin joined us not too long ago and began training with the prince. We are to go to the Northern Temple in a few days. Her aunt, father, and the prince all exchanged glances. Finally, the prince looked at her. Ellery, we went to the Northern Temple over 2 months ago. We traveled back to the Havens estate, where Prince Felon and his forces attacked us. Do you truly not remember it? What are you talking about, your highness? This is madness. Where is Kerwin? He will tell you. She looked around the room but did not see Kerwin anywhere. Where is he? I sent him to his room to rest, said Prince Conry. But he will tell you just as we have. Ellery lay back down as her head began to swim. Tears came to her eyes. They could not be telling the truth. She knew they had not been to the Northern Temple. There had been no attack on the Havens. Why were they playing this cruel trick on her? Please, just go get Kerwin. All of this is madness. I need to speak with him. She looked at all of them pleadingly. Just please get him. Will you please go do as she asks? Hurry, said her father to someone in the room. I will go, said another voice in the room she recognized as Aaron. Yes, thank you, Aaron. You know this cannot be true, don't you? She asked Aaron, sitting up a bit. Just rest, Ellery, and I will go fetch Kerwin. Do not worry. It will be all right, he sounded and looked upset. Before she could say anything else to him, he walked from the room. Ellery, you do not need to get upset, said her Aunt Effa. Just lay back and try to rest. Not until I see Kerwin, she demanded as tears fell down her face. Conry, fetch me the box, said Effa. Ellery closed her eyes, hearing the prince do as her aunt bid. All were quiet for a moment. Here, Ellery, drink this. It will help calm you. I know you wish to see Kerwin, and it shouldn't take full effect until after he is here. Ellery nodded as her aunt held a vial up to her lips. Ellery drank it fully and lay back on her pillow. She immediately felt drowsy but was able to stay awake. She was aware the others were whispering amongst themselves, but she could not tell what they were saying. She almost fell asleep when she heard her door open. Her eyes flew open, and she sat up a bit to see Kerwin walk towards her. She felt the familiar longing she always felt when he was close to her. He walked to her side, and she held her hand out to him. He took it and smiled down at her. "Kerwin, tell me I have not lost my mind," she whispered as she squeezed his hand. "What do you mean?" he asked as his smile faded. "Ellery is just a little confused," said Effa. "It is normal for one with a head injury. Can you just reassure her she is safe, and all will be well?" "Of course, it will be well," said Kerwin. "You are awake now, and you will continue to heal. But they are trying to tell me we have already been to the northern temple for the prince's crowning. That can't be. I would remember it." Kerwin looked at her with confusion and concern. "Kerwin," she said desperately, "do not worry about it right now, Ellery. You should just rest. After you sleep, we will talk more about it," Kerwin said as he rubbed her hand with his thumb. She wanted to say more, but she felt the pull of sleep trying to take her. Her head hurt so bad that she didn't want to fight it. "Don't leave me, Kerwin. Not this time. I will be right here," he said. She felt him caress her hand as she drifted off to sleep. She awoke sometime later, still feeling weak but better. Kerwin sat by her side, and she smiled at him when he came into focus. Kerwin helped her sit up, and she saw the prince sleeping in a chair close to the fire while her aunt worked on making Ellery a cup of tea. Her father sat near the prince, staring into a fire. "How do you feel, Ellery?" asked her aunt quietly as she handed her the cup of tea. Ellery took a sip and noticed it was very sweet with a minty flavor. She guessed it had some healing elixir in it, hopefully, one to soothe her sore muscles and clear her head. "I believe I feel better, but my head still aches." "It will for a while," said her aunt. "What about your memory? Do you still not remember anything beyond being at the Havens estate?" Ellery took another sip of tea as she looked over at the sleeping prince. A vision of kneeling in a dim room as moonlight moved close to her came into her mind. "I think I might remember a bit of the northern temple, though I couldn't tell you much about traveling there." She looked at Kerwin, and a different memory pricked at her mind, one that involved a cool night, a rough ground, and him. She licked her lips, having a flash of him kissing her passionately. "It is no matter, Ellery," said Kerwin reassuringly. "All that matters is that you fully heal. Perhaps your memory will come back in time, but if it does not, we will move forward." Ellery's aunt looked down at Kerwin with narrowed eyes before she looked at Ellery with kinder ones. "We will not press you too hard about it for a little while. You need to rest, and when you get stronger, I am sure your memory will return." Ellery nodded as she took another sip of tea. "Is Prince Conry alert?" Her Aunt Effa looked towards the prince with a fond, wistful smile on her face. "He stayed with you all night. He would not leave you for anything. I am sure he is just exhausted." "He insisted on staying with me?" asked Ellery, surprised. "He is very devoted to you, my dear," said her aunt. "Devoted? How can he be devoted to me when he barely knows me?" asked Ellery. "I won't say that I have not enjoyed getting to know him, but beyond a few conversations and some playful banter, I doubt he knows me any better than other women he spends time with. I would rather think he would wish to spend his night with Ayla." "Ellery," said her aunt sharply as she glanced at the prince. "He stayed asleep. There are so many things you do not remember. You experienced things with Prince Conry that I believe were very special." Her aunt hesitated as she looked down at Kerwin. "What is it?" asked Ellery. Her father stood up carefully and walked over. He sat down close to Ellery's feet and looked at her. "The prince told me yesterday that he is in love with you." Ellery almost dropped her teacup. Kerwin took it from her as she stared at her father. "You are mistaken, father. There is no way that can be true. I assure you, he said it to me after he carried you to this room. I believe he is very much in love with you. He said you returned his love." Ellery wiped away a tear as her head pounded dully. "I cannot begin to understand what you are saying. How can I love a man I barely know?" She looked at her father skeptically. "This isn't about the prophecy, isn't it? I know many would like it to be true, but I never thought you would pressure me so, father." "Ellery, your father would never try to trick you or pressure you, and you know it. Just yesterday morning, you spoke with me for some time about your feelings towards the prince. She looked at Kerwin again before going on. You spent 3 days in my home before coming here, and according to Grace, you two couldn't keep your hands and more away from each other. Ellery looked at Kerwin, who had turned away. I cannot remember anything you are saying, Aunt Effa. Tears came to her eyes as she stared at Kerwin. Kerwin, I don't remember any of it. I can't believe I would do something like this. I know you and I have never made any promises, but I did mean it when I told you I loved you. Her aunt sighed loudly and turned away. She went to sit next to the prince, careful not to disturb him. Kerwin took Ellery's hand and stared at her. I know, Ellery. You do not need to get worked up about this, not now. Just focus on resting and getting better. I don't think all this information can be good for you right now. Of course you don't, grumbled her aunt. I think Kerwin does have a point, said Ellery's father. We should let her rest for a few more days before we press any further. He patted Ellery's leg. Would you like to be alone to sleep now, my dear? I do feel tired, admitted Ellery. I would hate to disturb the prince, though. He looks as though he is sleeping soundly even in such a position. I will sit here with him, and we will not disturb you, said Effa. If he awakens while you sleep, I will have him leave. He needs to eat anyway. Kerwin and her father stood up. She reached for Kerwin's hand. Will you come see me a bit later this evening? I would like to speak with you alone. He nodded. There is nowhere else I would rather be than by your side. I made a decision and promised you things that you may not remember, and I want to make sure you are clear on where I stand. She smiled at him. I will be happy to hear what you have to say. If you are feeling better later, Ellery, you will owe the prince a conversation as well, said her aunt. I would also like a moment or two of your time. Ellery nodded as she lay back on her pillow, wondering why her aunt sounded so agitated with her. She saw Kerwin and her father leave the room before she closed her eyes. It took her a few moments to sleep as her head was full with the idea that the prince thought he was in love with her, and Kerwin wished to speak with her about their future. Chapter 19. It was a special kind of agony having everything you wanted to come true only for it to be immediately taken from you. Conry knew it could be much worse. Ellery could have died, and then all his hope would be completely gone. Now, he still had a small chance that he could earn her love again. It seemed impossible. She had no memory of their special times together. She could not even remember the night of the moon crowning. She did recall a few kisses they shared at the Havens estate, but she referred to them as mistakes and something they probably both wanted to forget. He assured her he did not, but she would not believe him. She still thought him hung up on Ayla, but Ellery completely filled his heart. Others tried to encourage him. Grace and Effa stayed off and on at Lord Cadwin's home the next week. Grace told him she just knew Ellery would remember eventually. Effa was more realistic but said he must not give up hope. It didn't help that Kerwin spent almost all waking moments with Ellery. He stayed with her in her room nearly all hours until she was able to leave it. Now that she could walk out on the grounds, Kerwin spent all his time escorting her wherever she wished to go. One afternoon after lunch, Conry stood in the large parlor looking out the back window, watching Ellery laugh at something Kerwin said. She looked unbelievably lovely in her blue cloak. The wind light blew her hair as she pulled a curl behind her ear. Conry remembered it was not long ago when it was he who basked in her smiles. It was him who made her laugh. He couldn't help but let out a low growl as Kerwin took her hand and pulled her close. Ellery leaned forward, and Conry turned away, unable to watch. I know it is difficult, Your Highness, said Lord Cadwin as he looked up from his chair. She is alive and gaining strength every day. That is all that matters, said Conry as he sat in a chair by Lord Cadwin. I suppose that is true in some ways, but do not dismiss your pain. I can see how much you love her. Watching her with Kerwin must be intolerable. I wonder how you do it. I cannot keep away from her. If I were to avoid her, it would harm me more than watching her look at another man with such love. I would feel better if it was someone who actually deserved her. He has hurt her too many times for me to trust him. They do have a rocky past, said Lord Cadwin, which should give you hope. You cannot wish for your daughter to be hurt again. You must want it to work out this time, said Conry. I want her to be happy and secure. If a little heartache makes that happen, then she can endure it. I have a hard time believing Kerwin will honor any word he gives to her. I received a letter this morning that could make things much harder on his resolve to have her. Conry leaned forward. What message could have any effect on his commitment to Ellery? His father left just before you arrived. I think he and Kerwin had words, and the man said he needed to see to something securing the land's future or some nonsense. I got word that Lord Nevis, Kerwin's father, will join us tomorrow. He wishes to meet you and check on his son. Conry sat back. You do not sound as if you like your visitor. There are few I think less of than Lord Bradley Nevis. He is a cruel man who has misused Kerwin all his life. He does not approve of Ellery, especially since he feels she has distracted Kerwin from his duty. What kind of man would it make me if I wished for Kerwin's own father to separate him from the woman he loves? Asked Conry. A mortal with flaws like the rest of us, answered Lord Cadwin. You are in a unique situation, Your Highness. No one could blame you for wanting something to happen to have a chance to win your love back. What I want is for her to regain the memories we shared. I don't wish for further heartbreak for her. She has been through enough. I do want her. I believe I need her, but if somehow she is happy for the rest of her life with Kerwin, and he is faithful, I shall learn to be satisfied. Lord Cadwin laughed. Noble words, Your Highness, but very defeatist. If you really feel you need Ellery, then why are you sitting here while another man sweeps her away? Sir, are you suggesting I go outside and pester Ellery and Kerwin? It is a nice day for so late in fall. Winter will be here soon, and your time outside might be limited. Why not see if some of the other ladies in the house would like a stroll? I think the two youngest would welcome it. I don't know if Lady Havens needs to be outside as much as she might like your company. I have already spent my morning with both Lord and Lady Havens, said Conry standing. But I should speak with Ayla, and I would like to get to know Lady Farrow better. I believe they are both in the library reading if you wish to find them, said Lord Cadwin as he picked up a book. He found both women in the library, and they quickly agreed to walk with him. Once they all had their cloaks on, they walked together around Cadwin Manor, soon coming upon Kerwin with Ellery on his arm. Conry noticed that Erin was not far behind, watching Kerwin with Ellery. Good afternoon, said Ellery as she let go of Kerwin's arm. I'm glad to see you all taking advantage of the nice weather today. I am afraid it won't be long until the snows come. I doubt that stops you from going outside, my lady, said Conry as he smiled down at her. She smiled back, but it was nothing more than friendly. It was not the intimate one he had gotten used to. It was not even playful. I do like to be outdoors. Luckily, my horse is sturdy and good in the snow. Of course, she is not with me now. You have others here you can ride, don't you? Conry saw that Kerwin was speaking with Lady Farrow. He took advantage and moved to Ellery's side. They walked slowly together. I do, but I was fond of my horse. Right now, my aunt does not think it is wise for me to ride. Hopefully, in a few weeks, I will be well enough to handle it. He nodded. I want nothing more than to see you completely recovered. I hope it is soon. I know you must be anxious to take your throne, and I know my father is in contact with many others who are preparing. I know it is important to save the land, but honestly, all I was thinking of was your well-being. You are too important to me for anything to happen to you. She looked at him with compassion before looking back at Kerwin. Your Highness, would you walk close to the tree line with me? I believe you and I need to have a private conversation. I have been avoiding it, but that is not fair to you. He nodded and held out his arm. She took it, and he led her towards the tree line away from the others. He looked back and could see Kerwin watching them. His hold on her tightened instinctively, and she looked at him with concern. Are you all right, Your Highness? He sighed. How could he answer? He was miserable and scared of what she would say. I am well. They stopped just within the trees, Ellery letting go of his arm. She walked away from him a few steps and turned around, looking at the ground. My aunt had a long talk with me the other day. She told me about some things I said to her, and I have no reason to believe she would lie to me. Ellery paused and put her hand to her head. If this is too much for you, we can stop, said Conry. I can take you back to the house. Ellery shook her head. My head just aches a little at times. It seems to happen more frequently when I try to think about any memories with you. I don't know why. I hate to cause you pain. It is fine, said Ellery as she looked up. My aunt tells me I confess to being in love with you. She said from what she witnessed that you might have felt the same at the time. I did, said Conry moving forward. I still do. Nothing has changed. It is so hard for me to believe. I know we shared a few moments. I can remember a kiss or two, but to think that you love me, it seems impossible. It is not impossible. It is the most natural thing in the world. How could I not fall in love with someone as wonderful as you? You saved my life. On our journey, I witnessed just how brave, kind, charming, and amusing you are. You told me about your struggles and your fears, and they made me love you more. He took her hand. I had never felt such things as when I loved you. It went beyond pleasure. She pulled her hand away and turned slightly. So we did share intimate times. Many, he said. But not enough. How could I do this to you? She said suddenly. How could I do it to Kerwin? I take it you know our history. I do. You told me much about it. You know how I feel about him then. You know what I have shared with him for years, yet you still profess to love me. I know it all, Ellery. I know how you loved him and gave yourself to him. I also know how he rejected you over and over. He made you love him and then denied he felt for you anything other than lust. He says it is different now. He told me he loves me and wants to be with me. And you trust him. You think he will follow through? Asked Conry. She turned away from him and wiped at her eyes. Conry moved to her, unable to watch her become upset. He put his hand on her arm. I don't want him to hurt you again. She shook her head. What else can I do? I do love him. Loving him is all I know. How can I deny him a chance? He doesn't deserve another chance, said Conry adamantly. And you have a better option. You say you don't remember the times we share, and as much as I may wish you would remember, I will not press you. I do not want to cause you pain or jeopardize your healing, but can you not give me a chance? I convinced you once how wonderful we are together. We all but made a true commitment, Ellery. You said you would never love anyone again but for me. She shuddered, and Conry realized she was truly crying. He could not help it. He brought her into his arms and held her. She leaned against his chest as she cried. He bent down and kissed her head. When she finally stopped her tears, she pushed away from him gently. I am sorry, Your Highness. My emotions have been out of control since I woke up from my injury. You do not need to be sorry. I am happy to be here for you however you need me. I promised you I would never leave you, and I will keep that promise no matter what you decide. I don't wish to hurt you, said Ellery as she wiped her eyes. I may not remember much of our time together, but I recall enough to know I like you. I know you don't want to hurt me, but you must do what will make you happy. That is what I want. He smiled at her in a way he remembered she liked. I believe I am the man who can truly help you be happy, but I might be biased. She laughed in her musical way through her tears, and it caused a warmth to blossom in Conry's chest. She grew serious. I think I have to give Kerwin every opportunity. We have been through too much just to throw him aside. I suppose that must make sense to you, so I will not try to argue you out of it. He took her hand. I am not giving up, though. I will do all I can to try to win your heart again. I do not wish to cause Kerwin pain, but I don't believe he will prove able to keep any promise to you. It is me that you truly need, Ellery. You are very confident, Your Highness. She gave him half a smile. He closed his eyes for a moment, remembering she had once said that to him before. That is what comes of being a spoiled prince, my lady. He brought her hand to his lips and Kai said it gently as he looked up at her. He immediately felt their connection, and by her reaction, he could tell that she did as well. He pulled her slowly to him, and she did not resist. His hand went to her chin, and he gently tilted her head up. She stared at him as he leaned down towards her. He gave her a moment to pull away, but she continued to gaze at him. He closed the gap between them and Kai said her softly, not wanting to overwhelm her. It lasted only a few seconds before he pulled back. Conry, she breathed as she moved towards him again. Before he could caress her again, the sound of someone approaching made Ellery quickly move away from him, and Conry looked up to see Aaron and Kerwin approach. You have been gone for some time. I wanted to make sure you were all right, said Kerwin. We are fine, said Ellery. We just got to talking and lost track of time. Kerwin looked closely at Ellery. You have been crying, Ellery. I hope the prince has not said something to upset you or tried to force you to remember something you might wish to forget. Ellery shook her head. He has been wonderful. You know how my emotions are these days. It is nothing, Kerwin. You should get back to the house to rest, said Kerwin as he took her hand. I would like some of the tea my aunt left for me. My head aches a little. She let Kerwin lead her away. Before she got too far, she stopped and looked back at Conry. Did we swim in one of the hot pools at the west of the kingdom? Conry took a step forward and nodded enthusiastically. You found one the morning before we attended the Moon of the Harvest festival in a village. We went to the festival together. Yes, I had never been to one off the Havens estate. You took me to see the town procession and the candle blessing. We participated in the feast and danced together. Sound like an entertaining evening, she said with a grin. I think it was the happiest night of my life, said Conry seriously. Do you remember any of it? She closed her eyes for a moment. Did it rain? Yes, he said breathlessly. We made it back to the inn before it became too heavy. She touched her head. I had a flower crown. I bought you one that I thought would look well with your hair. Her hand went to her forehead, and she rubbed it with a moan. "That is enough for today," said Carwin with authority. "Come inside so you can rest." Conry growled quietly, wanting to protest, but he could see she was in pain. Still, she had been so close to remembering the whole night. He watched as Carwin led her away. Aaron moved closer to him, keeping his eyes on Carwin and Ellery. "Do not give up on her, Your Highness. It is not my place to say it, but I don't believe Carwin will give her anything but heartache in the end, even if he wishes differently." "I will never give up on her," said Conry. "It is impossible." Chapter 20. It felt so good to be able to caress her and hold her once again. As Carwin sat on Ellery's bed with her in his arm, he did not want to leave. He wished he could lay with her all night and hold her. He wanted to love her, but he knew she was neither strong enough nor ready for it to happen. "You should go," said Ellery as she pulled back. "I am tired, and there are others you need to speak with." "I can stay with you," he said as he raised her hand to caress it. "I am happy just to watch you sleep." She shook her head. "You have neglected others, especially the prince. Go so I can rest easy knowing you are doing your duty." He sighed. "If you wish it, I will go." She leaned forward and caressed him quickly before lying down. "Then go. I will see you in the morning." He stood up and watched her close her eyes. Once he could see that she was well on her way to falling asleep, he left her room. He closed the door behind him with a small smile on his face. He had spent almost every waking hour with Ellery the past 2 weeks, and he believed he was well on his way in convincing her he was serious in being with her. She was healing more and more every day, though there were times her head would ache, most often when she tried to remember things from the last few months. Carwin did not want anyone to push her. If it was such agony for her to remember, she must want to keep them forgotten. He felt some guilt in thinking this way. He knew it benefited him for her not to remember the past few months. According to the prince, he and Ellery had grown together very close, and Prince Conry believed she had already chosen him. Carwin thought the prince would have grown frustrated with Ellery's memory being gone, but he did not show it if he was. He often walked with Carwin and Ellery on their outings. He read a book when they were together in the library. He diverted Ellery's attention much of the time as she did seem to enjoy the prince's company. Prince Conry never pressed her to remember, at least not when around Carwin. Sometimes Ellery would recall some little detail about their time together, and he would smile and confirm it encouragingly. Usually, Carwin would step in and stop any further remembrances, saying it was too much for her. He could justify it to himself, thinking it was to protect Ellery, but he knew much of it was selfish. He did want Ellery to be happy, but he believed she would be happy with him. They had spent the past few years together off and on. When he was with her, the rest of the world faded away, and he focused only on her. He believed it was the same for Ellery. He had tried to avoid others and worked to gain Ellery's trust the past few weeks, but it had not been easy. He was very aware of the looks he got from Lord Cadwin. The varied from pity to anger. Effa Moss tried to gain his ear several times, but he avoided her when he could and ignored her when he could not. His father was the hardest one to put off. The man had come over a week ago, claiming he wished to give his allegiance to the prince, but Carwin knew it was more than that. His father shadowed him when he could find Carwin. He sometimes made little comments about his time being too focused on Ellery. He appeared scared to confront Carwin, which suited Carwin very well fully. If his father tried to tell him what to do or spoke badly of Ellery, Carwin would be happy to show him there was a reason for his fear. "Are you headed off to bed?" asked Prince Conry as he met Carwin in the hall. "It is a little early yet, but Ellery was weary after the day." He smiled a bit. "I will not disturb her then. She did seem more herself today than the last week. Her headaches were less frequent." "I believe you are right. She was very cheerful today," confirmed Carwin as he thought of her playful manner and the few caresses she gave him. "I will leave you to find your room," said the prince as he turned. "I was actually thinking of going downstairs if I can avoid certain people." Prince Conry turned back to look at him. "Your father is currently in Lord Cadwin's study. How long that will last, I do not know, but Lord Cadwin does have more patience than many. Except when it comes to harsh words about his daughter," said Carwin. "I think your father has learned talking ill of her will do him no good here. I have let him know I will not hear it. You could probably make it to the parlor or library without seeing him if you hurry." "What of the others?" asked Carwin. "Lady Pharaoh and Ayla are currently in the parlor with the Havens," replied Prince Conry. "Will you be making your way back down there?" "I am in no mood for much company. I think I will go to my room for some reading or reflection. As Ellery heals, many things will start taking place, and I want to be ready. I suppose we should begin training again." Both of us will need to be sharp for the battles to come. I know I have neglected you. Ellery chastised me about it today, said Kerwin. An important person to you has been ill. You only wish to see her well. I feel the same way. I have devoted much of my time to her as well. She went on for some time today about making sure I was prepared. We better listen to her then, said Kerwin. Let us give it a few more days. Afa and Grace will be back then, and they can keep Ellery entertained when we aren't able. I thought perhaps Ayla and Lady Pharaoh would spend more time with her, but they both seem hesitant. I can understand Ayla as there is some uncomfortableness there due to me, but I was under the impression that Lady Pharaoh thought highly of Ellery. Kerwin fidgeted a bit. She does. I am sure she just sees that you and I take up much of Ellery's time, and she doesn't want to interrupt. The prince nodded. Well, you better get going, and I wish for some peace. Good night, Kerwin. Good night, Your Highness, said Kerwin as he continued down the hall. Kerwin decided to go to the library, wanting to be alone. He entered the dim room to find a fire burning and a few candles lit. Walking over to the fireplace, he started to pour some wine found there when a voice made him jump. I suppose you came in here to be alone, but you will have to deal with my presence. I have wanted to speak with you for a while, said Aaron as he looked up at Kerwin from a high-backed chair. Kerwin finished pouring his wine and held the pitcher out to Aaron. Aaron held out his glass, and Kerwin filled it. If you wished to speak with me, you could have at any time. Kerwin sat down as Aaron took a sip of his wine. I thought of talking to you many times, but I wanted to do it while you are alone. You are rarely without company these days, especially Ellery, said Aaron. It must be of some importance what you have to say, said Kerwin. It is as it pertains to a woman I love above almost all others. She is my sister in all but name, and I worry for her future. It is natural you would, as I know you care about her, and we are entering a trying time, said Kerwin before taking a drink. Ellery is strong, and I will be with her to protect her from any further injuries. What I am worried about is her heart. It has been broken too many times before, and I am afraid she is taking a path that will cause her great pain. You do not trust me, said Kerwin simply. Not when it comes to Ellery. I know too much of your history with her, and I have seen too much. He put his glass down. Does she even know about you and Lady Pharaoh? Are you still carrying on with the woman as you profess your love to Ellery? No, of course not, said Kerwin. Those times with Amelia should never have happened. They were during weak moments when I felt hopeless. So you have no feelings for Lady Pharaoh? Asked Aaron skeptically. Kerwin took a drink to think on his answer. I wouldn't say that. I have known her my whole life. She is a good, worthy woman, and I am fond of her. I do not love her like I love Ellery. I could never love any woman like her. Words, Kerwin, just words, said Aaron. Your actions show that you do not value Ellery's love as much as you say. I know I have been foolish for most of my time with Ellery, but I am done being so. I thought I had really lost her after her time alone with the prince, but now I have a second chance. I will not waste it. What happens when she remembers? Asked Aaron. I have heard enough to know that the prince is very in love with her, and whatever happened on their journey together, I believe he earned her love as well. She is already having some small memories come back. What will you do when she remembers everything and her feelings for the prince come back? If it hasn't happened by now, then it will probably never happen. Thinking about that time causes her pain. That must mean she does not wish to remember. If she does have some of it come back, she will be tied to me by then. She loved me long before the prince. That is not how love works, and you know it, said Aaron viciously. Ellery deserves to know the whole truth. You cannot trap her into a life with you because of what happened to her. She needs to know all the facts, and I mean everything. Even if she never regains her full memory, you have to tell her about you and Lady Pharaoh. What good will it do? It will only hurt her, and it will never happen again, said Kerwin. She knows I have a past, but this isn't the past. This is very much the present, said Aaron. Kerwin, if you do not tell her, then I will. I cannot let her make any commitments to you without knowing the truth. I would not like to be the one to do it, but I will if it saves her from further heartache. Kerwin shook his head. She doesn't need this right now. You know she is well able to handle it. You are only afraid, said Aaron. You know, even with her lost memories, she is not indifferent to the prince. She is not indifferent, but what if has nothing to do with what she wants? What if the prophecy, moon goddess, magic, or whatever is what draws her to the man? What draws any of us together, Kerwin? What first drew you to Ellery? I want you to be honest. Kerwin thought back to when he first met her as an adult. He barely remembered her as the small crying girl wearing the dirty dress in the tree. When he saw her as a grown young lady, He didn't believe he had ever seen anything so beautiful. Her eyes were so bright, and her smile lovely. Her curves and how she walked made him want to dance with her just to put his arms around her. I believe I know what you are thinking, and you can say it. I will not fault you. She is a beautiful woman, and that is what you first noticed. You can say you fell in love with her because of who she is, and I will believe you. Yet when you first wanted her, it had nothing to do with her personality or strength, said Aaron. Kerwin didn't argue. But I know now that the beauty inside her outshines even her outward loveliness. Aaron nodded. And you are saying that Prince Conry couldn't have the same discovery. What about Ellery? So what if they were first drawn together due to some ancient magic? I have to believe they fell in love as they discovered who each other was. Kerwin hung his head. He remembered that night in her room when he watched the prince caress her. It was as if he had seen something that was meant to be. He thought of the way Prince Conry looked at her and how he touched her. It was as if she was something precious, and he was happy to just be near her, taking whatever attention she would give. Sometimes he would see Ellery laugh with the prince or watch them talking quietly, and he could see there was still a spark between them. I cannot lose her, he finally said. I am not sure how I can face going through this life without her. Imagine going through this life with her believing being with you was a mistake. What if she rediscovers her feelings for the prince? What if she finds out a year from now what you have done with Lady Pharaoh? Can you stand having her by your side knowing she is miserable and thinking she has chosen wrong? Aaron picked up his glass. And then there is your duty. You have set it aside for a time, but you know it cannot last. You have a responsibility to the prince, and I know you feel it. What about what you and her would face with your father? Can you imagine the things he will say to her? Some of it perhaps you can overcome, but she needs to know the whole truth before she is bound to you. Let me tell her then, said Kerwin. I will tell her all and why it happened. I will have to trust she understands. Aaron nodded. And you should stop blocking her from remembering. You can say it is for her health, but we both know you are only being selfish. I don't believe you are a bad man, Kerwin. I can't imagine how difficult things have been for you trying to live into your duty. I believe you do love Ellery, which is why I have faith you will do the right thing for her in the end. What if I believe the right thing for her is being with me? Asked Kerwin. Then I think you need to do more self-reflection, responded Aaron as he stood. I have to check with the night guards before I go to bed. Good night, Kerwin. He left the room as Kerwin drank his wine. Kerwin stayed in the library long past the time he should have gone to his room, trying to justify all he had done to keep Ellery safe from the truth and memories. He almost had himself fooled before he fell asleep where he was, but the dreams that haunted him told him he knew what he had to do. Chapter 21. Pulling her blue cloak tight around her, Ellery looked up at the cloudy sky. It was not ideal weather for walking, but she could not stand being cooped up in the house. It had rained for 2 days straight, and while that morning had not been sunny, there was at least no rain. She was surprised not to see Kerwin at breakfast, but he had been around her less and less the past few days. She attributed it to him spending more time with Prince Conry, which she approved. Kerwin and the prince needed to have a good relationship, and lately it had been strained. She knew she was the cause, and she could not find fault with either man. Though she couldn't remember it, she had been told that she shared something special with the prince very recently. As she spent more and more time with him, she started to see that it could be true. She did feel drawn to Prince Conry. She had since the first time she saw him, but she feared it was due to the prophecy and some magic from the moon goddess. She did not wish to trap herself or the prince in some relationship with false love that would not last. Still, sometimes when she was with him, the way he looked at her made her believe perhaps it went beyond any prophecies or ancient magic. When he took her hand, she felt the urge to caress him and had once. It had not left her unaffected. At night, he sometimes entered her dreams, and they were not unpleasant. Ellery took a breath as she put her hand on a tree and leaned forward. Her thoughts went to Kerwin. As much as they had shared, she had to give him a chance. She had loved him for so long that just to let him go seemed as if it should be wrong. Have you walked too far, my dear? Asked her aunt as she came up to her. Aunt Effa, when did you arrive? Asked Ellery as she straightened up. Not long ago. I could not find you in the house, and Aaron told me he believed you were out here. Are you all alone? Ellery nodded. Not many were present at breakfast, and Lady Ayla did not wish to go out in the damp. It would not be good for Lady Haven's lungs, so I did not press the older woman. How is your house coming along? very nicely. Magic has its benefits, and I think it will be back to near perfect in just a few weeks. She looked away. Other things cannot be fixed, that poor girl. I am sorry. I know you were fond of her. Grace told me of your loss. She said you took her in to help her with her magic. Her aunt nodded. I found her in the village. She was stealing food. It was not malice, she only took what she needed to survive. Her mother and father both died a few years ago, and Millie fended for herself. I sensed the magic in her and offered her a place to stay. She said she would only come if she could earn her way. She was very sweet and would have been a powerful magic user eventually. And she was killed by Kira Sullivan, asked Ellery. She was. Kira has been abducting magic users and draining them. She said she was collecting their magic to amplify her power. I don't know what kind of dark magic that must take. A vision of Kira flashed in Ellery's mind. She was involved in the attack on the Havens estate, wasn't she? I believe she was. Are some of your memories coming back? Just flashes here and there. I remember Bren Farrow grabbing me and causing me some terrible pain. Ayla has apologized to me for bringing him into the Havens estate, but I don't remember her part in it. They walked a little way along the tree line. What about any memories of Prince Conry? I have had a few, but nothing solid. There are mostly just impressions. I'll remember laughing at something he said or feeling his hand in mine. Have you spent much time with him lately? Asked her aunt. I have spent some. I enjoy speaking with him, and Ellery looked down at the ground, feeling her cheeks go warm. And what, Ellery? Kai said him. Just once, said Ellery quickly. You do know that you did much more than Kai sing the man in my house, according to Grace, so there is no need for embarrassment, said her aunt with a grin. Did you enjoy it? Or course I enjoyed it. He is a very handsome man, and it was only a short, gentle kiss, said Ellery. But I feel horrible about it now. Whatever for. Kerwin has been so attentive to me since I woke up. He has said that he loves me and will choose me over everything else. How can I just ignore such a thing? So you will choose a life with Kerwin because of obligation? Her aunt shook her head. I can't think that would make either of you happy in the end. It is not just obligation. You know I have loved him for some time, said Ellery, feeling a little annoyed. You have, and he has done nothing but ignore your love, telling you to move on. What makes you think this time will be different? Ellery hesitated. She couldn't lie and say she was sure. She had many doubts about Kerwin. When he was with her, showing her attention, it was easy to forget. She always was swept away by him when they were together. Sometimes the world faded around her. When she was alone at night, or he was engaged elsewhere, thoughts of the past would enter her mind. She would remember how badly it hurt when he pushed her away. Each time she would have to pick herself up and feel shame in what she had done and how badly she wanted to do it again. You do have doubts, don't you, Ellery? It is hard to get past what has happened, but if there is a chance I could be happy with him, I have to take it, don't I? Ellery stopped and put her hand on her aunt's arm. I will not tell you what to do. Only you can determine your future. You are young, Ellery. There is no need to rush into anything. You are right. I should not worry about this until things are settled in Elathia and Prince Conry is crowned king. Then Kerwin will know more about if having a wife is even possible as the bright one. No matter what he offers me, I don't think I could let him give it up. You can get to know the prince better as well, said her aunt. Do not dismiss him. Perhaps he will meet another before long. I know he has enjoyed the company of many women in his past. One resides here now, said Ellery. Have you noticed him spending time with her, or have you, like the rest of us, seen that he only ever looks at you, said her aunt with a smile. Ellery rolled her eyes as her aunt laughed. You should come inside with me, Ellery. I think some tea would do you good. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. You go on, aunt. I wish to walk just a bit more. The rain has kept me too long in the house. If you are sure, I will go, said Effa. I am sure. I think some solitude will do me good. I need some time to think. Do not stay out here if it rains or if you get too cold. I don't need you falling ill after all that has happened. Ellery smiled. I will not be too long. She watched her aunt walk back to the house before walking deeper into the woods towards the pond. As she approached it, she saw someone close by the edge of the water. She tried to avoid him, seeing who it was, but he looked over at her and bowed. Lady Ellery, I hope you will give me a moment of your time. I have wanted to speak with you, said Lord Nevis as he lifted his cane. She saw no way to deny him, so she walked closer. I will give you a moment. I have been walking for some time and am a little chilled. I plan to go back to the house soon. What I have to say will not take long. She folded her arms and looked at him. I am waiting, my lord. I know many in this land, especially those in this house, think I am heartless, and perhaps it is true. Still, I care about what happens to my family and Elathia. Though he would tell you otherwise, I only want what is right for my son. Cerwyn was born to be the bright one, and he must do his duty. I agree, said Ellery. I would never wish to come between him and the position he was born for. Yet, you have, Lady Ellery. As the bright one, his only priority must be his ruler. You have confused him. He thinks he must have you, so he has put you above everything else, me, the land, even Prince Conry. Cerwyn will do his duty well no matter if he finds a way to marry one day or not. It has never been done before, said Lord Nevis with an angry grunt. The bright one has always remained as one with no responsibilities beyond his duty. Maybe things need to change. I can't imagine many of the bright ones were truly happy all alone, said Ellery. There are ways for a man to find companionship without marriage. Lord Nevis looked her up and down. I believe you know all about it. I think you have let my son have his way with you many times, even without any promises or commitment. Ellery felt her face flush. What I have or haven't given your son or any man isn't your concern, my lord. I will not discuss it with you. Lord Nevis smiled nastily, and Ellery took a step back. There is no need to be embarrassed. I have known many ladies who not only give but take what they want. If all you wanted were a few nights of pleasure with my son, I would have no issue with you, but you want the impossible. He cannot have a life with you. He cannot marry you, mark you, and provide you with children. I don't see why not. He is a natural man and shifter despite his position. As you have implied, I know he has all the necessary parts and is able everything required to make a family. Just because he can, doesn't mean he should. You also have another duty to the land. Ellery unfolded her arms. I am very ready to be the first advisor to our king. I have prepared my whole life for it. I was not referring to the first advisor, and you know it. You need to stop playing these games with Cerwyn and focus on the prince. I hope the future king can overlook your past indiscretions, though there is something to be said for a woman with experience. Ellery took a deep breath. Her usually peaceful wolf growled within her. None of this is any of your business, my lord. I will not stand here and listen to you speak so of me. She turned to go when he grabbed her arm. You will listen because, for some reason, the goddess has chosen you to help lead this land. Why she would choose such an undisciplined and unnatural woman, I do not know. Your father should never have married your mother, and everyone knows what kind of woman your aunt is. The Cadwyn name was once so proud and strong, but you will see it ruin with your stupidity and loose ways. Ellery felt her wolf come to the surface as her magic surged. It burst out of her, and Lord Nevis took his hand back as if he had been stung. He looked at her for one moment before his eyes turned hard. He picked up his stick and swung it at her. She dropped down to avoid it, landing hard on her back. The man looked down on her with his cane raised. Her head was throbbing, and she held her hand up, tensing in expectation of the blow. He stared at her before slowly putting his cane down. Without another word, he turned from her and walked away quickly. Ellery lay still for a moment with her arm over her eyes. She would not cry because of the horrible man. She knew if she ran to her father right now and told him what Lord Nevis had done, there was a chance he would not leave her father's house alive. Her father was a good man, but he, like everyone else, had his limits. She sat up slowly and wiped her eyes. She would not go to her father. She could not depend on him to protect her forever. She didn't think she could really depend on anyone. Cerwyn had never proven to be very steady. Her aunt loved her, but she was often out in the land doing as she pleased. Her father would do anything for her, but she felt like a burden on him. Standing up, she brushed off her skirts, feeling very alone. Ever since her mother had died, she had a feeling of solitude. She knew she was luckier than most with having those who cared for her, but sometimes it felt like she was missing something or someone. For years, she thought it was just grief that caused her to feel so, but now it almost felt like she was still searching for something to help her feel whole. She slowly walked towards the house, wondering if she could slip up to her room without anyone noticing. Before she got too far, she heard someone say her name. She turned to see Cerwyn walking towards her, and she moved to meet him. I have been looking for you. I missed you at breakfast since I slept later than I meant to, but I have had a lot on my mind. Will you walk with me? She noticed he looked nervous and out of sorts. His hands were fidgeting, and he wasn't looking directly at her. Tucking back a piece of her hair behind her ear, she nodded. I will walk with you for a bit. I am a little tired, so I thought to go back to the house. We can wait for another time if you wish, said Cerwyn as he finally looked down at her. She could see that his eyes were red and underneath them was dark. He quickly looked away under her inspection. No, let us speak now. I think you need to say whatever it is on your mind. He sighed heavily and nodded. He took her hands. I have been dreading telling you this, but I know it is the right thing. I only ask that you remember that it is only you that I love. I have made many mistakes, but I will make them all up to you. This sounds like a confession, Kerwin, she said with a nervous laugh. He stared at her, and dread hit her stomach. She dropped his hands and took a step back. Just tell me. Whatever it is, just let me hear it. He looked up before closing his eyes. I am a weak man, Ellery. When we were separated after the attack on the Havens estate, I was lost. I worried about failing in my duty to the prince, and I was desperate to know if you were safe. It all became too much. I needed some kind of release and escape. What did you do? She quietly asked. He took a moment before meeting her eyes with his own. I found comfort and a moment of pleasure in another. He licked his lips and looked down. I took Amelia to bed. Ellery inhaled sharply. You lay with Lady Farrow. He nodded. I have known her for so long, and in the past, we have spent time together. It was too easy to fall into her arms again. The first time I had drunk too much wine, and the first time, asked Ellery incredulously. This has happened more than once. We have Kai said a few times, but the worst I have not said yet. He slightly turned from her. The night you were injured, I watched the prince with you. I could tell how much he loved you, and he told me you returned his love. I thought I had lost you, and I came across Amelia in the hall. I wanted to forget what I had seen. I wanted to find whatever relief I could. Ellery closed her eyes. You loved her while I lay injured in my bed. I am such a damned fool. I should have known better. Kirun took her hand. You are not a fool. It is I who am the foolish one. I have done two worthy women very wrong. I cannot take it back, but I will atone for it. I will do it by loving you as you deserve. I will do whatever you ask. She pulled her hand away as tears came to her eyes and her head pounded worse. She could not even begin to process what he was saying. All she knew was she had to get away from him. There was nothing but heartache for her in the man in front of her. He would never be who she needed, as he had no idea what he wanted. What I ask is that you leave me alone, Kerwin, she said furiously. I can't even look at you right now. He grabbed her arm much like his father. Ellery, please. I cannot bear the thought of being divided from you forever. It can't end like this, she scoffed. Then perhaps you should have put more thought into your actions and controlled yourself. She let her magic run through her as she shoved him away. He grunted as he fell to the ground, and she turned and ran from him. She wasn't sure where she was going. She ran through the trees, some of the lower branches slapping her face. She felt one scratch her cheek, but she didn't care. The running helped keep the pain from swallowing her. She finally emerged in the small field close to the stable. She saw someone in front of her that caused a moment of hope to flare within her chest. Prince Conry was standing close to the back of the stables. She started to go to him when she noticed he was not alone. While she watched, he embraced Ayla, giving her a short caress on her cheek before she lay her head on his shoulder. Ellery gave a short involuntary cry before she took off into the woods again. Somewhere in her, she knew running was not the answer, but she could not stop herself. Chapter 22. He put on his gloves before he opened the door, letting Ayla exit. She asked him to go for a walk so they could talk. He saw no reason to deny her and wished to go out for a bit himself. He believed Ellery was outside and hoped they might come across her without Kerwin. Perhaps he could dismiss Ayla and spend a few moments alone with Ellery at some point. Once he closed the door, he offered Ayla his arm, and she took it. Her touch was gentle and light. He remembered many nights when she touched him in pleasurable ways. He would never say those times with her were not enjoyable, but he did not want to relive them. He never wanted any woman now other than Ellery. After being with her, all others disinterested him. While he had experienced fleeting pleasure with those he had spent time with, it was nothing to the all-encompassing feeling that was to be had with Ellery. The nights he shared with her were more than he could ever think possible. They were so connected that he could not imagine going through life without her. The passion they experienced mixed in with something that could only be described as life-giving. Before he believed, he saw the land in a muted way. Since experiencing Ellery's love and attentions, everything had more color and depth. He felt as if he was becoming all he was meant to be. Before, being king was some distant thing he wondered if he could actually do, but with Ellery by his side, it seemed not only attainable but like his true destiny. As he walked with Ayla, he looked around to see if he could catch a glimpse of Ellery, but he had no luck. Deciding the field by the stables would be a good open place to speak with Ayla, he led her there. They passed a few horses in a paddock, and Ayla stopped to pet one on his nose. "I miss my horse back at the Havens," she said with a small sigh. "I wonder if anyone is seeing to him. I am sure there is someone taking care of the place. Lord Felon has taken it, but he will not let it go to waste. He will try to preserve it for some shifter family he thinks is worthy, but one day soon, it will be given back to the Havens." "I am not sure where I belong anymore," said Ayla. "I knew I could not live forever with the Havens, but it always felt like home, even more so than the place I grew up. You will find your place one day, Ayla. Until then, you have many who care about you. You will always have somewhere safe to reside, which I suppose I should be thankful for as an ordinary. Everyone should have somewhere safe to stay. When I am king, I will work to make it so," vowed Conry. "I believe you," she said as she took his arm again. They began walking behind the stables. "I think you will be a good king. I always have. I am not sure why you thought it. I have been rather lazy and irresponsible for most of my life. I always knew you were a good man. Maybe that is why I was so drawn to you," said Ayla. "I am sure you were drawn to me out of boredom. I like to think my good looks had something to do with it." She laughed a little. "Perhaps at first, but I spent more time with you because I enjoyed your company. I hope I was not just some way to pass your time." He stopped and took her hand. "You were a good friend to me, and I cared about you. I still care about you, even after what I did." She asked, "What did you really do, Ayla? You did not mean to give Brenfaro away into the Havens estate to cause such destruction. He lied to you. It is not your fault. I was foolish and careless. I didn't even really care that much for him. He flattered me, and I fell for his trap. It might be too late, but I have learned much. I cannot just think of myself and do as I wish. I have been rather selfish and spoiled much of my life. It is time I grew up." Conry nodded. "You and I have much in common. I need to become who I was meant to be. I have wasted too many years playing at my destiny. It is time I claim it." "You have changed these past few months," she said with a small smile. "Especially after the weeks you were out in the land. I experienced much and saw what life is like in Elathia." "It is not pleasant for many," said Conry. "I have such a responsibility to this place and the people. I cannot let them down." "I think she changed you as well," said Ayla slowly. "Lady Ellery, I mean." "She did," confirmed Conry. "I love her, Ayla. I don't think I will ever love another. I am so sorry for what has happened to her and you. It cannot be easy seeing her forget things that must be very special to you. It is excruciating, but all hope is not lost. She is alive and well. I convinced her that we were meant to be once. I can do it again," said Conry. Ayla gripped his hand. "I hope you are right, though it might be harder now without her undivided attention." Conry shrugged. "What can I do but try? If I give up now, I will always regret it. I know this may not help, Conry, but I am always here for you as a friend. I do not expect or even want anything else from you but to ease your burdens when I can. I know you have avoided me for a while because of my past actions, but it is unnecessary. I will not demand anything from you." Conry took her other hand. "I was angry at you for a while. I was angry at myself as well. I felt as though I used you, and then there was the whole episode with Bren. You were careless, but I know you were not malicious. I want you to know I forgive you if you need it. I also hope you forgive me. I don't think I need to forgive you because you did nothing wrong. What I shared with you I gave willingly. I don't even regret it. I see it as a part of growing up. Now we have outgrown each other in that way, but hopefully we can become something else." Conry took one of her hands and Kai said it. "I hope so because I do care about you. I would hate to lose you completely from my life." She moved into his arms, and he enveloped her in a hug. As he leaned down to caress her cheek, he saw movement out of the corner of his eyes. Pulling back from Ayla, he saw a flash of a blue cloak disappear into the trees. "I'm sorry, Ayla, but I have to go. I hope you don't mind walking back by yourself." "Not at all. I plan to stop by the stables and see more of the horses. I hope to see you at lunch or perhaps supper." Conry nodded before he ran towards the woods. He knew it was Ellery in her blue cloak he had seen. He wasn't sure why she was running from him, but he would find out. He moved quickly in the forest, looking each way for any glimpse of her. A light mist started falling, and it coated his skin and hair. As he brushed some of his hair out of his face, he thought perhaps he should shift to try to track her. He made up his mind to do it when he saw a bit of blue in the trees ahead. He walked forward, finding Ellery sitting on a fallen tree, her head in her hands. He approached her slowly, trying to fight the urge to grab her and pull her into his arms. It was natural to comfort her that way, but he reminded himself she did not remember loving him. She might not welcome such a display of affection. "Ellery," he softly said as he neared her. She looked to the side with red eyes before wiping her face with the sleeve of her cloak. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I did not mean to disturb your time with Lady Ayla. There was no need for you to come find me." "You disturbed nothing," said Conry, trying to think why she would not look at him. "We were just out for a morning walk." "It looked like more than a walk," she said, not much louder than a whisper. He smirked for 1 second before feeling awful for it. She must have seen him embracing Ella. The thought that she could be jealous made him feel a little hopeful, but it was quickly replaced with guilt. She was obviously upset. "Ellery, what you might have seen was nothing more than a display of friendship and coming to an understanding." He sat down by her on the log. "I care about Ayla very much, but my feelings for her do not even compare to what I feel for you. I have no claim over you. If you have found comfort in another, I should be glad. I told myself I would be happy for you when you found someone. Seeing it in front of my eyes was different than I thought it would be. I found comfort in no one because there is no peace for me unless it is found in you," he said hurriedly. "I do not want to scare you as I know you don't remember, but I cannot lie to you. You are all I want, Ellery." "You don't mean it. How could you? You have watched me spend all my time with Kerwin these past few weeks while you suffered." More tears spilled down her cheeks before she put her head back in her hands. "I am such a silly fool. I will never learn." She broke down into sobs, and Conry moved closer to her, placing his arm around her. "Did something happen with Kerwin? Did he hurt you?" She calmed herself slightly and raised her head. "I don't want to burden you with my troubles. Please, tell me. Hearing your troubles is not a burden. It is when you hold back from me that hurts me." She shook her head before wiping her eyes. "I don't know why I am so upset. It is not as if he ever made me any commitment. He has told me over and over that we can't be together. I should have listened long ago. I should have known his words were empty. Besides, it is not as if he belongs to me. Perhaps the time on his journey was not so bad, but in my own house. I was a few doors down unconscious, and all he could think about was bedding her." Conry felt his pulse quicken as his instinct to protect Ellery heightened. "What did he do, Ellery? You have to tell me. It will only increase the distance between you." "I have already said too much. I have been told before that I would be the ruin of this land. I hoped it wouldn't come true. It is not true. It could never be true. What have you done but follow your heart and trust others? I need to know what Kerwin has done to upset you. If you don't tell me, I will demand it from him," said Conry. She sniffled as she pulled her wet hair out of her face. "He took Lady Farrow to bed at least 2 times since the attack on the Havens. I believe the last time was the night I was injured." "He and Lady Farrow?" asked Conry in disbelief. "He lay with her." Ellery nodded. "He told me himself, said he had to confess. I suppose I overreacted, but I have had an awful morning. I barely had time to compose myself before seeing him." She stood up and started pacing and rambling. "I don't know why that man thought he could treat me as he did. Looking back, I guess he was right. If I will give myself to such a man as his son, I must be nothing but a loose woman." Conry watched her, trying to make sense of her words. As he started to understand what he was saying, his rage built. His wolf growled with him, making him echo the sound in his throat. "Did Lord Nevis say hurtful things to you?" She stopped pacing. "He told me to let Kerwin go. He said that I had my pleasure from him, and it should be enough. Then he told me that he hoped you could overlook what I had done, though you might like an experienced woman. I tried to leave, saying I would hear no more, but he wouldn't let me. He grabbed me, and..." She turned away from Conry. Conry stood up and walked to stand behind her. He put a hand on her arm and gently turned her to face him. "What did he do, Ellery?" "He told me I was unnatural and that my father should have never married my mother. He spoke ill of Aunt Effa and said I would be the end of the Cadwin name. I was so angry and I felt ill. I couldn't control myself. I only wished him to let me go. I let my magic flow through me so it would cause him some pain. He did let me go, but he was angry. He swung at me with that cane he uses. I managed to fall to the ground before he hit me. It looked like he would strike at me again, but he gained control of himself and left." She looked down, and her voice became so quiet Conry could barely hear her. "I should have fought back or run, but I was terrified, and my head ached. When I saw him over me with his cane raised, all I could do was wait for the pain. Conry could not take it anymore. He pulled her to him and held her, trying to calm his anger. As much as he wanted to run to the men that hurt her, he knew he needed to comfort her first. He would see to punishing those who would dare do anything to the woman he loved later, but for now, he would focus on Ellery. "I'm sorry," she said as she laid her head against his shoulder. "I continue to burden you. Now that I have said it all out loud, I know it is not that bad. It is. It is taking everything within me not to run and find Lord Nevis at this moment. Cerwyn would not be far behind in hearing my displeasure. You must do nothing. You need Cerwyn to take your throne, and Lord Nevis is an important man in Elathia," said Ellery. "He will be nothing in this land when I am through. I am not sure how I will move forward with Cerwyn, but I believe his father is an evil man. This place will be better off without him in power. I am to be king, and he dares to treat you this way. Perhaps I shouldn't say it, but I still hope you will be my queen." She stood up a little straighter so she could look at him. "You know there is no way I am worthy to be your queen. Some of what Lord Nevis said is right. After all that I have done, I cannot be the wife you need." He couldn't help a small smile. "Do you know how many times we have had this conversation? I finally convinced you it was not true. I will tell you again what I said many times before. You are all I need, and I believe you are the perfect queen for Elathia. I could go on and on about your bravery, your goodness, and of course your beauty, but I doubt you would hear it." She stared at him with wide eyes for a moment as her hand moved up to his cheek. "Conry, I know this sounds mad, but did we kiss while 1,000 candles floated around us?" He looked at her curiously before nodding his head. "It felt like it. We were at the village festival during the candle blessing. Would you kiss me now?" she asked as she continued to stare at him. He stalled for just a few moments, wondering if he was taking advantage of her when she was upset, but the intense look in her eyes told him she not only wanted him to kiss her, there was a need. He slowly bent down until their lips met. It started as a gentle kiss such as the one they shared that night in the village. Before he could pull away, she leaned into him, and her lips parted. He pulled her completely against him, deepening their kiss. He didn't know how long they stood there together as everything disappeared around them, but when they finally broke apart to breathe, the rain was steady and cold. "We have to get back to the house," he said as he breathed heavily. "I cannot go back there, not yet." She took his hand and pulled him to the left. They ran together, Ellery leading them through trees and deeper into the forest until they finally emerged in a long barren field. Conry could see a small house in the distance. They ran together towards the shelter as the cold rain fell around them. Once they reached the back door, Ellery opened it and walked in with Conry following her. They entered a small kitchen that was clean but looked as though it hadn't been used in a long while. Ellery took off her cloak as she walked forward. Conry did the same as he moved behind her until he came to a sitting area with a fireplace. Once again, the room was clean, but he could tell no one had lived there for many years. There were some logs on a rack by the fireplace. Ellery moved to it and picked up one, throwing it into the fireplace. Conry saw what she was doing and took over for her, placing a few into a pile. Once he was done, Ellery held out her hand, and fire sparked, catching onto the logs. Ellery spread out her cloak close to the fire and indicated Conry should do the same. They sat down together on an old sofa near the fire as Ellery pulled her hands through her hair, leaning forward so it could dry. Conry watched her in silence as he slightly shifted to find a comfortable position on the sofa. She eventually leaned back and looked at Conry with a slight smile. She held out her hand, and he took it. She leaned into him, and he gently kissed at her head. "Your memories continue to come back?" he asked quietly, slowly and with effort. "I usually just have a flash here or there. If I try hard to think about one, little snippets start appearing in my mind. When you told me you had said those things before, it felt like a million things flashed in my mind. I picked the one with the candles to focus on because I think I dreamed it before. It made me feel safe. You are safe with me, Ellery. No matter what you choose in your life, I hope you will always find rest and comfort with me. I feel like there is so much more to discover about you, Conry. Sometimes it feels as if I should know you better than anyone, but I quickly dismiss it. Even if I had my memories, we have not known each other very long. What does time have to do with knowing someone? I can tell you for a fact that just a few weeks ago, you knew better than anyone ever has. Besides not being able to love you, that has been the hardest part. I finally felt as though someone knew everything about me and still chose me, and that was taken from me." She looked up at him. "I'm so sorry, Conry. I have been so focused on my own troubles that I have given little thought to what this must be like for you. It was just so hard to imagine it was true. It is not that I didn't believe you, but my mind told me it didn't happen. You do not need to be sorry. You were injured, saving me once again. I owe you everything, Ellery. I don't say these things to pressure you into remembering or being with me. I say them because it is true. I have spent the nights lately wondering what I would do if you never regained your memories and moved on with another. The only conclusion I could come up with is I would love you no matter what, and I would find a way to help you be happy, even if that meant letting you go. She intertwined her hand with his. I don't want to give you false hope, but I am not sure I want you to let me go. Whatever this is between us, I don't think I can dismiss it, not now. He felt new hope spring in his chest, making him feel warm despite his wet clothes and the dim room. I will give you all the time you need. I will not force you to try to remember anything. We can make new memories, and I hope in the end, you will choose me. If you don't, then all I ask is that you are happy. She laughed a little, and it caused Conry to pull her closer. You make it sound so easy, and perhaps it should be. She took a deep breath. Words are just words, though. I think I have finally learned that lesson. I will not just give you words, Ellery. I will prove it to you in my actions. I will first become who I was meant to be. I will work with you to save this land and prove to you I am a man worthy of the crown and you. I don't think I have ever thought you weren't worthy. You struck me as a little immature when we first met, but speaking to you now, you seem so different. You have matured in years with just a few months' time. I think some of it was due to the moon crowning, but the majority is because of you. Your passion and wisdom helped change me. Gaining your love and trust will always be one of my greatest accomplishments, and now I get to do it again. Shikai said him with no hesitation that time. It was not gentle or slow, it was almost claiming. It caught Conry off guard, but he quickly recovered, pulling her up until she was in his lap. The past weeks were agony, and to experience her passion again felt like a huge weight had lifted off him. He pulled back and placed a soft caress on her neck. I love you, he said. Hikai said the other side of her neck, speaking again of his love for her. He made his way up to her lips, whispering of his devotion against them. She did not return his words, but she did not ask him not to say them. Shikai said him one more time before settling into him. I know we will have to return soon as others will look for us, but I am so tired, she said with a yawn. Rest for a bit, and then we will slowly make our way back. I know it is wrong as many must be worried, but I do not wish to hurry this time with you. Hikai said her forehead as his arm tightened around her. Thank you, Conry, she said as one on the brink of sleep. You do not need to thank me, Ellery. You and I go through things together. You may not remember it, but I will show you again. Chapter 23. Kerwin looked all around Cadwin Manor, but he could not find Ellery. When she ran from him, he let her go as he wallowed in his shame and despair. How would she ever forgive him for what he had done? After deciding that feeling sorry for himself was not going to help, he looked for Ellery in the area. Not finding her, he thought she must have gone inside. The rain was picking up, and she would want shelter. Once he made it to the manor, he checked all the first-floor rooms to see where she might be hiding. He doubted she wanted to see him, but he had to try to get her to let him speak to her. He needed to apologize more and let her know he would do anything to make it up to her. After not finding her anywhere, including her father's study, he walked up to her room. He would knock all day if that is what it took to get her to speak with him. When he got to her room, he found her door open with only a servant tidying it up. Walking downstairs, he met Effa going through the entry hall. Have you seen Ellery? He asked as he fell in step with her. Not since earlier before the rain when she was walking. I am sure she is holed up somewhere such as the library, reading. She is not in the library or any of the smaller parlors, said Kerwin. She isn't with her father in his study either. Her room then, suggested Effa. No, it is empty as well. They came to the large parlor where Amelia, Grace, and the Havens sat together doing various things. Effa looked out the window at the rain and wind before turning to the group. Have any of you see Ellery? I believe I saw a glimpse of her not too long ago before the rain started, said Ayla. I was walking with Conry when she moved by us in the woods. I think he went to catch her. Well, where is the prince, then? Asked Grace, looking up from her sewing. She will be with him. I have not seen Conry since I returned, said Ayla. Has anyone else? Asked Kerwin. Everyone shook their heads. So, they must be somewhere out on the grounds, in this weather. He moved back towards the entry hall. I will go look for them. Who are you looking for, Kerwin? Asked Lord Cadwin as he came into the room. I hope it is not your father, as I was informed he just left in a hurry. He even left some of his things here. Maybe he intends to return. Do you know, I have no idea of my father's plans as I have avoided him as much as I can, said Kerwin. Who knows where he has gone? If his things are here, I am sure he has just gone on a day visit somewhere. I am not sure, said Lord Cadwin. I was told he took off at a dangerous pace on his horse, alone. Your father's guards had no idea their lord had left. Kerwin shrugged. His father's departure did not interest him. He could care less if the man was lost in the land somewhere. All he cared about at the moment was finding Ellery and, to a lesser extent, the prince. My father can fend for himself. Have you seen Ellery or the prince recently? I have not. Is there cause for concern? I am sure there isn't, Ewan, said Effa. If they were caught out in the rain, I am sure they found shelter somewhere on the grounds. Perhaps, said Lord Cadwin. There are a few places they could shelter, but with Ellery's injury and Lord Felon's forces all over the land, I am not without concern. I understand your worry over her injury, but the wards are strong around the estate, said Effa. Even if Lord Felon had a way to beat them somehow, someone would have to show them the boundaries. I know of no one amongst us who would do it. Kerwin couldn't wait any more. I will go look for them. We don't even know if they are together. If Ellery's head was bothering her, she might be somewhere in the woods, unable to get back. I will go with you, said Lord Cadwin. We should shift, and we will find them easier. Amelia put her book down. He is right, and I will come as well. We should alert Aaron too. He can have his guards looking. Kerwin nodded. We will need to be careful and stay within the boundaries of the estate. He looked at the Havens. If they come back here, have a guard or servant alert us. Of course, said Lady Ayla. I am sure they are fine and together, Kerwin. I doubt Conry would stop looking until he found her. Kerwin nodded, knowing she meant what she said to be comforting, but the idea of the prince coming across Ellery after what Kerwin had told her made him even more uneasy, though he knew it was selfish. It was decided that Amelia and Kerwin would shift in the woods and split up as Lord Cadwin alerted Aaron. They would all search for a time and then meet close to the stables to see if they had been successful. Kerwin and Amelia pulled up their hoods and walked together to the forest. I am sure she is fine, Kerwin. You may not want to think it, but she and the prince probably lost track of time talking. There are many places they could be waiting for a break in the weather. I hope that is the case, but I know Ellery was moving through the woods upset, admitted Kerwin. How do you know? Did you quarrel with her? Kerwin took a deep breath and looked at Amelia. I told her about us. I told her everything. I knew how badly it would hurt her, but she needed to know. Aaron was going to tell her about us if I did not. I thought she deserved to hear it from me. Amelia shook her head. I don't know what to say. I never wanted to hurt her, though I knew it would if she found out. I guess I hoped it would stay our secret. Even if Aaron had not seen us, I would have told her eventually. How can I proclaim to love her and keep something like this between us? The first time I was out of my mind with worry and liquor. The second I thought I had lost her to the prince. Then you were given your second chance with her memory lapse. Amelia looked away and was quiet. Kerwin, what did you plan to do if she remembered everything? She still could. I hoped by then she would still pick me. He glanced at Amelia and saw a momentary flicker of pain on her face. His guilt doubled. I don't know how I ever thought any of this would lead to a happy ending. I betrayed my love to Ellery, and I hurt you. He took her hand and stopped her by the trees. You can say I did not, but I can see that I did. She looked up at him with a tear on her cheek. He had rarely seen her cry, and it almost took his breath away. Kerwin, I could never deny you anything. I think I have felt that way our whole lives. I knew we could never be anything, and I made my peace with it. At first, I thought you were incapable of falling in love, and then I saw you with Ellery. I realized you just couldn't fall in love with me. She wiped her eye. Amelia, he said in a whisper. Do not say anything else, she said as she took her hand away. There is nothing you could say that would make this any better. I know how things are, and I know that my love shall never be returned. I can't stop, though, as much as I have tried. Those nights may not have been much to you, but to me, they were everything. I wish they did not cause you or Ellery pain, but I cannot regret them fully. I can't say I do either, he said truthfully. She smiled at him through her tears. I told you not to say anything. I will never be who you want, and that is the truth. Let us say no more about it after this moment. She turned from him and started walking. He thought to go after her, but what could he say? He cared about her, loved her in a way, but she was right. She was not who he wanted. She could never be Ellery, and she didn't deserve to always lie by his side knowing it. He watched her go until he could not see her between the trees. Running through the woods in his wolf form, he smelled the air, trying to sense any signs of Ellery or the prince. It was easier to focus as he was, running on instinct. His mind still floated to Amelia, but he did not dwell on her as he knew he would otherwise. He ran away from the stables, deeper into the forest to his left. He knew he was coming close to the edge of the estate, and he turned right, running back towards the house. The rain almost stopped as the air turned colder. He knew it was getting time to check in with the others by the stables, so he headed that way to find his clothes to change. As he neared the tree where his clothes lay, he smelled a scent in the air. It was not the one he was looking for, and it made the hair on his back stand up, and his hackles raise. He growled and then could not stop himself from letting out a howl. He shifted quickly, just throwing on his pants and shirt in case he needed to shift again. He carried his cloak and walked towards the stables. As he got close, he heard Lord Cadwin speaking loudly and angrily. Cerwyn stopped by a tree to hide and looked out to see a large group of Lord Felon's soldiers on horseback. In front of the group were Kira Sullivan and Lord Felon himself. He was about to run to keep trying to find Ellery and the prince. They could not come upon the situation. They needed to hide deep in the forest. Before he could leave, he heard Lord Cadwin say his father's name. Cerwyn looked out and saw his father standing near Lord Felon with his eyes narrowed as he stared at Lord Cadwin. "You are a traitor," said Lord Cadwin. "I never should have trusted you, knowing what kind of man you are. I will kill you myself." Cerwyn moved out further from the tree, trying to see how his father would respond, but someone lying on the ground caught his attention. He stopped where he was as he suddenly felt cold and hot at the same time. It was Amelia. She was naked, laying on her stomach with Bren Farrow's boot against her back. Though he knew he should leave and protect his prince, it was all too much. His father was a traitor. Lord Cadwin faced them alone, and Amelia was at the mercy of her evil stepson. Without even realizing what he was doing, he started running towards the group. Chapter 24. Ellery was exhausted and not without confusion. It seemed like too much had happened in too short of time. Lord Nevis had unsettled her. Cerwyn had broken her heart, but now she was at peace by Conry's side. He kept his arm around her waist as they walked. She leaned into him, enjoying his warmth and security. She supposed she should feel guilty after their time in the empty tenant home as she wasn't sure how she felt about the prince. A few memories of times with him were coming back to her, but so much was still missing. She couldn't deny that she enjoyed his attentions or that she didn't care deeply for him. Their connection felt like it ran deep, which was hard for her to accept. At the moment, she felt like she wanted to bridge the gap between them. She was starting to believe that if she accepted his love and let herself love him, it could be something beyond special. Yet, the bridge she wished to cross was missing pieces. While Conry had already crossed it, she felt as if she had been flung back to the beginning with no way to get to him. He promised to rebuild it, and she thought she was ready to let him try. The only other issue that would not let her pass was Cerwyn. She knew she should hate the sight of him. She should not want anything to do with him ever. He had pushed her away time and time again, and now it felt like he had betrayed her. She knew he owed her nothing and that he was free to love who he liked, but he spoke to her about promises. How could she believe in his promises when he kept running to another? Though he said they were moments of weakness and escape, she could not believe that he did not have deep feelings for Amelia Farrows. As they came close to the edge of the woods, Ellery decided she did not have to figure it out in a day. She could take time to get to know Conry. She could let the issues with Cerwyn settle before she spoke with him. It seemed a mess, but there had to be a way forward. There was too much happening in the land for her just to give up. She had to find a way to fulfill her first duty as first advisor and see her prince to his throne. She needed to help Conry and Cerwyn work together to rebuild the court of Gildan. "Perhaps when we get back to the house, you and I could go to the library," said Conry. "We can ask for lunch to be brought to us. You can rest on the sofa and I can entertain you with a book. I found one the other day that I think you would like, though you have probably already read it. Even if I have, I shall enjoy hearing you tell the story. A quiet day alone with you sounds perfect. I know there are others I will need to face at some point, but for today, I would just like to spend it with you," said Ellery. "I will make sure no one disturbs us," said Conry. She stopped close to the tree line and took his hand as he turned to her. "Conry, I hope you know you do not have to take care of me. I know how frustrating it must be to be near me at the moment. Being away from you is much worse," Ellery, said Conry. "I think I know what you wish to say, and I want you to know I will not rush you. I plan to have my whole life to love you if I do this right. I just ask that you do not hold back because you worry about hurting me. He took a breath as he looked down at their hands. Our first time together, I told you I was not worried about the future. All I wanted was a chance to love you as you would let me. Whatever you can give me, I will take and it will be enough. She looked up at him and understood how she could have fallen in love with him. His gaze on her was intense, and she could see he meant every statement. It was so natural to caress him at that moment that she almost did it without thinking. She was beginning to realize how caressing him felt so familiar. His arms were comforting because they knew her body well. His hands moved against her back like they had done it dozens of times, and she supposed they had. He moved down to caress her neck as she tried to pull him even closer. All her thoughts of taking her time were gone. It did not feel wrong to be with him. It felt like she belonged in his arms. If he were to ask to claim her, she wasn't sure she could tell him no. A hazy memory of lying with him in a bed while he hovered over her came into her head. She felt such a rush of pleasure came over her that she wasn't sure if it was due to his current attentions or ones she started to remember clearly. She wished they had not left the abandoned tenant's house so soon and was on the verge of suggesting they go back when she heard someone yelling closer to the manor. "Conry, what was that?" He stopped what he was doing and looked behind them while keeping his hands on her. "I don't know." She heard the voice again and realized who it was. "That was my father. Something is wrong." He let her go, and she adjusted her dress and cloak before he took her hand. They hurried through the trees, coming to the edge of the open field behind the stables. Ellery stopped and took in the scene before her. Her father and Cerwyn stood side by side, facing a large group of Lord Felon's guards on horseback. She saw Kira, Lord Felon, and, for some reason, Lord Nevis standing together. She heard a small cry and noticed Lady Farrow was on the ground with Bren Farrow's boot on her back. He had a sword drawn and was pointing it at her. Ellery started moving forward when Conry grabbed her. "What are you doing?" he whispered harshly. "I have to help them. I have to do something," she said, looking back at him. "I think they are about to kill Lady Farrow." "I can go," he said. "You should stay here, hidden, or run back to that small house. You know what that man wants." "I do, which means he will not stop until he finds me. He will kill you all, Conry. There are too many of them. I don't know where Aaron and his guards are, but it could be too late even if I run to find them. Alerting Aunt Effa to help will not be enough." "Ellery, I can't let him take you," said Conry furiously. "Do you not realize what he will do to you?" She nodded her head. "I know what he wants, Conry, but how can I just ignore what is going on? I am not worth all of your lives." She ripped her hand from his and ran forward before he could stop her. By the time he caught her, it was too late. She saw Lord Felon smile. "Lady Ellery," he called. "I am so glad you could join us." She saw her father close his eyes as Cerwyn looked over at her. She glanced at Conry before straightening up and walking calmly to her father's side, Conry joining her. "If you wished to speak with me, you did not need to go to such lengths." "Release Lady Farrow, as she has nothing to do with this," said Ellery with as much authority as you could manage. "You are a hard woman to find, my lady," said Lord Felon. "Visiting you at home seemed my only option. Of course, I have not been invited to Cadwyn Manor for many years, so I could not find my way. Luckily Lord Nevis let me know the general area about a week ago. He finally agreed this morning to show me the way." "Father," said Cerwyn sharply, "you did this. You let him in. How could you? You always swore allegiance to the Gildan King." "I did until I saw there was no hope for the Gildan court. You are weak, and you refuse to give up your unnatural connection with Lady Ellery." She would not comply either. "There can be no more Gildan rule as you are determined to ruin what has been set up for years. My only option was to choose a new way to save my family line and your brother." "So you chose a murderer," said Lord Cadwyn. "This man killed the king he swore to serve, Bradley. He had your brother killed. How can you trust him?" "I saw no other way," said Lord Nevis. "How can the court of Gildan stand so divided? You should have never married that woman, Ewan. Your daughter from the union will be the downfall of the land if things aren't changed. Now, Lord Nevis, that is no way to speak of your future queen. You will have to respect my wife." Ellery heard Conry growl as Cerwyn stepped forward. "She will never be your wife. You will not even touch her. Let me hear what the lady has to say." He moved towards Ellery with Kira following him. Conry tried to get in front of her, but Ellery took his hand and pushed him to her side. "Lady Ellery, I come to make you an offer. I want to make you my wife so you and I can take our crowns together. I have studied the prophecy and had the best scholar study it as well. We all concluded that it does not matter what king wears the crown as long as you are the queen. Perhaps your birth signaled a new line to come into power." She shook her head. You are mistaken. Our goddess put the Gildans in power, and you tried to take it away by viciously murdering our king and queen who trusted you. Due to the actions of others, our prince was spared. He is the only true king of Alasha, and I will recognize no other. Is that so? Said Lord Felon. You have an agreement with Prince Conry, then. If you are so sure of his rule, you have agreed to be his queen. Conry squeezed her hand. There is no agreement, and it is not necessary. You put too much faith in some words on a paper. What matters is I am the rightful king, and you are an impostor who will destroy the land. Lord Felon looked Conry up and down. I am not interested in anything you have to say, Your Highness. My father and I had to listen to your father babble on about right and wrong for too many years. He was a weak man, and you are just like him. I should order your death this instant. Ellery and pulled Conry closer to her as Kerwin moved to the prince's side. I do not wish to kill anyone today, though. All I want is for Lady Ellery to come with me. Ellery searched her mind for what she could do. It all came back to one option, and it was not something she wished. She looked at Conry as he held her hand tight. She glanced at Kerwin, who looked at her, and then Lady Farrow. Her own eyes went to the poor woman on the ground. Lady Farrow had her head raised, and Ellery could tell she was trying to stay strong, but a few tears of pain or fear had escaped her eyes as they ran down her face. What good will it do for me to come with you? Asked Ellery. I will never give you what you want. You can never truly mark me without my permission. I think I can persuade you, my lady. He glanced at Kira. I have ways of changing your mind on many things. With Miss Sullivan's help, we already caused your guards to leave this place for a time. Do you see any of them here? There is one who was stubborn, said Kira, but we had other ways to subdue him. She nodded behind her, and 2 guards came forward, dragging a bound and gagged Aaron. Ellery gasped and looked away. Don't even think about it, whispered Kerwin out of the corner of his mouth. Now, Lady Ellery, this is all very simple, said Lord Felon. You come with us, and I will leave your father, the head of your guards, Kerwin, and the prince all in peace. What about Lady Farrow? Asked Ellery. I promised my first advisor a few things, and one of those was that he could do as he wished with his kin. I don't believe he likes anyone who has acclaimed the estate or name of his dead father, said Lord Felon. Bren laughed. I never did like this one. I don't know why my father thought to take her as his wife as low as she is. Your father was a good man, said Lady Farrow with effort. He knew you were a disappointment and would do no good. He needed someone to see to keeping the good name of Farrow out in the kingdom. What do you really know of my father, my lady? Bren pressed the tip of his sword against her upper back. You didn't care for him. You only saw an opportunity. You are wrong. I loved and respected your father. He was one of the best men I ever knew. You had him killed for your own gain. It is you who never loved him. Bren pressed his sword down further, and Lady Farrow cried out. Ellery saw Kerwin close his eyes in pain as he turned away. Stop, now. If I agree to come with you, you will not only spare the life of Aaron, the Bright One, the Prince, and my father, but you will not harm Lady Farrow. You will give her into the hands of the Bright One, and then you and your guards will leave these lands, never to return. Ellery, gasped Conry as she let go of his hand. If I agree to all of this, you will come with me? Asked Lord Felon. I will, but I want it to be a magical bond. I am sure Kira can manage it, said Ellery. Lord Felon turned to speak with Kira as Conry grabbed Ellery's arm. You cannot do this, you cannot go with him, he said furiously. She reached up and put her hand on his cheek. I cannot let him harm you or the others. This is the only way for you to have a chance to save the land. He took her hand off his cheek and Kai said it. Ellery, please. Nothing is worth you giving yourself to him. I will never give myself to him, she said adamantly. She closed her eyes and felt her power build as she kept a hold of Conry's hands. Opening her eyes, she leaned forward and Kai said him quickly. Goodbye, Conry. I may not remember all we are, but I know I loved you, and I think I could have loved you again. What are you saying? Asked the prince desperately. She released her power into him, knocking him back to the ground, where she knew he would stay for at least a few minutes. She threw her hands out to her side as she walked forward to Lord Felon, making sure her father or Kerwin could not cross the boundary she put up. My lady, I will give you all you ask, said Lord Felon. Will you take my hand? She heard her father call her name and Conry cry out, but she ignored them. She nodded and grabbed the hand he held out. Kira quickly covered their hands with hers, and Ellery focused on what she wanted from Lord Felon. I will physically come with you if you will give me all I ask. Lord Felon nodded, and a bright light covered them for a few seconds. When it was faded, Ellery could tell all was done. Bren, release Lady Pharaoh to the Bright One, said Lord Felon without letting go of Ellery. Bren put his sword away before reaching down and hauling up Lady Pharaoh by her arm. He walked her over to Cerwyn and threw her over the boundary Ellery had set up. Cerwyn caught her and wrapped her in his cloak before he stared at Ellery. She nodded at him. Take care of the prince. He is the only hope for Elathia. She looked at her father as tears clouded her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered to him. As she raised her hand, knowing what she must do, she looked down at Conry, who managed to sit up. He looked at her with a mixture of love and anger. She wished she could make him understand. Knowing she could wait no longer, she closed her eyes, saying goodbye to all she loved. She felt the power in her hand build to the point it would easily kill her. She worked up the will to let it go, but she never got the chance. Kira grabbed her hand as Ellery's eyes flew open. No, she gasped as Kira laughed. She felt Kira's power flow through her, blocking all her power. It shouldn't have been possible. A feeling of immense exhaustion came over her as her head started pounding. Her legs could no longer support her, and she began to fall. She was caught by Lord Felon, who picked her up and held her in his arms. Kira, it is time to go, said Lord Felon. My guards should leave this place this second and never return. Make sure the Cadwyn guard is not harmed. Ewan, I will never step foot on your lands, but should you come around, you are welcome to attend your daughter's bonding to me. Bright One, if you decide to join our side, let me know. Remember, I do not mind sharing what is mine. Prince Conry, you will live the rest of your pathetic life on this estate if you know what is good for you. Conry stood up slowly. I will not rest until you are no more, and Ellery and Elathia are safe from your evil rule. Lord Felon laughed. Let us go, Kira. I have nothing else to say. Bren, Lord Nevis, gather close unless you want to be left behind. Ellery struggled to keep her eyes open. She saw Lady Pharaoh looking at her with sorrow. Cerwyn was bent over as though he could not support himself. Her father looked lost, and Prince Conry had a look in her eyes she had never seen before. She kept watching him until she could no longer keep her eyes open. As she fell into darkness, she felt the wind pick up around her. Chapter 25. So much was happening around him, but Conry barely registered any of it. He sat in front of the fire with a cup of wine someone put in his hand. Occasionally he would see Cerwyn pace somewhere close to him as he spoke loudly. Effa sat by him once and tried to talk with him but heard nothing that she said. He felt Lady Haven's hand on his shoulder. He might have nodded at her, but he wasn't sure. All he could think about was Ellery. There was a strange mixture of images in his mind. He thought of times they shared. He saw her laughing at something he said. He remembered what she looked like when she closed her eyes just before he said her. He could hear her voice saying his name in pleasure. He automatically took a sip of his wine as he recalled the taste of her skin. All of this would morph into the image of seeing her unconscious in Lord Felon's arms just before they disappeared. He closed his eyes as someone sat down heavily in the chair next to him. She is not lost forever, said Lord Cadwyn in a raw voice. We cannot even think that she is. Conry opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Lord Cadwyn. He looked tired and worn down. Lord Cadwyn was a good-looking man barely past the middle of his 4th decade, but he appeared so much older at that moment. Conry nodded before taking another sip of his wine. She was not lost forever because Conry would find a way to get her back no matter what. He didn't care if he had to face every guard in the Silver Place, Niamhan, or Elathia. He would find a way to fight through them all to get to her. We need a plan, said Cerwyn coming closer to them as he finally stopped pacing in front of the fireplace. But I don't know where to start. A way into the Silver Palace would be a good place, said Lady Pharaoh from a place on the sofa. Even a way into the city would be something we could focus on, said Aaron as he came to stand close to Conry. Lord Cadwyn looked at Conry before saying, we will have to do this right. There is nothing I want more than to leave this instant and go to Ellery, but if we fail, I am not sure we will get another chance. Conry gripped his cup tightly. He did not like the idea of days or, the gods forbid, weeks going by before they tried to help Ellery. And they won't kill her, said Effa from somewhere close to Lady Pharaoh's. We know Lord Felon thinks he has to have her as queen, so he will at least keep her alive until they are bonded as man and wife. I am not sure how he plans to make her agree, but I am sure it will take some time. So we just wait then, said Conry furiously. He threw back the rest of his wine and put his glass down hard. We just let Lord Felon do whatever he wishes to Ellery while we sit here and plan. I cannot do it, and we will not do it. Prince Conry, we understand how you must feel. You must know that no one wants to save Ellery more than me, said Cerwyn. Conry laughed a little as he looked up at Cerwyn. Are you going to go on about your love for her in front of everyone? Perhaps they should all know how you have conducted yourself. Let me tell them how you told Ellery of your devotion while you bedded another. This is not helpful, he heard Grace say in an anxious voice. Conry kept his eyes on Kerwin as he stood up. If he could not get his hands on those harming Ellery, he would find a way to make another who had hurt her pay. Perhaps you are working with your father. Maybe you wanted Ellery out of the way so you could carry on with Lady Farrow's without having to watch her with me. You are too selfish to let her go as you satisfy your desire with another. Kerwin had the audacity to look ashamed as his gaze went from Conry to someone else. He opened his mouth as if to speak and then closed it again. Conry moved closer to Kerwin. You have nothing to say, do you? Then maybe we should proclaim you guilty of treason right now. I would like to carry out the punishment myself. That is enough, said Lord Cadwin authoritatively as he stood. Prince Conry, you may be our future king, but you will not act like this in my home. I don't know what you are speaking of, but whatever mistakes Kerwin has made, I know he would never wish my daughter or you to come to harm. I know you are angry and worried, but fighting amongst ourselves will not save Ellery. I did her wrong, said Kerwin quietly. I betrayed the love I had for her with another. I also hurt another woman I care about. I am a weak man who is broken in many ways, Your Highness. There is nothing I want to do more than save Ellery and help you gain your throne, but if you wish to dismiss me, you can. I will not argue. I will travel to the northern temple this instant and ask the goddess to relieve me from my duties. I will beg her to find another to serve you in my place. Conry was close to demanding it. How could he trust Kerwin after all he had done? Kerwin looked at him and stared into his eyes. Conry felt the bond they shared wash over him as Kerwin continued to speak. If you will let me serve you, I will do whatever it takes to save Ellery and Elathia. I know I have lost her forever, and now, to see her happy is all I want. I will serve you as my king and her as my queen if you will let me. Conry rubbed his head and turned away. My daughter is your first advisor, Your Highness, but since she cannot advise you at the moment, I hope you will hear me, said Lord Cadwin. You will need the Bright One to not only regain your throne but save Ellery as well. He is mortal and has made mistakes, but you know you can trust him. You would know if he betrayed you. Conry nodded, unable to put his feelings into words. Now, there are some people we need to send for to help us with our problem. I have a few lords I trust that still live close to Niamhen. They have quietly been working to gain information from Lord Felon. One is even often invited to court for suppers. I will write him a message directly. He looked at Kerwin. You have a friend, I believe, who hears every whisper in the land. Send for him this evening, letting him know he is very welcomed here. I will write him directly, said Kerwin. He glanced at Conry before moving to the small desk in the room. Lady Farrow, I hope you are not seriously injured, continued Lord Cadwin. I am well and ready to do whatever it takes to help your daughter. You have many contacts in the land, I believe. Is there a way you could find out any information from them? Most do not like letters since it draws attention, but I can travel to a few not far from here. I will leave first thing tomorrow. Conry noticed Kerwin looked up at this information. I would hate to put you in danger out in the land, said Lord Cadwin. If she is willing to go, can you send her with a few guards, my lord? Asked Conry. I can spare whatever she thinks she needs, Your Highness, said Lord Cadwin. 2 will suffice, said Lady Farrows. I like to travel with a low profile. I will send out 2 with you that are good at blending in, said Aaron. You all need to eat, said Grace. I know you may not feel like it, but you will have to force yourselves to do the things it takes to keep going. We can eat together and calmly discuss our next steps to save Ellery. I believe Grace is right, said Lord Cadwin. It is well past lunch and almost supper. I am sure there is food ready in the kitchens. I will ask the servants to lay it out in the dining room. You should all join me. He left the room as everyone stood up. Effa came up to Conry and pulled him over to the side. I know you are angry and anxious. You feel torn between the bond you have with Kerwin and Ellery. I am not torn, said Conry. I know where my allegiance lies as it is where my heart is. But there is no need to choose. Kerwin wants what you want. Conry chuckled slightly, which is part of the problem. You know how he has hurt Ellery, but you are focusing on the wrong thing. Kerwin is not a threat to her. I don't believe he will have the power to hurt her ever again if she can truly give herself to you. Right now, she is in real danger, and you know it. You will need Kerwin to save her. It is hard to see anything but my anger for him right now, said Conry. Ellery was so upset when I saw her today. I have never seen her like that. What could I do but try to help her? He looked up as he remembered their morning in the old tenant's home and the time in the woods. She remembers more and more. She is so close to recalling our love, and then this happens. Why is the goddess so cruel? Effa took his hand. Others have caused this, not the goddess. Unfortunately, there is evil in the world, and it hates what is good and right. You and Ellery are right, Conry. You are the good that will save this land, and you must remember it. Conry felt his tears gather. What if they find a way to take away everything good about her? What if they break her? You know her better than that, Conry. She will never let them take away who she is. Then what if she finds a way to end herself before it happens? She tried to earlier. If Kira had not stopped her, Ellery would have, she would. He could not get the words out. We have to have faith that Ellery will not choose that way out. They probably won't let her anyway. You have to stay strong for her. He felt a bit of magic flow from Effa's hand into his. My niece is more powerful than she knows. She carries the blood of 1,000 generations of sorceresses. She has never truly shown her power. I don't know if it was losing her mother so early or her own fears, but she has great magic, even holding back. I know you have felt it. He nodded, thinking of their kayaks as they flew above the red forest. When he loved her directly after, he felt as if her magic surrounded him. As close as you were to her, I believe that magic created a new bond between you. Keep strong so she can feel your strength. Let her know what is waiting for her after this trying time. He wasn't sure he understood Effa, but he nodded again. I will try. Now, come eat. Grace will not let you miss a meal. She is fond of you and will pester you to take care of yourself. Conry looked over at Kerwin, who was standing by the desk speaking with Lady Pharaoh. I will be there in a moment, Effa. Please go in without me. As you wish, Your Highness, she said with a curtsy and a half-smile that reminded him of Ellery. After Effa left, he walked over to Kerwin. Lady Pharaoh saw him coming, and she let go of Kerwin's hand to move to the dining room. Do you have something to say to me, Your Highness? Asked Kerwin. I think you know I have plenty to say to you, even more than earlier, but what good will it do? I know we must work together to save Ellery and then the land, but that does not mean I enjoy your company. I do not wish to speak to you unless it is about training or planning to save Ellery or the land. I do not wish to hear you even speak her name to me unless it is absolutely necessary. Kerwin nodded. I will only do as you order, Your Highness. Then we won't have any problems, said Conry before he walked to the dining parlor. He mostly listened during the meal as others made plans to put things in motion to save Ellery. He spoke when he was called upon but spent most of his time observing others. The Havens were quiet, though Ayla told him how sorry she was many times. Effa and Lord Cadwin spoke the most, with Kerwin sharing ideas when he had them. Grace encouraged them all to eat more, and Aaron left halfway through the meal to do his duties. Conry felt disconnected from it all. He knew he could not stay distant from any of them, even Kerwin, but for that night, he let himself withdrawn. His thoughts were all of Ellery and what she could already be going through. He wanted to speak with her and comfort her. If he could not save her, he wished there was a way to tell her how strong she was and not forget it. He wished he could remind her of everything good about her. By the time he went to his room, he was exhausted but knew sleep would not come easy. He sat by the fire in his room for an amount of time he did not know. His thoughts kept rotating from happy memories of Ellery to what he would do to those who hurt her. As his eyes grew heavy, he could almost imagine her with him. He held his hand opened, wishing he could feel her touch. Ellery, he whispered as he closed his eyes. Please do not give up.
The end.